Honorable Ganjo, can you hear me?
Yes, Chilega,
Recording in progress.
Yeah, so we had a name of Honorable Bryant as an acting chair, but he has declined. So I need a name from you and a second from another member who's in the meeting.
I propose the name of Honorable Modise to
Honorable
chair the
Modise.
meeting.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Members, Mr. Singh? Okay, can you hear me? Honorable Phillips, don't you want to second the nomination so that we can start?
All right, I'll second it.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Modise, you've been nominated as the chairperson, acting chair. Thank you. I'll hand over to you.
Good morning, Whip.
Thank you very much, Chilis. Thank you very much, honorable members. Good morning to you. Good morning to all our visitors. Good morning to the parliamentary staff. Ordinarily, procedure dictates that I must be asked if I'm available, but it would seem it has become a norm that I will have to accept. Thank you once again for confidence that has been bestowed upon me. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you, the participants, and all the people who take keen interest in the subject matter for today. May I request that you flag the agenda for the meeting, Chilega? Are you able to flag the agenda? Thank you very much. Can I check if we have apologies, Chilega?
Mr. Modise, we have an apology from the minister and the DG and chair and Mr. Paulson. Can you hear me?
Are there any other, yes, I can hear you. Are there any other apologies, honorable? Any other apologies, honorable members?
Sorry, Chair, I've got my hand up. Honorable Weber will be joining from 11 o'clock.
Wonderful. Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Noted. Any other apologies? I guess that makes it then. We've noted the apology of Honorable Weber, the apology of Honorable Mutambi, the apology of Honorable Paulson. Do we have a required quorum, Chilis?
Not really, Mr. Modise, but we are not passing any report, so we can proceed with the meeting.
Yeah, ordinarily it has to be there, but then because of the significance of the subject matter today, I guess we'll have to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, as the chairperson had said in our first meeting on South Africa's climate change bill on the 7th of September, Climate change is transforming our lives in an alarming and unimaginable ways. The droughts, the heat waves, the erosive rains, and the recent catastrophic floods in KwaZulu-Natal, widely considered as climate-induced, touched all of us as South Africans. You could not possibly see those pictures and the devastation without a deep sense of pain and compassion arising from within you. We all know that climate change is making lives, livelihood, resources scarce, whether water, whether arable land, whether food or energy. And this could possibly lead to a breakdown in the established codes of conduct and even the outright conflicts amongst the people who have lived side by side for many years. And our increasingly unstable climate is no longer seen as primarily an environmental or economic issue, as our climate has evolved in the recent past to a larger threat and sharper in shape, in form, and in outline. We therefore have a responsibility to focus clearly on the benefits of the early action, which for us as South Africans is we are running out of time. It is long overdue. This is why climate change bill is before this committee. It is for us to recognize in its preamble that the climate change will contribute to increase the frequency and intensify the extremeness of weather events. It will affect, amongst other things, our health as human, access to food, access to water, our biodiversity, our habitats, and our ecosystems, the coast and the coastal infrastructure, and human settlements in general. It is therefore against that background that we will all recall that we have implemented the climate action using a myriad of tools that sit in different government departments, in the main within the Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, which is at the center of the coordination of this various climate actions. Now, this approach has increasingly become inefficient. It is therefore in this regard that our government thought it is wise to initiate the process of formulating a law, especially dedicated to deal with the effects of climate change, and try and formulate a legal approach, a common approach on how best do we deal with climate change. So this bill therefore shows us our unwavering commitment to make a fair contribution to stabilizing and ensuring that the atmosphere is protective to the country, to its people, and avoid as much as possible the impacts of climate change. We know that this bill has been long coming. It is long overdue. First mooted in 2015-2016 financial year, according to the records that I have. We're now holding our third meeting, a virtual meeting. It is not only our desire to have these meetings virtually. We know that these virtual meetings were necessitated by an unavoidable pandemic. That was a catastrophe and a pandemonium. But we hope that very soon we'll be able to hold public hearings physically so that we get an expression of the people of South Africa and how best do they think we should respond to climate change. We've recently concluded the public hearings on the Field and Fire Forest Amendment Bill. Our last leg was in the Western Cape this past weekend, and to show our determination and commitment, already we had already commenced the process of consultation on the climate change bill. And it is my conviction that at the right time, we'll be able to visit some of these areas in the country without necessarily prioritizing or not prioritizing the others, to consult with the people of South Africa on how best do they think we can mitigate, how best do we contribute to the net zero and the NDC and so on and so forth. So this is our third meeting on the bill. And Parliament is ensuring that as Parliament, we have a duty to ensure that we speak to the people of South Africa, get their views, and they must make oral presentations to this committee. We must get advised so that we don't pass laws without speaking to the people of South Africa and get how do they think we ought to promulgate laws. Now, it is my special honor to invite all of you honorable members and all our guests. I hope that we are all ready for the day. It is going to be a very long day. We only started now at 9:30, and we are scheduled to finish at 5:30. I am going to be very strict with time and request that all our presenters should be sure of their time so that we don't jeopardize other presentations. Let's ensure that everybody who's here is given enough time as per schedule, and we do not venture into a space of compromising others. Can we then go to the adoption of the agenda, honorable members, as proposed?
Thank you, Chair. It's Gancho. I move for the adoption of this agenda as proposed.
Morning, Chair. I second the adoption of the agenda. It's honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gancho. Thank you very much, Honorable Mbata. Can we then start? Can we invite the University of the Western Cape? Can you flag the agenda, Ntanta? Ntanta, please flag the agenda. Let me check first, is the minister here or the deputy minister?
Honorable Chairperson, good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, Zoni.
Yes, Chairperson, I've tried earlier on to raise my hand when apologies were read, Chairperson. It's just to inform, because the deputy minister did submit an official apology to the chairperson that she will join the meeting after lunch due to other pressing matters earlier on. So I was trying just to rectify that because DM did submit an apology, Chairperson. Thank you.
That's fine. So it means we have the apology of the minister, deputy minister, and the DG. That's okay. The business of Parliament must continue. Thank you very much, Ezoni. Can we get the School of Economics from the University of Cape Town, Professor Winkler, to start with the presentation? Welcome, Morena, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, honourable members, and thank you for this opportunity to present based on a written submission by myself and some colleagues. Could I just, can you see my presentation? Is it visible?
Yes, it is, Prof.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. So just by way of introduction, as you have already indicated, Chair, this framework legislation on climate change is urgent and important. The climate crisis, which you already spoke to, requires urgent action by all countries. And why consultation is crucial, I thought this has been going on since 2018, Chair, you indicated even since 2015. So Parliament must act decisively and swiftly now and turn this bill into an act. We believe that some important details can be amended now, much else will follow in implementation. This is indeed framework legislation, but very, very important. The presentation that I'm giving today is presenting key aspects of a written submission, which is based on research. We submitted this to the committee in May 2022. I want to at the outset to acknowledge contributions from several researchers at the University of Cape Town. You can see the names there, and we are together in an African Climate and Development Initiative at UCT that coordinates research on climate change. We're not claiming to represent everyone at UCT. We believe the committee has heard also from other colleagues, but what we present is based on our independent research. Many of us have been doing this for many years, indeed some decades. Our submission had both general comments and some detailed textual suggestions. Of course, we completely understand and fully respect that it's up to you as honourable members to work on the bill. But we do have some specific suggestion which we hope you might consider, and all this is available. I assume has been circulated to you, but it's also available online on the websites that are shown there. So let me go into some of the main comments. We made quite several comments. I will elaborate on some of them in more detail and then list the remaining ones, and happy to also very happy to take questions at any time, and we'll try. Chair, I heard you saying you would be strict with time. I completely respect that, and hopefully we'll have a couple of minutes for questions. So firstly, the first matter that we raised is that this bill must reflect South Africa's highest level of ambition, equity and progression, and I will elaborate a little bit what we mean by that, and what the basis for that is. So firstly, the basis of saying this must be based on equity goes back both to our National Development Plan and to our climate policy. The NDP aims at equity. I'll say a little bit more about that. And South Africa, as a responsible global citizen, must fulfill its international obligations to contribute to climate change. Progression has a specific meaning. That's the common sense word of it is you must try harder every 5 years, but this is actually a legal obligation under the Paris Agreement. So we have, each country has, and including South Africa, has nationally determined contributions, NDCs, which we say what we will do, and we nationally determine that, just updated ours. And those must reflect its highest possible ambition and equity and progression. In other words, every 5 years, must have more stringent mitigation targets and more ambitious adaptation goals. And indeed, we need to have policies to achieve those goals. The Act is a really crucial legal basis, not only for the targets, but also to enable implementation. Sorry, just struggling here to find it. Yeah, so just a little bit more about the basis, and I will go over this quickly in the interest of time, but we're suggesting that the Act encodes what is already in policy. So here is a direct statement from our national climate policy, by which I mean the 2011 white paper, and it talks to an ambitious and effective global agreement on greenhouse gas emissions, which this white paper was in 2011. We actually got that agreement in Paris in 2015. And here it mentions what we will do as a responsible global citizen, which is to make a fair contribution to the global efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The policy also defines equity as ensuring a fair allocation of effort, costs, and benefits. And I would add to what you said earlier, Chair, we must also take into account the interests of future generations as well as the present generations. We have recently, as a country, updated our NDC, our nationally determined contribution, and in that there's a section, in fact, 1C, in a document that's been formally communicated after approval by Cabinet to the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention, and it has a whole section on progression and highest possible ambition in the light of equity and national circumstances. We communicated this very clearly. The NDC specifies goals for adaptation in line with our national climate change adaptation strategy, and states explicitly that by comparison to the targets contained in the first NDC, which we submitted in 2015 prior to the Paris Agreement, the updated mitigation targets represent a significant progression, while also analyzing whether they're a fair share. Whether they're enough is another matter, but they certainly are a clear progression. And then the NDC also specifically refers to the climate change bill. It actually indicated plans to finalize this in 2021, but it's now 2022. And that this framework legislation will provide a firm legal basis for further action. I want to emphasize these, including mandatory second and subsequent phases of carbon budgets, which are company-level carbon budgets. I will speak to those later, and the establishment of sectoral emissions targets, which are in the bill. Just this a little bit more detail on what is in the NDP. So the NDP outlines right at the outset 6 interlinked priorities, and the first of which includes an emphasis on equity. So we do have some textual suggestions. Again, of course, those are for your considerations, but we believe it would be useful in the definition section to add a definition of progression, and I've outlined what our thinking around that. Equity is already included. We think that is very good. We think that adding some reference to taking responsibility for loss and damage. So as I mentioned earlier, KwaZulu-Natal suffered damage and loss from floods, not just once, but twice. And there is a responsibility, we believe, on government to take to assist its citizens. Where that capacity to assist is exceeded, we can look for international support, but that doesn't mean South African government doesn't have responsibility to its citizens, particularly its poor and most vulnerable citizens. We believe the Section 3 should include the precautionary principle. We think that the language on equity could be further improved. And we also think that reduction of inequality is an important matter that could be addressed in 3D. Chair, the second issue that I would like to speak to is policy coordination with the NDC. I've already introduced the NDC. So these are both listed in the definitions, but in our reading of the bill, they are not operational, and we believe that they should be operational. So starting with a low emissions development strategy. So South Africa has also communicated a low emissions development strategy, again, to the UNFCCC. This is under Article 419 of the Paris Agreement. And that provides a long-term perspective on near-term mitigation. So the targets in the NDC are for 2025, the target ranges are for 2025 and 2030. The long-term perspective is that we need to be at net zero emissions by 2050. This has already been stated by President Ramaphosa in the State of the Nation address before, and our national utility, Eskom, was also committed to net zero. And very importantly, we need a just transition to net zero emissions by 2050, and we believe that this should be encoded in the Act to give it a clear legal basis. The institutional roles to implement the NDCs require an all-of-society approach. It's not just the Minister of Environment, but indeed pretty much all of Cabinet, indeed all of society. And so the Act must enable coordination across all government departments and enable reporting internationally. Here again, we have a textual suggestion in Section 7A. We have in our written submission, I won't go into the detail, but We've suggested some text to ensure that implementation of policies is consistent with the national greenhouse gas emissions trajectory and the applicable sectoral emissions targets or sets for each sector. We think it's very important to ensure compliance by companies with mandatory carbon budgets. I note that Busa will be speaking immediately afterwards, and we've heard some hesitation from Busa on the carbon tax. We really look forward to hearing what Mr. Kambule has to say about that. And we also believe that the minister must take steps if there is not compliance, so that we in fact respect the greenhouse gas trajectory and our international commitments under the Paris Agreement. And we then further suggest in section 16 to add some text so that the goals that are specified, they form part of the nationally determined contribution, so that this is what I mean by being not just defined, but actually operational. The third point of 4 that I will elaborate on is a national greenhouse gas emissions budget. So we propose, there is provided in the bill already a national greenhouse gas emissions trajectory. In analytical terms, and yes, I am an academic, that is just the area under the curve, but it's important legally, for legal reasons, that we actually define 5-year budgets with a firm one for the period we're already in, 2021 to 2025, and then 2 indicative ones. You can see the years there, and all of that being on track to net zero CO2 emissions by 2050. We believe that this, and a lot of our research shows this, these carbon budget approaches have been used in other countries, and it actually provides flexibility. It's by having a 5-year period, that is flexibility compared to targets for every single year. So if you're slightly above in one year, that's fine, as long as we're slightly below the budget in the next year, and it all adds up. It's also important, and we hear often from business and industry, the demand for clear policy signals. This would really send clear signals to the private sector, but not only them, also to all of society. This is an all of society challenge, and it's consistent with the science. This is easy to relate to the global carbon budget, which the IPCC report is very clear. We've spent most of the global carbon budget consistent with 1.5 degrees already, and a very little remains. The national greenhouse gas emission budget then would be a very important benchmark to allocating to sectors. How much must electricity, industry, transport, and other major emitting sectors do? And the sum of all company level carbon budgets within a sector have to remain within that sector. And so we suggest that a basis is provided in law for the minister to take steps to ensure compliance, as indicated on the previous slide. So again, we have some textual suggestions in section 21, adding the budget to the trajectory, requiring the minister to determine this national greenhouse gas emission budgets, ensuring that there are policies in place to remain within that budget, to review, and if we are exceeding a budget, then to take measures, additional mitigation measures, so that we come back into actually achieving that budget. Clearly, that will not, the Minister of Environment will not be able to do that through the department on their own. It really requires coordination with colleagues, that the mitigation targets and then current NDCs are achieved, and to show that progression that is an international commitment that South Africa has taken on. The fourth point, before just showing very briefly all the other points that we have raised in writing, is to fund mandates for climate action. Clearly, climate action, both mitigation and adaptation, require fiscal report and capacity in government. Our reading of the bill suggests that it lacks provision to fund those mandates. Certainly, South Africa should get international support and use the investment in the Just Energy Partnership. The investment plan has just been passed by Cabinet. That's very important for accelerated mitigation away from coal and to support social justice, but that's not a substitute for budget allocations and investments by South Africa's private sector. And so we believe budgetary allocations need to be made and reviewed in the bill, and have a process to actually review that. Not quite sure what timing would be appropriate, but we're sure that members would be familiar with that. So then very much related to that is mandatory annual reporting. Reliable data is an absolutely essential and fundamental basis for action. And so we believe that we make some suggestion that to make annual reporting, which is already provided for in the bill, but make it mandatory by the data providers, including companies, on their emissions under this act. There's also an important matter of how this framework legislation, which includes company level carbon budgets, aligns with the Carbon Tax Act. We think the alignment is very clear and has been discussed extensively. Essentially, those emissions above the budget are taxed. And then on impacts, we need a provision in this act. Also to be clear that the specificity of the information needs to be really detailed and granular. It's not just sufficient to support total greenhouse gas emissions, but they must be by facility and have a lot of technical granularity on which the department has already done extensive work, including methodologies, but that should be supported by a strong legal basis in the Act. So we have again textual suggestions, Chair. Yeah. Yes, Chair.
Ek my oortjies aan of gaan julle nou? That's fine. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I think I hear someone on the
Someone
microphone.
is unmuted.
Okay. I will just continue in the interests of time. In section 27, we think language can be improved for the minister to ensure mandatory annual reporting and to add sufficient detail. As I've mentioned, they're very important principles, the so-called TAC principles. Under the Paris Agreement, we should apply those domestically. Transparency, accuracy, completeness, comparability, and consistency are all important to ensure environmental integrity and avoid double counting. We've committed to this internationally and believe should apply that at home. So, Chair, those are quite a few details. There is further detail in our written submission. These points are also important, but I will just run through them quickly because of respecting the time of others. The institutional arrangements for international reporting and markets under the Paris Agreement, you can see details in the written submission. There's the link again. We believe we should establish a scientific body on climate change. Brazil, for example, has its own panel on climate change, much as there's an intergovernmental panel on climate change. We welcome that the PCC will established as a statutory body, but we believe there's some further functions that it may take on. We've already mentioned the just transitions to net zero CO2 emissions. We have further detail of that as well as how the responsibilities of our government to its citizens for loss and damage might be reflected. Details on the cross-sectoral governance and implementation. Very important matter, access to information. The data must be there, but also we, not just as researchers, but as citizens, want access to that information as a matter of course, and of course stakeholder consultation and advice. With that, let me just show one where I am also an author on the IPCC's sixth assessment report, and this is a statement from Working Group 3. The evidence is clear, the time for action is now. And with that, I thank you, Chair, and hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Am I audible? Are we back? Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Winkler. In terms of our agenda, am I audible?
Yes,
Audible.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much. I thought, well, I got cut at some point. And Ntanta, please plug the agenda again. You did extremely well, Professor Winkler, in terms of time. Thank you very much. As always, I know if we were to give you the whole day, I'm sure you take the whole day to. But for now, let's invite Busa, Mr. Kambule. The way our agenda is structured, we will take a number of presentations, and then honorable members will then be given an opportunity to ask from each of the presenters questions for clarity, concerns, etc., etc. Busa, is it business? Busa, what is Busa?
Yes, it's Business Unity South Africa, honorable member.
Yeah, I thought it's about buses. So I wanted to be clear if this is this is the one that I know. Mr. Kambule, welcome. Please take it on.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and I'll just be flighting the presentation just shortly. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can, Mr. Kambule. We can.
All right. Thank you very much. So, honorable members and colleagues from civil society, business, and academia, thank you for the opportunity to present Business Unity's a submission, or rather its presentation. We've also submitted quite extensive inputs into the actual bill, not only to the department, but also to you, Parliament, during the commenting period. And we hope that you have viewed our comments in the light in which we were communicating them. And largely it's to strengthen the bill itself. Organized business clearly believes that this act, or the bill, turning it into an act, is a priority, and we need it ASAP in order to not only provide that signal, but also to give that confidence and certainty on what it means to undertake climate action in South Africa. I think, honorable members, one of the key takeaways which I would like you to take away from this presentation is fundamentally the framework legislation needs to be procedural, and it doesn't have to have all the nitty-gritty in terms of the substantive content or the substantive considerations of what it means to do or to deal with climate change. So for an example, as the Professor Winkler has indicated, that there are many substantive issues that need to be covered, and those can be covered in either regulations or through the policy processes that the department has undergone. An example of this is that our mitigation contribution to the world, which is expressed in our formerly known as the peak plateau and decline trajectory, doesn't have to have all the quantified numbers or the quantification of the different target dates and the targets or volumes of greenhouse gas emission reductions in the bill. But what we do need is the process of developing that eventual outcome, which is our mitigation component or our mitigation contribution. We also view the climate change bill as not necessarily having to be linked to the United Nations Framework Convention process in name. So we don't have to specifically say that the Paris Agreement in the preamble, or we don't have to necessarily say the UNFCCC in the preamble or in any of the provisions, but we can make sure that procedurally, whatever we are undertaking domestically actually leads us in fulfilling our international obligations. The reason for this, honorable members, is that we are very attuned to the fact that sometimes, due to political will and also the dynamics that are happening around the world, sometimes certain protocols or certain processes within the protocols internationally tend to be weaker, and then sometimes they get to be stronger. The example of this is that the Paris Agreement was signed and assented to globally within 10 months, when everybody thought that it would take at least a period of 2 to 3 years in order to get to an outcome where you already have the rule book, people have signed and have ratified it. But that all happened within 10 months because there was so much political will that after the Paris Agreement was agreed to, you then had to start developing the rules which would necessitate or determine the level of compliance, the level of market participation in Article 6, and the various other issues around mitigation and adaptation. And in order for us to mitigate that, we would need to have the bill to be highly procedural and just allow us the process and the procedure in order to get the substantive outcomes and have the regulations deal with the substantive issues. Now, with that said, honorable members, I think just to give you an idea of who BUSA is, it is not about buses, but yes, there is a sector that covers transport. Yes, Chair?
Mr. Kambule?
Yes, Chair.
Just 1 minute. Your slides have not been moving. I'm not too sure if it's you who's moving them, but whoever is present, as you presenting, if it's not you, can I request that the slides
Yes,
go with your presentation?
Yes, they'll be moving, Chair.
No, they have not been moving. Only now.
Yeah, no, that was still the opening remarks, responding to some of the issues that were identified by the Prof and in your opening remarks. All right, fair.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, just to give you an indication of who BUSA is the apex organization, business organization in South Africa. We represent organized business in NADLAC and in a number of statutory bodies. And the main aim of BUSA is to ensure that in the design and in the rules and regulations, the policy framework in South Africa, that we strive to create an environment which actually is conducive for business in order to make sure that we have growth, we address the triple challenge, and ensure that there is an expansion of the economy. So, in an introduction to our point on the climate change bill, Chair, is that, as I indicated, we definitely need this bill, and we appreciate the opportunity to not only to orally present our points, but also that you've got quite a substantive set of inputs that we've sent in our written comments. It is clear, at least from our own participation, that we've been there from day one when there was the initial discussion document that was sent out by the department up to today, and we'll be there to engage with the department and Parliament moving forward on the need for comprehensive climate change legislation. We believe that the bill is a signal to the country, but to the world, around what we mean by climate action, and also that we take the situation seriously. We've already seen the impacts of climate change, not only with the floods, but also with the secondary impacts of slow onset climate events, as well as the enormous and frequent feeling, or rather impacts of cyclones such as Idai and Naledi, following each other and having us feel the impacts of climate change. We feel that the framework legislation is critical and should be supported by a suite of policies and measures which will move us to sustainably decarbonize and encourage stimulation and development of new sectors of the economy. One key component of climate action is that we don't remain in a single or a largely single sector economy, and we have to start to diversify our economy so that the sectors that are necessary for new growth are actually enhanced, and we can speak to those later on. We as business support net zero emissions by 2050, and you have to also appreciate that businesses are already making the shifts towards reducing their emissions, and consideration must be given to what must happen in the short term to realize net zero economy by 2050, which requires a resilient and sustainable economy. And one such requirement, obviously from a legislative perspective, is that you have Climate Change Act that lays the foundation of what we mean by climate change management in the country. So to set the scene, honorable members, is that climate change is a global phenomenon. We can't look at climate change solely as a South African problem. Yes, we've got localized impacts, we've got localized contributing factors that lead to the propagation of climate change, but we have to consider that in the midst of where we are and where we've been, South Africa has been gradually moving from number 9 to number 10 to number 11 in the global emissions profile. Our initial emissions are reducing, and from all accounts, from what we've seen from the national documents prepared by the department to the recent draft National Greenhouse Gas Inventory, that our emissions are within the PPD or are within our actual range of the mitigation component that we've put out to the world. But that's happening in the midst of an increasing rate of unemployment. That's happening in a situation where we are largely becoming deindustrialized, and that's happening in the context of having a weakened economy. So as the emissions are reducing, we are seeing all the other factors that would indicate that we've decoupled, or that we are actually doing well, or worse, they're actually getting worse. So the indicators are not looking good. So the economy is not performing well, but industry itself and business itself are not participating, at least in terms of the economy, well enough in order to show that as the emissions are decreasing, we are actually doing better. So there is something that needs to change, and we can't get to 2050 net zero with a weakened economy, because that not only has economic implications, it also has other implications which are social and political. We also feel that nationally, we must determine our pathway to contributing to climate action, and we must take our respective circumstances into account. And what South Africa currently needs is industrialization and sustainable business in order to have a resilient economy to reach those targets by 2030 and 2050, and obviously the long-term goal of 1.5 degrees by 2100. We therefore cannot knowingly, and I think this is something we would like to stress for all members in the House, is that we cannot make decisions that are going to deindustrialize South Africa in a bid to catch up with the already industrialized countries. We need to take a systemic, managed, and prudent approach in our transition, and we need to undertake those steps which are also identified by the Prof, for example, around adaptation and loss and damage, in a manner that's going to ensure that we're resilient and addressing our key vulnerabilities, which in most cases are seen through water and the lack of infrastructure that results in weakened service delivery. So in our understanding, through the framework legislation, there is momentum and there's a clear indication of urgency. But what is key is that we both have the instructive measures that are coming out of the bill and incentivizing tools or measures that will provide for encouraging further ambitious action. And those we can see either in regulations or in other forms of policy incentives. So our presentation covers 2 points, and they'll be quite short, which is regulatory certainty and the alignment between the carbon budget, which is a key component of the bill, and the carbon tax, which is an associated similar kind of instrument that tries to address the same objective, which is to reduce emissions in South Africa. So in our understanding, the regulatory certainty can be displayed in the nationally determined contributions. Business supports the ambition of South Africa's NDC to reduce our emissions from a range of 42 megatons to 350 megatons of CO2 equivalent by 2030. We believe we can achieve this stated level through significant technology, finance, and capacity building support, which considers South Africa's national circumstances, its development challenges, and targeted efforts for hard-to-abate sectors and SMEs. The reason for this particular viewpoint is that the hard-to-abate sectors are still the industrial base of South Africa. So they need support in order to get to a point where decarbonized sectors are already fledged and are already established in order for us to be able to use the necessary substitutions in order to continue industrialization. So business expects that the process of developing successive NDCs is enshrined in the framework legislations and is amended accordingly when appropriate in order to be in line with the international process of ratcheting up our NDCs as time goes on. The framework legislation and the national policy must recognize that industries with certain processes and conditions make abatement difficult and costly because there are no substitutes that are readily available in South Africa, not only from a technology standpoint of view, but also from a financial standpoint of view. These sectors are economically essential because they form part of our industrial base and have acknowledged the importance of addressing climate change through increased ambition and voluntary mitigation. And the point we're trying to bring across here is that many of the companies and many of the industries that have already undertaken mitigation actions have reached the ceiling in their mitigation actions with what is available. So what has already occurred is that when we've aligned with the carbon tax and we've taken up voluntary carbon budgets, we've already undertaken a certain amount of voluntary mitigation. Since the climate change bill is going to change that voluntary mitigation into obligatory mitigation, we have to then start to think about what we need to do to incentivize and to support those sectors that have already undertaken those mitigation options and are starting to see that there's a ceiling and don't have the required available substitutes. So for BUSA, the policy and regulatory certainty must be increased to enable much needed investment in the country, which will lead to better confidence and higher growth. When we move into the alignment of the carbon budget, as I've indicated, as to how it has happened in the past with the voluntary mitigation commitments that have been undertaken in order to get allowances under the carbon budget, we believe that both the budget and the carbon tax are intended to achieve the same objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And if not aligned or not adequately considered before implementation, and what we mean by this is that before we actually enact the bill, we need to ensure that alignment is done accurately and done appropriately. That if it's not done right, we will have dire financial implications for the South African economy, which will lead into a further deepening of a recession and exacerbate some of the impacts that we've already felt because of COVID-19, and obviously the associated lockdown responses, which have a dire impact on our ability to conduct business and just to be a resilient society. So BUSA remains disappointed that there still aren't changes in the alignment of the carbon budget and the carbon tax instruments. And most noteworthy is that the carbon tax must serve as, or well, rather, when the way it is currently presented to us, it's still presented together with the carbon tax and a carbon budget, but they're not aligned in the manner which makes rational sense, or rather is not rational. What we would want to reiterate is that the concern of placing a tax within emissions of the budget and emissions above the budget would constitute a double penalty. However, what we would want to have is that when we are finalizing the bill, an alignment which would make sense is one where when you have a carbon budget, you are actually imposed an additional, or rather a super tax, or you are imposed a higher tax rate above emissions that come outside or exceed the carbon budget. And what that means is that you would have essentially a mandatory carbon budget, which allows you to be able to fulfill your necessary performance or operational activities, your enterprise activities, your production of whatever you are producing as a sector. And then if you move above that without actually accessing any of the allowances, you then be liable for a higher tax. That makes sense in terms of how you can align the two. But we also understand that there is this incessant need to criminalize non-compliance with the carbon budgets, and we think that does not make sense in a situation where you have a global responsibility, and that we feel that there are already NEMA as well as other legislative components that give rise to criminal actions and criminal sanctions that make much more sense than to actually criminalize the actual act of emitting carbon dioxide in a situation that we find ourselves in, especially with the fact that we do not have the necessary technological and financial alternatives in order to make sure that we can mitigate the risk of actually emitting emissions. So for BUSA, the biggest risk in the bill, when we've read it, is that the implementation of the bill may lead to there being unintended consequences. And one of those is that the the bill may be used to disallow companies' rights that have already been granted under existing environmental authorizations. And this is where we come in and say we require that alignment to be done in such a way that we're not creating additional burdens and additional red tape, but we are creating a situation which gives regulatory and policy certainty. And that alignment would require us to actually go through a particular exercise. For example, if a company is forced through a carbon budget to implement, let's say, emission reductions from an existing operations with fixed technology factors, and those factors cannot be changed easily, this would mean that the company is penalized through a tax for operating its plant at full capacity, as well as then be curtailed to operate the plant at full capacity because of the carbon budget. And then you'd also have the situation of other licenses as well as permits that kind of give you the guardrails as well as the parameters in which you can operate. But without these two, the tax and the budget being aligned, you still be able to operate the plant at full capacity because of the permitting and the authorizations that you've already sought in order to be in compliance with the law. So we need to be very careful when we talk about this alignment, as well as what we mean by the sanctions that, that are associated with non-compliance of the carbon budgets. This for us results in a company not being able to perform the levels provided for existing environmental authorizations without severe penalties being incurred. And it is recommended that the solution is to provide a clause in the bill that states that the carbon budgets imposed in the climate change bill may not be retrospectively impact the rights granted to a company based on environmental authorizations. And this is my last slide, Chair. This is my last slide. I'm ending. I can see. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sure you are going to end. Eventually,
yes, no, I'm ending. This is the last slide, Chair. So I'm just excited to talk to you, Chair.
Oh, I know.
So, members of Parliament, it is imperative that South Africa enacts the climate change legislation and we believe that the process of developing NDCs is going to be enshrined in this legislation and amended when necessary. We believe that meaningful alignment of carbon budgets and the carbon tax must be concluded before the finalization of the bill, and non-compliance with carbon budgets should not give rise to criminal sanctions because these are inappropriate in the current circumstance. So we also have general recommendations that we believe that could help in the synergy of the carbon budgets and the carbon tax, which would look at the design. And we're looking at 3 points. One point, the first point is that appropriate and effective carbon price, taking into account national circumstances after a review of the baseline, national mitigation trajectory under the mitigation component of the NDC, and the potential mitigation that is available should give us an idea of what is appropriate. Successful mitigation of companies' emissions can be covered through a carbon budget, but should allow a company to claim a level of tax-free allowance of about 100% of tax liability through flexibility of mechanisms and offsets. To ensure the incentives for companies to continue innovating and looking at alternative options, the budget and the tax should allow companies to generate and sell offsets if they can find mitigation options below the fixed thresholds that have been set by the regulations that are set to come. With that said, thank you, Honorable Chairs, and thank you for the opportunities, members. Over.
It is a wonderful pleasure. Thank you very much, Mr. Kambule. I'm sure I'm charming you. So you went down on and on and on and on and on and on. Great presentation. Honorable members, I want to request, I got information that some of the presenters would like to be released after presentation. And in terms of our agenda, they might not be able to stay for the better part of the meeting. As such, I request that we take two presentations, that we take questions. So after every second presentation, we'll then take questions for concern, comments, and engagements. I got information that Professor Winkler would like to be released. I therefore invite honorable members. I know we have adopted the agenda, but it's Friday. There are those who are traveling. I'm sure Professor Winkler is also preparing to leave for Egypt, and all of you must still go and approve your visas, etc. But I want to invite honorable members to engage Professor Winkler and Mr. Kambule, both presentations from Business Unity South Africa and the University of Cape Town. Honorable members, I invite you to engage. By sign of hands, honorable members, I see the hand of Honorable Phillips. Is there any other hand? Okay, I'm sure honorable members did not know that we were going to make such a ruling, but it is in the interest of proper engagement and proper time management. But like I said, that it's very important that we release other presenters so that they don't really have to stay here. I'm sure Chilega is going to ensure that all the presentations are shared across the board. I see the hand of Honorable Phillips and the hand of Honorable Bryant. In that order, Honorable Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning to everyone. Please excuse me for not turning my camera on, but I'm traveling at the moment and the signal is shocking. Mr. Kambule, I'd just like to make a comment about your the slide where you mentioned companies who operate under current environmental authorization. That's actually become quite a loophole, especially in the mining industry. We have inactive mining companies that then reopen after 10 or 20 years, and then they want to invoke the same environmental authorization that was existing previously. So that does become a problem for the environment when that happens. So if you could just be cognizant of that in your presentation. Thank you.
Honorable Brian.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentations. I think there's definitely broad agreement within our committee, at least, of the urgent need to address the climate crisis. And thank you very much for the presentations and the insight provided by Professor Winkler and also from Busa. I've just got one or two questions, I think mainly directed at Professor Winkler and then also a couple later on for Busa. But Professor Winkler, in terms of your recommendations, and you have spoken specifically in your more detailed submission around the Presidential Climate Change Commission, that you recommend to review and enhance that role within legislation, and further enabling the Commission to negotiate with relevant stakeholders and developing long-term strategies going forward. Do you see a potential risk in the establishment of such a statutory commission, which is effectively only going to be accountable directly to the President? If perhaps we have a change in government at some stage to a political administration which perhaps does not see the same level of urgency when it comes to climate change, but is then vested with significant statutory authority, legislative authority. And why is it that you believe that those specific responsibilities cannot be carried out by current committees and public representatives, officials, etc.? Why is it so important to have this statutory committee? You appreciate I'm playing devil's advocate here, but I would like to kind of draw that out and understand more, because this is something that's come through in many of the presentations, including from the PCCC itself. And this idea of building consensus amongst stakeholders, which is one of the central recommendations that's being made to kind of augment the powers of the PCCC. How do you envisage that taking place? How will it differ to the current mandatory public participation processes that are set out? And if it is going to differ significantly and be downscaled, how will the PCCC go about identifying and cherry picking the stakeholders that they wish to deal with in such a way that doesn't exclude members of broader society who are normally engaged during the existing public participation processes? Just on to BUSA very briefly. I know at the beginning of the presentation, the comment was made, and again, it's a similar comment that we've heard from some other people that, it is urgent that we get this bill converted to an act and, get the framework out there, and then, the department will do the rest and other people will do the rest and fill in all the blanks. But I think it is very important for us to recognize the role that we are playing as public representatives at the moment in getting the framework right. Because, if we get things wrong here with the establishing document, it could have potential ramifications down the road. So I don't think we must downplay how important reviewing and having proper input in this process is during the bill phase. So you mentioned that BUSA believes that non-compliance with carbon budgets shouldn't give rise to any criminal sanctions. And then you further said that we don't have the technology to mitigate the risks from emissions. Surely that is the goal of the legislation, is to try and encourage industry to move towards that. And if one looks at the recent announcements around the 8.5 billion deal and the potential move towards greener technologies and retrofitting existing infrastructure, that's the whole point of the legislation, is to not force but incentivize industry to move in that direction. And you also suggested that NEMA legislation is suitable to deal with any criminal issues relating to emissions. Can you just explain how that would apply to carbon emissions, which is something that is very difficult to track? General members of the public don't normally go and complain about carbon emissions because it's hard for them to track their way. They might do so if it was, very bad odor coming from a building, or a smoke that was impacting people's lungs or something. Carbon dioxide is quite a tricky one. So what aspects of NEMA, what other criminal legislation would you suggest would be used for people or industries that are emitting high levels of carbon that don't currently exist, and why should it be treated differently to other environmental offences? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bryant. Honorable members, further takers on the two presentations? Okay. Before you respond, gentlemen, my questions would not necessarily be specific to each one of you. I prefer that we get responses from both of you. My concern is over and above the presentation that you're making to us as a committee. I think it is of prudent interest that we get an understanding of your own operations and any other role that you are involving communities or probably international or private organizations that you are engaging with on the effects of the climate change. What does the university do over and above lecturing students about climate change? to assist us in terms of reaching the NDCs, the net zero. Is there any other role that the university is playing in ensuring that our communities take climate change at the center of their preoccupation? The same goes for BUSA. But are we all relying on government for sustainability? We all know that climate change can only be theoretical. Its implementation needs far larger than we can imagine of a budget. Does each of these institutions, BUSA and the university, have a particular budget to try and assist in the mitigation, adaptation, etc., etc.? I think it would be of importance that I'm sure if we are to really reduce the effects of climate change, bringing all hands together will be able to do it. I'm just checking as generic from all the institutions. I'll give you Professor Winkler to start.
Thank you very much, Chair Honourable Mundisa. And let me start with your one and come back to ones by the Honourable Brian. So the role of the university, I mean, obviously we are an institution, and I'm speaking not on behalf of everyone at UCT, but we are an institution focused on knowledge creation, and that is our main core business, if you like. We do have a network, and I include this within the university, called the African Climate and Development Initiative. Through that, there are many of it brings together everyone, and we also train many of those who go into work in government, business, and civil society, across South Africa, and indeed in many other countries in Africa, and we think we make a contribution in that way. And also, I would say, we haven't touched on it, this is not the discussion today, but in relation to the very important public debate about our just transition and what that looks like in our country, we do what we call transdisciplinary research. So we produce knowledge together with communities. So, for example, some of my colleagues have just taken students on as part of their education into a trip in Mpumalanga. Not that the just transition is limited to Mpumalanga, but there's a particular focal point. So, and as I say, we do independent research. Honourable Brian, thank you for some very good questions, which also clearly show that you have looked at our submission, which is appreciated. On the functions of the PCC, you asked whether you see a potential risk. I mean, in short, I think it's an excellent question, and there are risks to any strategy. But I think the main thing I would repeat is that the reason why we think this is an appropriate body is because, as I mentioned, climate change requires an all of society, all of economy, and all of society approach. It is not just an environmental matter, as the chair said right in the beginning, but deeply an economic matter, a social matter, where poor suffer the most from the impacts. And so, but I still think that you raise very good questions in terms of accountability to the president. Presidents can change. I would say, what's the alternative, right? Accountability to ministers. Which one? And ministers also do change, and so I do think what we've seen in the Presidential Climate Commission, I think my recollection of the history is that this was actually a body that emerged by consensus out of a job summit in 2018 and was intended to be a statutory body. But really what it enables, by putting it at that level, it means that many ministers do attend, and there is debate amongst them, and many other commissioners are from civil society, from ESCOM, from labor unions, many others, and that also goes to, I think, how I've been doing this kind of research for the last over 20 years, and it has brought more dynamism into the debate as an institution thus far. Is it perfect? Of course it isn't, and I think your questions are very good to the way in which recommendations then go back through the president. I would assume that that would mean they would also, the implementation would happen through various ministers and the department, so there might be discussions in cabinet. But because we think it needs, we've been saying, and based on our research, this is a good thing to have something at the highest level. It gives it the political attention that it requires. But then the way in which coordination follows, I think, is very much a matter that certainly careful consideration should be given. Just one last point on this, Honourable Bryant, and do you think also that having the PCC having statutory powers of review, that this is a very powerful and helpful thing? And this came in my own thinking out of a visit actually to Australia. This was in 2013, then a Labour government, and they have a climate change authority which has such powers. And what that means is that it's different than if UCT produces a report or any other university produces a report. That's one thing. But if it's actually a statutory mandated review, that gives it a lot of weight. And this would be about the NDC targets, about some important policies, for example, around renewable energy. But it's still a review that leads to recommendations, right? So a commission should not and cannot, in my view, prescribe to government. It would make them, but it would make strong recommendations. And in an Australian context, for example, there was a very famous economist, Garnaut. There was a Garnaut review which was significantly ignored. And the Climate Change Authority says to Australia, look, by your own conditions that you set on going from a 5% below 25 to a 15 and 25%, you've made those conditions. It was ignored. When the Climate Change Authority in Australia says that, it's difficult. I mean, government has to engage with it seriously, but it is not prescribed to. So we think that is a powerful mechanism, and that's why we made that proposal. Hopefully that helps. Thank you for the question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Winkler. Mr. Kambule.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, with regards to the question by Honorable Phillips on mining companies, I think from my understanding is that that's not something that happens within the formal mining sector, but I will leave the actual response to my colleague from the Minerals Council, Stefina Madau, to unpack that, because that's really the area of focus. But from my understanding, it's not something that happens in the formal mining sector. So the questions that come from Honorable Bryant, I think you kind of not answered it, but you kind of got to the crux of the issue here, is that some sectors, not all of them, they have, as I indicated, they don't have the available technologies there. They want to do more. They can do more should those technologies be in South Africa or be readily available. Some of these technologies are only coming in later, and I say later, I mean in coming years, and that's because of just how they're designed and whether or not they can really meet the operational requirements that these industries need them to fulfill. And then the other is that if there isn't the necessary fiscal space in order to deploy those technologies, because they're quite expensive, we do not have them localized in South Africa. We don't have them manufactured here, nor do we have the IPs, which is still a big conversation within the international negotiations, is that we need to wait until the costs of those technologies actually reduce, and then they can be domesticated in South Africa. So that's the first part about the available technologies, whether or not we can do more. But it's not the entirety of the economy, as you understand. Of course, there are different sectors, and each of those sectors have different levels of mitigation potential. Some, as I've indicated, due to their voluntary actions, have reached the ceiling of what's available and require that necessary leeway in order to actually get to implement far more ambitious actions. And with respect to the question of sanction of around non-compliance of carbon tax exceedances, so our understanding is that you have, in any respect, you have certain duties that are born as a company as a result of you having the Companies Act, right? And you will have to live by those or oblige to those particular provisions regardless. And those can give rise to different sanctions, and some of those are criminal. And even within the NEMA, if you do not, let's say, produce a pollution prevention plan, you will have certain recourses that would be applied towards you, and then those should apply. So you don't create a new sanction just because of a particular SEMA of a specific Environmental Management Act. You actually let the overall framework be dictated by the different pieces of legislations that compile your framework in which you are participating in. And for us, in order to ensure that we still have an outcome, a compliance mechanism, we still have a thing, an incentive, or not even an incentive, but a remedy for non-compliance with the carbon budgets, we would then look at it as being a penalty of sorts for non-compliance with that mandatory carbon budget, and not necessarily to have an automatic sanctioning through criminal proceedings, because you've got different legislations that speak to that depending on fiduciary duties between operational efficiency, whether or not you are contaminating ambient air or your water resources, leaving specific land in a particular status. So there are specific legislations that can deal with specific areas. And because this is a global issue, and we've seen how an economic situation or an economic conditions give rise to backtracking of energy decisions or infrastructural decisions, it is important that you do not penalize companies that are trying to fulfill a mandate to provide not only, let's say, power, but to provide production of steel, cement, whatever it may be that is very important for the economy. Just because you want to deal with emissions, there are other ways you can deal with them in order not to jeopardize the clear and well-functioning of companies. So for us, as you've indicated, that it is a global issue. For us, there is other legislations that I've alluded to that can deal with the different aspects of whether or not you're complying and whether there's irregularities that are occurring. But the easiest way to deal with this and to ensure alignment with the tax and the budget and the overall carbon, or rather the whole mitigation system of climate change in South Africa, is that you put a penalty above the tax. Honorable Chair, what we are doing is we've already been working as business beyond what government has set out as industry. We have already worked with the NBI, the National Business Initiatives, to chart a way up to 2050 on the different pathways in order to ensure a just transition for different sectors. And we've already looked at different decisions that need to be taken by different milestone or years in order to lead us to a net zero world. We're already on the bus, Chair. We're not trying to stop the bus. We're just saying, let us go in the same direction and ensure that nobody falls out of this bus in order for us to move in the same direction and reach our destination. Thank you, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm sure you have other preoccupations for the day. It's a Friday. And of course, we would have loved to have you so that you get the views of other presenters. But it's my conviction that these documents will be shared across the board so that you get to understand what does BUSA think, what does the university think, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much once again. You may be released, Prof. I was briefed that you have another engagement to attend to. If Mr. Kambule is
much appreciated.
You're welcome, Prof. Goodbye. Now, if Mr. Kambule, you'd like to stay, you are also welcome. But if you also have other engagements, you are at liberty to discharge yourself. Ntlanhla, can we go to the next presenter? The Minerals Council of South Africa is Ms. S. Mudau. Ms. Mudau, welcome. And then section 27, please prepare yourself immediately after Ms. Mudau. I don't have to come in. Once she says thank you, you take it. Ms. Mudau, welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to Honorable Chair, honorable members, and also colleagues on the call. I'm going to ask my colleague to flight the presentation. Please put it on a presentation mode. Thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members, for the opportunity for me to present on behalf of the Minerals Council South Africa. On the call with me, I've got a couple of colleagues that will also participate in the discussion session. I've got Ms. Ashla Brown, who is the head of legal, and Mkolisi, who is the deputy head of legal department, as well as Reginald Mabalane, who is the senior analyst in the environment department. Next slide, please. In terms of the outline of the presentation, firstly, I will share with you who the Minerals Council is, then give you a snapshot of the contribution of mining to the economy as per the 2021 statistics, then move on to share with you what our position is in as far as climate change is concerned, and also give you a snapshot of some of the activities we are doing in response to climate change, then zoom into the Minerals Council comments on the bill, which are pretty much aligned with what BUSA presented, as we are also part of BUSA membership. Then lastly, make some concluding remarks. In terms of who we are, the Minerals Council is a voluntary membership, private sector mining employer organization that was founded in 1889 as an association of the mining finance companies and also the mines that mines various commodities. Those that might know, we are the former Chamber of Mines. We've just rebranded in 2018 to become Minerals Council. The Minerals Council exists as the principal advocate of major policy positions that are endorsed by mining industry employers. And we also represent these policy positions to various organs of South Africa's national and provincial government, and also to any other relevant policy making and opinion forming entities, both in South Africa and also internationally. We work very closely with various organizations such as BUSA in formulating, policy positions where appropriate. And just to indicate that the Minerals Council membership represents 90% of mineral production in the Republic, and the members also employ about 90% of the employees that are employed in the mining sector. Then coming to just some brief highlight on the contribution of mining to the economy. This is based on the 2021 statistics. We've contributed 133 billion in taxes, which comprises of 78 billion in corporate taxes and 28 billion in royalties, as well as 27 billion in pay-as-you-earn. We've also contributed about 8.7% to the economic growth in 2021. We've directly contributed 481 billion to the GDP in 2021. That's just the snapshot of the contribution to the economy. Then moving on to the Minerals Council position on climate change. First of all, we acknowledge the fact that climate change is a global challenge that has got long-term implication for life and infrastructure on Earth. Hence, our support to long-term goals and also actions that are set through the Paris Agreement, Glasgow Climate Pact under the UNFCCC, which are meant to significantly reduce the risk and the impacts of climate change. As a response, we've also quite contributed significantly through the implementation of various policies, instruments, and measures such as the goal to net zero as enshrined in the nationally determined contributions, some of the policy elements that are in the proposed climate change bill, especially those were enforced through the climate change response white paper and various policy instruments that were regulating the climate change issues in the absence of the climate change legislation. We've also started implementing the carbon tax and some of the elements that are enshrined in the Just Energy Transition Framework. We seriously acknowledge the fact that for us to remain competitive globally, and also for us to remain the key socio-economic contributor, we need to value decarbonization activities and respond accordingly to shifting value pools, and most importantly, adapt to the climate change impacts, whilst also ensuring that whatever activities that we are doing are done in a just transition manner. Also, just to indicate that we have been part and parcel of the business constituency that was organized through WUSA that negotiated on behalf of business on the bill through the NETLEC process. Just to quickly share with you some of the activities that are currently underway or that we've accomplished as the mining industry in response to climate change. Firstly, to highlight the fact that we've made significant progress and effort in order to decarbonize the mining industry through various activities such as the implementation of the greenhouse gases mitigation measures, energy efficiency programs, some of the self-generation renewable energy projects that are currently underway, as well as the concerted effort to do fuel switching. In terms of the renewable energy projects, we already have about 5.7 gigawatts as installed capacity that would encompass both wind, solar, and so on and so on. And as the Minerals Council, in order for us to provide thought leadership and support to our members, our board has recently adopted a climate change position statement, which outlines commitments, mandatory commitments for our member companies. And some of the commitments are reflected on the slides, which is basically our members are compelled to develop the climate change response that reduces greenhouse gases emissions to achieve net zero by 2050 or earlier. They are also compelled to implement mitigation and adaptation mechanisms into their operations. Thirdly, they are also encouraged to collaborate with partners to reduce Scope 3 emissions. There's also an expectation for them to improve transparency of public reporting and disclosure of emissions, and most importantly, a fair contribution to the just energy transition. And again, in terms of the implementation of the Minerals Council Climate Change Position Statement, we've also gone a step further by developing a guideline that will assist our members in developing their own climate change response strategies and plans. Then coming to the specific comments on the actual bill, I think here I need to mention the fact that we are pretty much aligned with BUSA position. And in terms of the first issue that I want to raise, we are equally concerned with the multiple unaligned mitigation system through the carbon budget and the carbon tax. I think my colleague Happy was very clear and precise in terms of outlining what the concerns are. And just to maybe summarize again, the concern is around the unaligned carbon budget, which is implemented by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, together with the carbon tax system that is implemented by National Treasury, both systems having the same objective, which is to drive the reduction of the GHG emissions to the atmosphere. And we view these two systems as intricately linked, and the notion around the imposition of the tax on emissions below the budget and also a higher tax on emissions above the budget is quite concerning. And we are also worried or concerned about the possible introduction of penalties and offenses clauses in the bill around the exceedance of the carbon budget, at the same time with the imposition of a higher tax on emissions above the budget. And I think the concern there is that the rate at which that higher tax is going to be, it's not known. And we see that as a penalty, having another penalty in terms of the climate change bill, we then view that as a double penalty, which will then be resultant of the double jeopardy risk. In terms of, in order for the two systems to be aligned, we recommend the development of the carbon pricing mechanisms, which takes into consideration the following principles. Firstly, the national circumstances, the national mitigation trajectory under the mitigation component of the NDC, the mitigation potential of companies, as well as the current state of technology. We also request or recommend that the development of the pricing mechanism also take into consideration the mitigation potential of companies' circumstance, and also that we shouldn't have a tax that is being imposed for emissions that are below the budget, and just a reasonable fraction of the carbon emissions exceeding the carbon budget should be taxed at a reasonable rate as a penalty for exceeding the budget. And thirdly, we recommend that the mitigation actions resulting in meeting the carbon budget should be eligible for a claim of tax-free allowance of up to 100% of the tax liability through flexibility mechanisms and offsets. We also recommend that the budget and the tax design should allow companies to generate and sell offsets if they can find the mitigation below the fixed threshold set. And lastly, the carbon budget should inform and review performance of the national trajectory, while it also provides an incentive for companies to continue to innovate in alternative mitigation options. The second issue on the bill pertains to clarity that we require in terms of the stating explicitly as to what the carbon budgets are limited to in terms of its applicability. We recognize that Section 24 of the bill does indicate that a carbon budget will be allocated to a person that conducts an activity in terms of Section 23(2), which in our view suggests that this may only be Scope 1 emissions, but however, this is not clear enough. Hence, we recommend that the Section 24 of the bill be amended to explicitly state whether the carbon budget will be limited to Scope 1 emissions or not. Then the third issue pertains to the potential constraints that carbon budget might have over existing authorization. My colleague Happy touched on this, but I would like to expand it further to give an example from a mining context. And as I've indicated, we are of the view that the implementation of the carbon budget system does not take into consideration the operational capacity authorized through existing environmental rights and the mineral rights. And as we contextualize this particular issue, we realize that it was not intended. I think it's an unintended consequence of the bill. We foresee that compliance with the emissions threshold as authorized through the carbon budget as contemplated in the bill has got the potential to override or to curtail authorizations and operational capacity granted in terms of other legislation, such as the mining rights issued in terms of the MPRDA. In order for one to be eligible to mine, you are issued a mining right wherein there's also a mine works program that has been approved, which sort of outline the pace at which you're supposed to produce or to mine your minerals. And if there is a particular cap in terms of the carbon budget, which would necessitate that the pace or the progress of mining be curtailed, we foresee the unintended consequence of the carbon budget, not allowing a mine to operate or to mine optimally in accordance to what has been approved in terms of the production targets that have been outlined in the mine works program. And I think the same principle will apply to the environmental authorization issued in terms of NEMA, and also some of the authorizations issued in terms of CIMA, as highlighted by Happy from BUSA. And our recommendation here is that there is a need for careful consideration to ensure that the existing rights in terms of the authorizations that have existed before the carbon budget was allocated are not curtailed in a manner that may not have been intended through this act or may be otherwise considered unlawful. And we recommend that any curtailment of existing rights in terms of the existing authorizations will need to be expressly specified in Section 4 of the bill, especially for those activities that were authorized before the mandatory carbon budget system, which will be enabled through the climate change bill. The fourth issue to bring to your attention, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is the inadequate reference of the just transition in the development of the sector emission targets and also the carbon budgets. And here the recommendation from the Minerals Council is that we believe that it is critical that there be a just, an inclusion of the just transition principles for consideration when the sectoral emission targets are set, as well as in the determination of the carbon budgets. That recommendation, in order for it to be implemented, we propose amendment to Section 22 and 24 of the bill to require the minister to consider progress in the implementation of the just transition when determining emissions targets and also when allocating the carbon budgets. The fifth issue to bring to your attention, Chair and members, is the penalties for exceeding the carbon budget. And I think again here, the presentation from BUSA was very precise in outlining what the issue is. And maybe just to also highlight it briefly, we are concerned with the penalties that are included in the bill to enforce the carbon budget, which is coupled by the proposed or envisaged penalties in a form of a higher tax. We are concerned of the severe economic consequences that this will bring for the mining industry. As a result, we recommend that the regulations to be promulgated in terms of Section 27.2 and 27.3 of the bill are drafted with specific consideration of the economic consequences that enforcement penalties may yield. And in this regard, any penalties included in the bill or its regulation should instead be geared towards encouraging and also deterrence of and emissions reductions rather than to inflict punishment. The last issue to raise pertains to the commencement date of the bill under Section 35 of the bill. Here we're just proposing that the bill should come into force when the required regulations as stipulated in the empowering provisions of the bill around regulations, when all those regulations are in place, and also there is proper alignment between the carbon tax and the bill in order to ensure that the aligned mitigation system that we foresee in the bill is realized accordingly. And in conclusion, Chair, just to again thank you and the entire committee for the opportunity to participate in providing the Minerals Council comments on the bill. And lastly, to reaffirm our commitment to continue to support the development of the bill as a framework for climate change legislation in South Africa, as well as the development and the implementation of other suite of policies, measures, programs to sustainably decarbonize and encourage stimulation and development of new growth sectors for the economy in a just manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not a very good example. A very detailed presentation, not a very good example of time. The next presenter. Thank you, Ms. Mudau.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Dumela. Good morning, honorable members. I am just trying to share my screen on my side to load up our presentation.
Not very good with technology, Mateo.
Not a problem, Chair. I'll have you know I'm also the same.
Yeah.
I think the host needs to allow me to share my screen, Chair.
Ms. Madubela, can you assist? Santa?
I gave him the sharing rights. Who's flashing the slides, Khaleesi? Is it Matsidiso or yourself?
It's Mateo, it's myself.
Matome?
Mateo.
Muteo.
This is Soto. This is Soto.
This is Zwana.
Sorry. Muteo, okay. Okay, done.
Lovely, thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. As I've already stated, my name is Moteo Brody, and I am a legal research and advocacy officer at Section 27. I am also joined by my colleague, Tsidi Lengwasa, who is a budget researcher at Section 27. Chair, let me begin by thanking the Portfolio Committee for the opportunity to appear before you and make submissions on the climate change bill. While we have concerns on the bill as it currently stands, we join other civil society organizations in welcoming the efforts to pass this much needed climate bill, which will coordinate South Africa's response to the climate crisis into law. Chair, with that said, and having regard to Honorable Dave Bryant's response to my colleague from I think, BUSA earlier, we appreciate that the lawmaking process is not a quick one, and that it requires a wide range of consultations and inputs and thorough consideration. However, we would like to urge the committee to act with urgency in passing the bill into law. We know that the impacts of the climate crisis are already with us and will only worsen with time. And it is thus critical that we have this Climate Change Act as soon as possible. Chairperson and honorable members, before I get into the substance of our presentation, let me first introduce Section 27. So Section 27 is a public interest law organization that works to advance the rights to basic education and access to healthcare services. Now, the tools that we use in advancing these rights are the law, advocacy, legal literacy, and community mobilization. And some of the more well-known cases that we have taken on as Section 27 include the Treatment Action Campaign case, which was essentially where we as Section 27, or rather the AIDS Law Project, which is what Section 27 was prior to 2010, represented the Treatment Action Campaign in taking the government of South Africa to court over its failure to provide pregnant HIV-positive women with drugs that could prevent HIV transmission. Another case that we have worked on is the textbooks case in Limpopo. This was back in 2014 when there was a textbooks crisis in the province, and we represented an organization called Basic Education for All against the DBE, Department of Basic Education, and the Limpopo Department of Education for their failure to deliver textbooks to learners. Another one is the Life Esidimeni disaster, where we represent the families of 144 where we represent the families of 144 mental health care users who died under horrifying circumstances in various NGOs across Gauteng, and we represent the families in attaining justice and accountability for their loved ones' deaths. The last case that sort of is well known that we have taken on is the Komape case, which is where we represent the family of a 5-year-old learner who fell into a pit toilet whilst at school. This is an ongoing case that we're working on to ensure the eradication of unlawful and undignified pit toilets in Limpopo schools. Chairperson, noting your strictness on time, we are making very pointed submissions, and hopefully we will not exhaust the time that has been allocated to us this morning. But honorable members, as you would be aware, we have also submitted extensive written submissions on this bill. But to just paint the scene, our point of departure in engaging with climate change as an organization is the realization that constitutionally guaranteed socioeconomic rights will never be fully realized if we do not prepare and if we do not prepare for and address the climate crisis. And as such, our submissions really speak to the human rights impact of the climate crisis and the state's corresponding constitutional duties and obligations. So these obligations that we have, these submissions that we have submitted have received quite a number of endorsements from other civil society organizations, including Equal Education, the Treatment Action Campaign, and the Center for Environmental Rights. So yeah, our submissions are quite extensive, and we implore the committee to have regard for the full set of submissions. However, the submissions, the aspects of our submissions that we address you on this morning are three. The first of which is the inclusion of the Department of Basic Education amongst the national departments that are required to formulate an adaptation strategy and plan. Those departments are listed in Schedule 2 of the bill. The second point that we address you on is ensuring that the Climate Change Act is gender responsive. And then the last one that we'll be addressing you on is financing climate action and the necessity of a climate funding framework. Honorable members, I will be speaking to the first aspect of our comments, and my colleague Tsidi will speak to the remaining two. So with regards to the inclusion of basic education in Schedule 2, the importance of basic education can't be understated. The importance of basic education to human and societal development in the context of the continuing inequality in the education system has been aptly captured by Justice Pearson Gambinde in the judgment in the governing body of the Juma Masjid Primary School versus SA. And these are the remarks that she makes, where she speaks to the significance of education in light of our history and the prevailing inequalities that continue today. But as can be deduced from this passage, the education sector, particularly basic education, is one of the most crucial sectors in any country, with the potential of transforming and equalizing our society. However, our education system is riddled with legacy issues such as addressing the school infrastructure backlog in African schools that were under-resourced during apartheid and which continue to exist in suboptimal conditions. It is precisely these issues that make the right to education even more vulnerable to the threats of climate change. It must also be noted, honorable members, that basic education, as contained in section 29(1)(a) of the Constitution, is immediately realizable as confirmed by the Constitutional Court in the Juma Masjid case. Honorable members, the floods which devastated KwaZulu-Natal in April of this year, I believe, are a good case in point for the vulnerabilities of basic education to climate change and its related extreme weather events. A report that Section 27 received from the Auditor General demonstrates the full extent of the damage to school infrastructure caused by the April floods. I think, as you can see here, this is what I'm sharing here is from the report that we received from the AG, and we can see that a grand total of 630 schools were damaged from the April floods, with Umlazi, Ugu, and Pinetown being amongst the worst affected districts in the province. So yeah, a total of 630 schools were affected, with 124 suffering extensive damage. And the total cost for repairs is over 296 million rands, which will be sourced from school norms and standards and other funds which weren't intended for this purpose, but now will have to be reprioritized. Honorable members, while we do not have a full understanding of the impact of the disruptions caused by the floods to basic education in KwaZulu-Natal, it is safe to assume, given these numbers, that it was at the very least quite substantial. Moreover, a 2019 report from UNICEF that was published informs us that there are many threats to the education system. So this report was on regions in Asia, but the report there, the conditions in those countries are very similar to our conditions in South Africa, particularly the basic education system. And this report reveals that many of the threats to the education system in these regions are similar to the threats faced by the South African education system. So the report explains that there are imminent dangers to all stakeholders in the education system, and that these dangers threaten to collapse the system. The report also highlights that throughout the world, the education sector plays a very minimum role in climate change discussions. However, it is crucial that it is involved in the conversation. Now, in order for the sector to participate in these discussions, it is critical that education stakeholders strengthen their capacity in understanding and addressing climate change, and that they proactively participate in relevant climate change policymaking and financing processes. If we intend for the constitutionally guaranteed right to education to remain realizable, we need to climate-proof the education system. And climate-proofing the education system requires urgent interventions, such as ensuring that education infrastructure is resilient to extreme weather events, and developing methods and strategies for the continuation of teaching and learning during extreme and after extreme weather events, and ensuring that sufficient places for learners in schools are there based on migration patterns. Honorable members, given the dangers and impacts of climate change to the basic education system, we are concerned about the exclusion of the basic education sector from the list of sectors required to formulate an adaptation strategy and plan. Given the impacts that we have already begun to see, it is evident that there is an urgent need for the Department of Basic Education to be involved in the preparing to adapt to climate change. And so we thus recommend that basic education is included in Schedule 2 of the Climate Change Bill. I will now hand over to Tsidi, my colleague Tsidi, for the remainder of the presentation. Thank you, honorable members.
Can I just also change
Mute.
please?
Yeah.
And the laptop.
Okay.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Thank you so much, Matteo. Yeah, as my colleague Matteo mentioned, my name is Tsidi and I'm a budget researcher at Section 27. Before getting into the gender responsive aspects of this, I'd like to also acknowledge the medium-term budget speech that occurred on Wednesday this week, where the education sector received 117 million rand, or is allocated 117 million rand in response to in response to the flood damages in KZN and the Eastern Cape. However, the MTBPS does not acknowledge the healthcare facilities that were damaged and does not allocate funding in that way. And I think this illustrates the point that we are making at Section 27, that the climate change bill has the power, this legislation has the power to uphold the constitutional rights, of for all in South Africa, and without a robust climate change response in this bill, the policy will fall short in implementing this in a manner that prioritizes human rights. So moving on to gender responsive climate change response. So Section 27 advocates for a climate change bill, a climate change act that is gender responsive and acknowledges the disproportionate impact of the climate change, of the climate crisis to women in this country. So while the effects of climate change are felt for by all in South Africa, these impacts disproportionate based on gender. So for example, in the agricultural labor force, the overwhelming majority of this labor force is comprised of women. And so with extreme weather events like droughts and floods that cause failed harvest, this threatens women's ability to feed and provide for their families. In addition to that, there's an increased occurrence of miscarriages and stillbirths as temperatures rise. And so climate change has quite an impact on an impact that varies according to many factors, and like other social crises, particularly on gender. Unfortunately, government has had quite a siloed approach to crisis management, which often results in blind spots to gender issues. And then in future, we realize that gender inequality has been exacerbated and we rectify it. And so we propose as Section 27 that this climate change bill and act could be an opportunity to proactively address the entrenchment of gender inequality resulting, and we could have an intersectional approach to this so that we can prevent women from being trapped in an inescapable cycle of poverty as we navigate this crisis. Can I get the next slide, please? Okay. Thank you. So as Section 27, we recommend that the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities be included in Schedule 2 of the bill. And we also recommend the inclusion of gender mainstreaming, gender responsive budgeting in the definition of the bill. So from a climate change perspective, earlier this year, President Cyril Ramaphosa announced at the G7 summit that South Africa will be inculcating gender-responsive budgeting and policy making. Unfortunately, neither the medium-term budget speech, policy speech, has reflected this, and we also call on the Climate Change Act to reflect this promise that was made by the President. Can I hit the next slide? Thank you. Moving on, we'd like to speak on the financing of the climate action. And as I've alluded earlier to the MTBPS and some of the shortcomings in addressing the climate and in responding to climate crisis in a human that centers human rights, the failure to include this climate funding or financing framework in this bill is a major oversight and can result in implementation of policy formulation and policy implementation that does not address the full impact of on socioeconomic rights, which can reinforce inequality and not address the social vulnerabilities, especially for those in the most marginalized communities. So National Treasury itself has recognized that there is, the impacts of climate change and the risks are made worse or more pronounced because of a lack of financial resilience. And so it is important for a climate change bill and an act that's leading our response to the climate change, to the climate crisis, be acknowledge this and respond to this and reallocate finances in a way that has a positive impact and that centers human rights in its approach. Can I get the next slide? So Section 27, Section 27, we do welcome fundraising and capital allocation towards to respond to this climate crisis and to adapt to the impacts of this climate crisis. But we would like to stress that this funding be done in a way that is gender responsive and in a manner that centers human rights, particularly those in more marginalized communities, and specifically as Section 27 sectors like health and education, specifically health and education, not either or, as the MTBPS has reflected. And we recommend the inclusion of this climate funding framework in the bill to enable government to implement policies and strategies that effectively respond and mitigate to this crisis. Thank you. Next. So our recommendations overall is to firstly to include the Department of Basic Education in Schedule 2 and amend the Schedule 2 to include the Department of Basic Education so that the bill can recognize the threat that climate change poses to the right to or the access to the right to basic education. We also recommend that the climate change bill become gender responsive in its manner and acknowledge the implications of the crisis on in terms of gender through a gendered lens. Through this, we recommend that the Schedule 2 include the Department of Women, Youth and Children and people with disabilities. Lastly, we recommend that a climate funding framework be included of some sort to ensure that the financial resources towards that are geared towards responding to the climate crisis are allocated in a manner that centers human rights, particularly to departments like the Department of Basic Education and Health, to ensure that these departments are equipped to respond, to adapt to the risks and impacts of the climate crisis, to build climate resilient schools and build climate resilient health care facilities. So yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. It is my pleasure to invite you to engage the presentations. As agreed, after every 2 presentations, we'll take questions and clarity-seeking questions, concerns on the presentation. Show of hands. Does it go without saying that the presentations are much clearer? Honorable Bryant, Honorable Mbata, in that order.
Thanks, Chair. Your signal's a little bit scratchy. Just I think that might be why you're missing one or two things. Thanks again for the presentations.
Okay.
I've got.
Okay. Honorable Brian.
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Hear me now?
Yes, Chair. It's a little bit better.
Okay. I'm sorry, Honorable Brian. I've just been hit by load shedding. Then after it will be Honorable Mbata, it will be Honorable Weber and Honorable Phillips. I'm sorry, Honorable Brian, proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, so Chairperson, my questions are going to be mainly around the second presentation, and some interesting points raised. I've noted the endorsement that you received from the TACEE and the CER. I know you guys do share sort of donors and funders in that. I just want to find out, did you do any collaboration on your work and research with those partner organizations in the run-up to your submission? And then just in terms of the just transition specifically, I thought I was going to see a little bit more around mitigating the potential social impacts of the transition away from coal in some of our so-called coal towns across the country. Have you done any research into the potential impacts of job losses, etc., and the impact on the education system and other aspects of social stability within those towns? And then what would an adaptation plan for basic education look like? You've suggested that it's important to include one. What would need to be included in that wouldn't or couldn't be included in other adaptation plans? I assume it would relate mainly to adaptation, obviously. So more food gardens in schools, or would you actually be pushing a little bit more towards the mitigation side and saying, you know, let's make solar PV mandatory on rooftops of schools? I'm interested to see what some of those suggestions are. And then just in terms of the second half of the presentation, what sections of the bill in particular, are there sections of the bill in particular where you would suggest applying gender mainstreaming? I'm just trying to work out exactly where that would take place and how that would be applied. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, presenters, for the presentation. Mine, I've got only a few questions. When I'm listening to your presentation, and it's by Brody, I realized that there is a role of the EIA on infrastructure. Because if you look at the issue of KZN, on disaster that we had in KZN and other areas, and most of the issue or most of the main concern was that the EIA was either not done or was conducted by not qualified EIA practitioners. So I see here there's a very special role of the EIA in infrastructure, because once the infrastructure is built in an area that or land that hasn't been undergone the EIA processes, then there's a high possibility that during climate change and disasters, that those areas are the ones to be affected, and it hinders. It has a negative impact on the community, especially the vulnerable one or the previously disadvantaged one. My question would be, how do you see that as part of the solution to especially those infrastructures that were affected during the disaster in the KZN and so in other areas. The other one also, whilst we are on the part of the infrastructure during disasters, is the issue of maintenance plan on those infrastructures that have been constructed. Because once there's no maintenance plan in place, then we have a problem that when there's a disaster, then we have a serious problem that those infrastructures are being damaged. Specifically in other areas, we find that that is the roads, maybe the other ones like the toilets, and also the other ones might be the houses that are just, they will find that the houses move from this land to another land due to that issue. Then the other one, the third one, I feel very disappointed that at this time, it's now 2022, we are still talking of pit latrines in rural schools. I remember when I was still in Limpopo, the era of 1997 up to 1997 up to when I came here to Gauteng. There was Mvula Trust who was working with the, of which they were consultants. They were working with the Department of Water Affairs to build proper pit latrines for the rural area, for the rural schools and rural community, in order for them to have a proper pit latrines. But I'm still surprised that up to this far, that issue has not been eliminated, specifically by the Department of Basic Education. And it's very disturbing that there are kids that are still using the pit latrine toilets, yet they are modernized, ventilated latrines now in the rural areas. Maybe we should look at how come is the Department of Basic Education not improving all the schools, or is it because of the budget or whatsoever? And then it goes against to say if they have an impact on the climate change, there's the issue that them as the department must have to do something to correct that, or they get a penalty from the Green Scorpion. It was just my small one, because I've realized that this the issue of the EIA on infrastructure. When recently there was a conference, and there were lots of issues that were raised, basically in KZN and in other areas where it was because of the EIA and the infrastructure not being implemented correctly or conducted correctly, which ended up during the disasters in those provinces, where we ended up having huge disasters, and it has an impact on climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Honorable
Good morning, Chair. My apologies for coming in late. Chair, also my apologies for not switching on my camera. I fully agree with both my colleagues that spoke before. I think just transition is, to me, still something that we have not really walked through. But is, if we want to bring it in, I want to just start on a different level there. The reality of climate change and why we have to do the climate change bill, and why we struggle with companies and people and corporates not to understand climate change, and our communities, all of our community, our whole country not not basically considering climate change is, I think, a matter that basic education can take up, and that it's not only an awareness campaign. I mean, we always talk about awareness, but awareness don't really reach the whole of South Africa. Is to have, it's just on the other side, is to have climate change and the way and the processes from our young children, from the start of school right through, the understanding of climate change, how it works, the different spheres of it, how every company and every sphere of government and business can actually contribute to assist to stop climate change. And when you speak to your normal people on the ground, they actually do not know any of these things. I know a couple of people that still do not believe in climate change. So I do think from a different perspective is that our schools, that's to me the best way we can bring this into the curriculum fully for them to understand. So when they're grown up and do their businesses, they actually understand what the destruction of the climate can do to our country. Thank you very much. Hello, did I miss something? Are we still on?
I can still hear you.
I can hear you too.
I'm also finished. Thank you. I think it's you.
Okay, in the absence of chair, I'm just going to go ahead. I'd like to thank
for him, proceed, Honorable Phillips. Good afternoon.
Thank you very
Outstanding for him.
Hi.
Thank you. Proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair. Welcome back. Thank you very much. I just have some questions and some comments for the Minerals Council. I'd like to thank you for all the self-generating projects and all the other positive steps being taken to meet the carbon emission standard and to address climate change. I'd like to play devil's advocate here, and I'd just like to say I'm not against mining in any way. I'm against irresponsible mining. So I just want to know, isn't the mining sector relying on being a high interest, high influence player just to keep kicking the goalposts down the road? You know, many of the furnaces that are operating now, which are huge emission problems, were built in the 1970s and 80s. And there is a lot of new innovation and technology that could be embraced to actually mitigate that. You know, a lot of the activities that were authorized 20 or 30 years ago haven't taken into consideration the expansion of residential areas and also business areas and the impact that they currently have on people right at this moment. So how is that going to be taken into consideration if you want to rely on existing environmental authorizations? I think that we can all agree that the recent slums or tailings dam failure was a perfect example of that, of relying on previous environmental authorizations and what the consequences were. What I would just also like to comment on just before I leave is that it's pretty pointless providing jobs for people if we're actually killing them in the process. So we can't just say we've got to do this for the economy and for jobs. We've got to weigh that up against the well-being of not only people, but animals and our environment as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Phillips. It is my singular honor and privilege to become the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Faith Matambi. Very fortunate that she's under my stewardship now. She has raised her hand. How does it feel to raise a hand? Honorable Mutambi, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. You'll pardon my bandwidth. It sometimes is very good to be late. It's nice. Yeah, then we can participate like others. I want to comment on the issues raised by Section 27. In particular, wherein they are referring to the issue of cooperative governance, wherein the submission is advocating for the improved cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations through the establishment of a governance and accountability structure. But I wanted to get their feeling because, you know, there is this so-called district development model in line with the cooperative governance framework, the IGR framework in terms of the acts, to say when they are making this submission, I know it's for improved cooperative governance, but through the experience as a civil society organization, I just want to have the feel from them whether this current framework it is the district development model, the AGR framework act is not working, because I should think then is it a matter of it not working, and then maybe to understand the rationale behind making that submission that we need to have improved cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations, knowing that there's legislation to that effect when it comes to intergovernmental relations. And then of late, there's a new concept that Cabinet has then just introduced that is called district development model. Don't they think that all these issues can be addressed that, and then their general assessment, because they've seen this thing. We know that government time and again come with new concepts. We just want to then understand that. And then my issues on the Mineral Council, I'll raise them as a follow-up once they've responded to the issues that is raised by Honorable Phillips. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutambi. I hope you rode well. Welcome to our meeting. We're just waiting for Honorable Paulsen. We also know that he is writing exams. We believe that very soon he will also join us. I know that most of the members of this committee are doing well academically. I will invite the respondents, the same order that you presented, the first one and then the second one, and then we'll take follow-ups.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity to respond to very, very critical questions that were raised by honorable members. I've listened carefully to the interventions that have been made by the committee members, and I noticed that the questions that directly relate to the Minerals Council issues were the questions from Honorable Phillips, and also supported by the question from Honorable Mutambi. So moving straight into responding to the issues that were raised, perhaps what I should just indicate before I dive in specifically into the questions, just to state categorically that as the Minerals Council, we are pro-responsible mining, and hence we promote responsible mining amongst our members, and also compliance with existing environmental legislation and associated authorizations. We also promote even going beyond what is required by law in terms of upholding the environmental integrity. Hence, we can showcase quite a number of best practices within our membership stable, wherein mining companies have even gone beyond what is required by law in terms of implementing environmental best practices. So that's our departure point. And coming to the specifics that were raised by Honorable Phillips, maybe to start with the first concern around the encroachment of residential areas closer to the mines or closer to the tailings storage facilities, and the consequences that has on the social well-being and also the health of the communities. In actual fact, I mean, if you can map through most of the housing developments that are happening closer to the mines or just adjacent the mines, those developments found the mines there. And it is our view that, I mean, for any housing development, formal housing development to take place, there are necessary safeguards and regulatory requirements, that should be followed in order to make sure that there isn't any housing development or any infrastructure development that is developed adjacent to a mine, given the potential, environmental consequences to those infrastructure or developmental activities. And I think from our side, we are equally concerned about the health as well as the environmental impact posed by those mines to the communities that are adjacent to the mines or closer to the mines, of which in most instances, we're not supposed to have formal housing development adjacent to the mines. And if you look at most of the issues happening in the communities, it's mainly challenges with illegal mining activities or areas where mining has ceased to happen, be it your derelict and ownerless mines or abandoned mines, which were abandoned way before we have the current legislation, wherein now the responsibility has reverted back to the state. Then coming to the concern that you raised, Honorable Philip, on the mines that were authorized 20, 30 years ago in terms of the old order right that are currently operating, your concern around the fact that they are not upholding the current environmental requirements by law, or you even made an indication that some of their operational activities are not necessarily covered in terms of the new authorization. With that,
Ms. Mudau.
Chair?
Ms. Mudau.
Yes, Chair, I'm with you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Parliament has just sensitized me that it is very important that society and the world must see you. They request that as you respond, because you're not presenting, you must show your face.
Thank you. Apologies for that.
I
forgot to project my face. Apologies.
No, not only yourself, I plead with all the speakers that are going to follow you, that as they present, they must try as possible to show their pictures. With us, it's understandable because our bandwidth might not be good, but Parliament will always show you our pictures. So it's rather important for us to put the voice behind the face. Thank you, Ms. Mudau. Please proceed.
Thank you, and apologies for that. I was still on the second issue around the mines that were authorized.
Bill, I can't see a chairperson.
You can't see me.
Ms. Mudau? Well,
am I not visible? I've put on my camera, Chair.
Well, I can see you. Honorable members, can you see Ms. Mudau, beautiful as she is?
Yeah, we can see her, although it's not clear, but we can see her. I think it's the reflection of the light.
Okay, let me try and move. Is it better now?
Much better.
Thank you. I was still on the second issue, which is a concern from Honorable Phillips on the mines that were authorized 20, 30 years ago with respect to their compliance status with the current regulatory requirements and authorizations. And there I was mentioning the fact that even though a mine has been authorized a while back, say 20, 30, 50 years ago, they are still compelled to comply with the current regulatory requirements. Actually, the mines undergo a process that is called the conversion from the old order right to the new order right. So with that, the current, say for instance, in terms of your environmental authorizations, the mines are compelled to comply with all the conditions that have been placed on them to uphold the environmental requirements, as well as any applicable section of NEMA with respect to environmental authorization. So by virtue of the mine being authorized 20, 30 years ago, it doesn't absolve them from complying with the current regulatory requirements. Thank you.
Chairperson, can I proceed?
Yes, you can. In the meantime, while the chairperson comes back, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Mutambi. Oh, camera. Thank you for the questions, honorable members. To start off with Honorable Dave Bryan's question on whether we collaborated with any other organizations in putting together these submissions. While we work with a lot of those organizations that have endorsed these submissions, including the Equal Education Treatment Action Campaigns, these submissions were developed by Section 27 and received endorsement by the other organizations. My colleague Tsidi will speak to the other question on mitigation, and then to respond to the question on what an adaptation plan would look like. I think this ties into the comment or question that was made by Honorable Simpiwe Mbata around maintenance being an issue. So part of the problem or part of the solution is the DBE. When we speak about adaptation, it's about largely ensuring that the DBE delivers on what it already needs to deliver. Honorable, but also spoke about schools in Limpopo. We do quite a lot of work in Limpopo, and we know that there's hundreds of schools that have been due for maintenance for years. In fact, there's a case that's live that we're taken on in the Polokwane High Court on this issue. But to give an answer, we need the department to be building safe and appropriate schools, infrastructure at schools, right? But it not only, when you speak about the plan for the department, we're not only speaking infrastructure, it needs to be holistic. What we have seen with our experience with COVID is that, you know, what the department really has no plans in terms of ensuring the continuation of education when, for instance, there was the huge COVID-19 infections across society. An adaptation plan could begin to look at how does the department continue to deliver education when learners aren't able to go to school, right? So we're talking holistically, and we really, what we're saying is that the department needs to be thinking about how it engages with climate change, or how climate change impacts on it, and how it continues, it ensures that it continues delivering on its mandate to provide basic education to all learners while we have in the reality of climate change. Gender mainstreaming, Tsidi will speak to it. And then, sure, I think I've sort of responded to the issue around maintenance being an issue. The question that was asked by Honorable Simpiwe Mbata. maintenance is a big issue. And we find that school infrastructure is made even more vulnerable because of a lack of maintenance. And that is indeed something that needs to be got right. And that is how we make our school infrastructure more resilient to extreme weather events that are brought about as a result of climate change. On the comments and disappointment around the existence of pit toilets, we share similar frustrations with you, Honorable Mbata. We share similar frustrations with you. And yes, it really is a disappointment that it still is ongoing. The existence of pit toilets are still there, especially in the province that we work in as Section 27 in Polokwane. It's subject to a long protracted court process against the department and the Department of Education to ensure that we have safe and appropriate sanitation infrastructure at schools. The question raised by Honorable Weber on climate change education, we also do support that fully. The Department of Basic Education does have a great, important role to play in terms of informing and educating learners and society generally about climate change and what it entails and its impacts on our communities and society generally. The question asked by Honorable Mutambi, I am going to request an indulgence from the committee on this one. If we could be so allowed to submit a written response to that question. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Sidi, to respond to the remaining questions.
Thank you so much. So I think my colleague Matteo has answered most of the questions, so I'll answer the ones that were directed to me. And if I've missed out on any, please let me know. So the first question was around the Just Energy Transition Partnership and if we have done any research on that. So our mandate, we are focused on education and health, and we do agree that the implications of transitioning to a low carbon economy has major consequences on those sectors, especially in coal dependent or coal producing communities like the one that I'm from, Emalahleni. So we have made a submission on the Just Energy Transition Partnership, and we've also engaged in consultations with other sectors, including COSATU, FES, to explore this. And we are continually working on producing or contributing perspectives and research on the implications of moving towards a low carbon economy, decarbonization from the perspective of education, health, and a gendered response to that. Then the other question Honorable Bryant asked was about the sections of the bill that we could apply gender mainstreaming. So to just note that the bill has only mentioned gender once, and that triggered the concern from us at Section 27. So we mentioned that gender mainstreaming can be applied. So the first thing is in the definition. I think it's very important to recognize that many people don't actually know, or to ensure that we're all on the same page from a legislation perspective of what it means to respond for a responsive climate change act, as well as what that gender mainstreaming would look like. So we recommend that it's in the definition first of all, and also to ensure that it aligns with the gender responsive framework that is envisioned by the Department of Women, youth and people with disabilities. Then we also envision gender mainstreaming application in section 17. So in the adaptation scenarios, there's no mention of that. And of course, if there is a disproportionate or a different, if women or, if it's based on gender and there's a different way that we experience the climate crisis and the implications, then and adaptation scenarios need to account for that. And we also envision gender mainstreaming in the National Adaptation Strategy and Plan section of the Climate Change Act. Finally, we also envision it all the way down to a lot of, so often the conversation around gender responsive budgeting tends to, or gender responsive policy tends to occur at implementation, at the policy formulation, so at the so-called high level, so with the national departments or national treasury, but we envision gender responsive budgeting and gender mainstreaming to filter all the way down to the local governments. And so in the climate change bill and act, we propose that the sections about the provincial responses and the provincial forums, as well as the municipal forums, acknowledge and account for gender mainstreaming. I hope that I've answered all your questions. Thank you.
Is the chairperson in the meeting? Okay, Honorable Bryant, you can follow up in the meantime.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you very much for those responses. I think provided a lot more insight into the representations that have been made. So thank you for that. Just one follow-up, and it's for Mr. Brody. Your answer on the potential adaptation plan, or the need for adaptation plan. This is your opportunity now to argue for that and to explain to us why you need it. I know you've mentioned maintenance of infrastructure and that, but I mean, these are things which could be argued, should be covered within policy relating to the Department of Basic Education. I really want you to try and expand a little bit more as to specific climate change related needs that you envisage arising that would necessitate an adaptation plan being put in place for the education department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Mutambi.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yeah, I want to raise issues in relation to the presentation of the Mineral Council of South Africa that I feel as raised by Honorable Cheryl Phillips, they were not covered. I thought the responses would cover that. In the first place, the colleague from section 27, she has just recently said that, talk about just transition. And I believe the Mineral Council is the body that must share with us today here in this meeting, and we are processing this climate change bill. This just transition, it's said to say that there are going to be more jobs created when the country moves away from coal, because we are dealing with these issues of environment. Then I should want to hear the Mineral Council's view to that effect. The other issue, because we know that it's mining companies that are associates, that are your members. And as a council, I think one of the issues that you are confronted with is to make sure that these mines don't break the law. These mines comply with the laws of this country. And then you will all agree, you in particular, Chairperson Modise, where you had that incident of women that were raped around your area, where you come from, is because of majority of them are derelict mines. And then I want to understand the views, because I don't want the situation wherein you will be told is the relevant department, because we know that mining companies have to obey the provision of the Mineral and Petroleum Resource Development Act. They have to comply with the National Environment Management Act, also the National Water Act, and any other environmental legislations. So I'm raising this because there are those abandoned mines, and the majority of the owner, if I'm subject to corruption, they could have been members of the Minerals Council for South Africa, whatever it was called earlier. And then you find that there's been a lot of non-compliance. And when they do that, then is the environment that suffers, is the communities who suffers, because you find at some point there's an increase in dust, the air, the bad smells. Sometimes mines just deposit their things to the rivers, streams, and dam, and then you find that this also affects the vegetations in the community. And then at some times, then these mines that are left in the area without being cleaning up or any rehabilitation, we have got that instances, and there's a report from the Department of Mineral Resources to that effect, how many derelict and rehabilitated mines are there. And then I'm raising this in the sense that I need to, because when I read the presentation here, Chair, I don't see it coming strongly, because I should think this presentation should also deal with that issues, to say, than to focus on the penalties of the bill itself, to say, we all know that these mining companies as well are solely responsible for the degrading of our environment. So these are the other issues that I want to also raise that. And then the other issue, you are raising an issue around the concern around the premature closure of minings in relation to the coal. I think it's related to my coal issues. And then you are on record on your presentation. That's why I want you to deal with that narrative, to see the just transition. If we do away with coal, then there's gonna be more employment. But on the other hand, you are saying there will be, this will have an impact on unemployment, and then people are going to, once we have a reduced mining productivity and closure of mines, then it will be against the spirit of the creation of a decent world for all, including social inclusion and the eradication of poverty. I think this is what the just transition is saying, the opposite. Then I just want to hear your comments on that, because at least I was here when you started with the presentation. I didn't hear you saying anything to that effect. Then it will be important that we hear it from your side, because once we miss this opportunity, there won't be any other opportunity to hear your view on these matters, because we are told jobs are going to be created. On the other hand, then this, but let's hear your views, then we can then make informed decisions. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutambi. Your final takes, Section 27, and then let's start with Mineral South Africa, and then we'll go to Section 27. Your final responses?
Very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks to Honorable Mutambi for very, very important questions indeed. Just to start off with the issue of derelict and ownerless mines or abandoned mines in the Republic. And also to acknowledge the fact that the lack of action around the management of derelict and ownerless mines, it's a serious concern and presents risk, a whole number of risks to communities and also to the current operational mines that are members of the Minerals Council. So the impact of this derelict and ownerless mines is not only felt at the community level, we also have a number of our member companies that are operating in the midst or in the environment where there is interface between their operations and also the derelict and ownerless mines. And maybe just to share some context, and I think this is a big issue which really requires a presentation on its own, and we are more than willing to come back to the committee and just give you a full view or perspective on this matter. Some of you might be aware of the fact that the challenge around derelict and ownerless mines or abandoned mines is not only unique to South Africa. This challenge also persists, in other developed, jurisdiction or developed countries. Like for instance, the US, they've got the Abandoned Mineland Program, which sort of deals with the management of these derelict and ownerless mines, holistically, which again, it's led by government. We've got the Naomi program in Canada, wherein again, government, took lead and put together resources and the necessary institutions to manage the issue. We've got the Australian program as well. And the difference between the way these mines are managed in South Africa with how it's managed in other jurisdictions is the fact that one, in those jurisdictions that I've mentioned, they've put in place the necessary institutions and which are properly resourced and capacitated to deal with the issue. They've got fully fledged programs that clearly rate these mines in terms of the health, safety risk, social risk, and so on and so on. And the actual management of these mines, it's dealt in accordance with the actual risk rating. And if you look at the South Africa's context, we do not have a fully fledged program around the management of derelict and ownerless mines. If I can just give you an example, the program, the actual quantification of how many DNO mines we have in the Republic, which I did in my previous life when I was still in government, we documented about 6,000, approximately 6,000 abandoned or derelict and ownerless mines at the time. And if you look at the current pace, looking at the program that is currently led by the DMRE, they're probably rehabilitating 4 or 5, mines per annum. And I mean, if you do the maths or the calculation, you can already see how long it's gonna take for us to start to feel the impact of whatever programs that have been put in place. And to my mind, so far, the focus has been primarily on the asbestos mines in the Northern Cape and also in Limpopo. And we understand why the focus is on the asbestos mine. It's primarily due to the health impact that asbestos has on human beings. So with that, I'm just trying to paint, the picture, to say with the rate that we are going, we are not even making a dent in terms of the management of these mines. Then coming to the role of the mining industry or the role of the Minerals Council with respect to the management of these mines. And with the jurisdictions that I made examples with, the private sector or the mining industry has got a fundamental role to play in various forms. In other jurisdictions, they're providing the technical support. In certain instances, there's a levy that the current operational mines contribute to the government program. In certain instances, there are partnerships that have been formed between the industry and government in order to make progress in managing those mines. And as I've indicated, like for instance, let me just give an example of acid mine drainage in the Witwatersrand Basin and the various sub-basins in the Wits Basin. We also have quite a number of our member companies that are operating in that vicinity of derelict and ownerless mines that are heavily impacted by the AMD that is emanating from the highly mined out, abandoned or derelict and ownerless mines, to a point whereby these operational mines that came after those other derelict mines were created are carrying the cost of pumping and treating the excess water that is coming from the abandoned mines. And again, that is done in the spirit of, the contribution of the mining industry towards dealing with the abandoned mines. And I cannot deny the fact that some of the mines that might have mined before, when we did not have the necessary regulations and legislation that compels the mines to do certain things like what we have now. And also to state the fact that most of the abandoned mines that we see now, they were created at the time when we did not have sufficient legislation to compel the mines to do certain things, or to mainstream mine closure planning in a manner that it's being done currently. Just to give you an example, the Mine and Works Act of 1956, the closure requirement was just for a mine to fence off the area and make it safe. And then with that, then you are offered or you are given a closure certificate. Wherein now, with the evolution of legislation, policies and best practice, mine closure planning and rehabilitation has become a very, very comprehensive field. There is quite a number of quite stringent requirements to make sure that the mines plan for mine closure. Accordingly, they do the necessary rehabilitation to ensure that at closure, the mine is safe. It does not pose any environmental challenges to communities. The other issue that I want to, and I mean, another critical issue to mention here is the challenge that we have around illegal mining. And Honorable Mutambi, you mentioned the incident of the crew that was raped by illegal miners. And with that, if the time allows, Chair, I would like, there is a number of activities, programs that are fully funded within the Minerals Council to curb the scourge of illegal mining, even though it's not necessarily the responsibility of the Minerals Council, but given the reputational risk that this poses for our member companies, we've taken it upon our responsibility to also act and support both from a technical as well as from the financial perspective, government in curbing the scourge of illegal mining. And if time allows, I would like to hand over to Ms. Brown, the head of legal at the Minerals Council, to just give us a snapshot of the activities that we are doing around illegal mining, just to demonstrate the programs that we have implemented to deal with the issue, even though it's not our direct responsibility. Perhaps before I hand over to Ashla, just for me to comment on the issue that was raised around the risk of the transition to the coal mining industry, around the possible job losses, vis-a-vis what we've seen in various literature to say the transition to greener energy options, to renewable energy options will yield more jobs. I think from that perspective, our concern is mainly primarily around the unplanned mine closure, the sudden closure. In terms of the the mine closure planning process, when we begin to plan for closure and also rehabilitating at the very, very initial stage of a mine, even from the initial operational stage throughout operational phase and also at closure. So the actual rehabilitation and also implementation of the mine and land use objectives or the closure plan is done throughout the life cycle of the mine. And the scenario that we are looking at now, we are at this point in time, we've got plans in place to deal with any socio-economic implication of closure at the planned closure in line with the reserves for a typical authorized mine. However, with the transition, if it's not planned carefully and if there isn't proper alignment between the actual phasing down of coal in the energy mix and also the actual supply of coal from the mines, and if there isn't a proper forward-looking policy framework that will inform a more planned phased in or phasing out of the reliance on coal, we are bound to encounter premature closures, which is not planned for. And there are consequences to that, be it job losses, loss of socio-economic benefits that communities were deriving from the mines that are within their space. So there is that risk, but if we plan carefully and there is enabling, policy framework to enable a just transition, we are able to overcome the risks that we see with the unplanned coal mine closure through ensuring that our mine closure planning process also begin to internalize those risks, and there are sufficient plans in place in order to mitigate the risk of job losses. Indeed, that's a concern for us. I mean, the coal mining industry employ more than 90,000 people, and and in terms of us having also realized the risk, there's also quite a number of activities in place to ensure that the any socio-economic implication is managed in a more careful manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mudau. Just in future, when any other presenter see me switch my camera on, you must know that we're running out of time. Are those the responses? Section 27.
Thank you, Chairperson. To respond to the question, I think, let me reiterate, I think there's about more than 13 million learners in our public schools, right? That's a big portion of our population. And a lot of these learners are vulnerable. Now, in my presentation, I've sort of outlined what these vulnerabilities are, particularly to those schools that are from particularly rural areas that have been under provision for since before democracy. Now, we know that there's climate change brings a whole host of changes. We know that we will be having extreme weather events. The floods in KZN earlier this year was one example of that, right? And a sectoral adaptation plan would need to look at what the vulnerabilities are of the education sector, And I don't want to put the cart before the horse, because this would be what the department would need to find out. But what we're saying is the education sector will not be exempt from the impact of climate change. We saw school closures in KwaZulu-Natal, for instance, over 600 schools, right? What was the impact on education? How was the department able to deliver education during those school closures when there were floods? We know when there was the COVID-19 crisis, education stopped for a good 2 or 3 months, right? And we tried rotational learning, we tried remote learning, that didn't work. So things like that. How does the department then continue to deliver education in the context of an extreme weather event? But that's not it. We know that there will be increased internal migration within the country. For instance, I think it's common knowledge, Gauteng Department of Education, Western Cape Department of Education on an annual basis struggle to place learners in schools. And one of the reasons for that that they provide is that there is internal migration and they aren't able to keep up with the amount of learners that are coming into these provinces. So internally, how then does the department look at provisioning for learners in that instance? Now, I mean, I could go on. There's vector-borne diseases that are going to come about as a result of climate change. Schools are places where learners congregate, as we did see with COVID-19 yet again. In the context of a sanitation issue in our schools, how does the department look at, mitigating those sorts of eventualities in our schools? But more than that, I think, there's possibly also a scope for a curriculum change. We know that we're moving towards a just transition, and the future of work looks very different to what it is today. Is our curriculum preparing learners for a low carbon economy? So there's these impacts, these societal impacts are going to impact learners and schools, and the Department of Basic Education is integral in planning and reacting to climate change. Now, we think that the department's inclusion in Schedule 2, as per Section 19, then holds the department. The department then is involved in these conversations and it starts thinking around what the impact is and how do we mitigate, what the vulnerabilities are. And that work, unfortunately, a big chunk of that work will need to be done by the department. And that's why we're advocating for the department to be included in the schedule, in the departments that would need to formulate a sector adaptation plan. I hope I have responded to your question, honorable member. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I guess that concludes the presentation of Section 27 and the Minerals South Africa. Thank you very much. I wish now to invite Just Share and Sama, Dr. L. Maki and Mr. G. Malebe. In that order, Sama, it will be Just Share first, Mr. Hugo, Miss Hugo, and Dr. El Maki.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sharing my screen now. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members. I'm Robin Hugo, and I'm from non-profit shareholder activism organization Just Share. We believe that responsible investment is necessary to create a just, inclusive, and sustainable economy. Just Share uses engagement, advocacy, and activism to drive urgent action to combat climate change and reduce inequality. We know, Chair, that this committee has had several presentations on the climate change bill already. So members will know that climate science is unequivocal. The UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change confirms that unless there are immediate, rapid, large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, it will be impossible to limit warming to safe levels. If global heating is to be limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is essential to limit the worst impacts of climate change, global emissions must be reduced by almost half of 2019 levels by 2030. Any further delay, to quote the IPCC, will miss a brief and rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all. Expert evidence is that if the world is to have any hope of limiting temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius, there can be no new fossil fuel projects, and almost half of existing fossil fuel production sites need to be shut down early. Already in 2021, the planet had warmed by 1.2 degrees. Since countries are failing to take the necessary action to limit global heating, the IPCC says that overshooting 1.5 degrees is now almost inevitable. And as things stand, global temperatures could rise by as much as a catastrophic 3 degrees Celsius. Every ton of carbon emitted into the atmosphere exacerbates the impact of climate change. Africa will likely experience temperatures double those of the global average and faces other severe impacts and risks from climate change. The continent is not only especially vulnerable to those effects, but has low adaptive capacity. Poor and marginalized communities are the most vulnerable, the least resilient, and the least responsible for the climate crisis. This committee will also be aware that climate change is a threat multiplier with severe implications for South Africa's prosperity and security. Although it couldn't be more clear that meaningful, urgent climate action is essential to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, new research by the World Resources Institute just last week found that countries are merely making incremental progress on strengthening their nationally determined contributions. It found that countries must strengthen their targets by about 6 times the current NDCs, or at least 43%, to align with what the IPCC says will limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Bearing in mind, of course, that even these weak goals are just targets, and there's no guarantee that they will be met. In fact, there have been several important reports published in the last week that emphasize that the state of the climate is dire. Just yesterday, the UN Environment Programme's Emissions Gap Report 2022 confirmed that there is, quote, no credible pathway to 1.5 degrees Celsius in place. And the failure to reduce carbon emissions means the only way to limit the worst impact of the climate crisis is, quote, a rapid transformation of societies. So, honourable members, what is glaringly obvious from our collective failure to reduce GHG emissions is that voluntary actions and undertakings have dismally failed to ensure adequate levels of protection from climate chaos. This is why I want to focus my submissions today on strengthening the compliance and enforcement provisions in the climate change bill, and in particular, on the need for adequate penalties to reduce the likelihood of non-compliance. This is obviously counter to the preferred approach of major emitters, as expressed by Mr. Kambule and Ms. Madal. This integral piece of legislation has not only been delayed by actually about a decade, but has been dangerously watered down by a concerted campaign of anti-climate lobbying are the chief polluting industries in South Africa. Using a similar approach, these industries have largely managed to avoid compliance with air pollution legislation enacted in 2010. The High Court has now confirmed that air pollution on the Mpumalanga Highveld violates constitutional rights and that Eskom and Sasol are mainly responsible for it. In addition, primarily fossil fuel industries and the industry associations that represent them have, through pervasive, persistent lobbying, weakened and pushed out compliance with the carbon tax by over a decade. This has dramatically impacted our ability to achieve a just transition to a low carbon economy. This in circumstances where it is globally accepted that taxing carbon emissions is one of the most powerful tools available to us to change behavior and redirect capital by altering economic incentives. If carbon were priced to reflect the actual cost of emissions to society, this would be transformative in limiting the worst impacts of the climate crisis. Despite obtaining a recent further extension of 3 years until 2026 of significant tax-free allowances, organized business has now doubled down on its opposition to any increases in the tax rate. Despite claims to have the interests of the broader economy at heart when resisting the carbon tax, business is very clearly acting in its own short-term interest, while placing the rest of the economy at increasing risk of the trade consequences of failing to decarbonize. The emissions of these polluting corporates have serious consequences for all of us, and for as long as polluters are not required to pay for their impacts, the burden falls on the rest of us, and especially on those most vulnerable to climate change. In response to this pushback, National Treasury has stood firm, expressing disappointment at the lack of vision and the lack of leadership by corporate South Africa. In the same statement in which business claimed its support for carbon pricing and its firm commitment to a just and equitable energy transition and to reduce carbon emissions, it called for, amongst other things, government to consider a higher carbon price only, quote, post-2035, a delay in annual carbon tax increases until at least 2030, and the retention and increase of tax-free allowances for big emitters. This tactic of paying lip service to climate goals while simultaneously working hard, usually behind closed doors, to frustrate, weaken, delay, and oppose climate-related regulation has been very successfully used all over the world by big emitters to thwart progressive climate action. Climate science and climate disasters like floods, droughts, wildfires, and hurricanes make clear that we've now left it far too late to rely on promises by polluters that adequate emission reductions will be made at a future date or will become unnecessary thanks to technological advances. The Climate Change Act must contain meaningful measures to ensure accountability for those that continue to contribute significantly to climate change. Unless there are strong disincentives for polluters drastically to reduce GHG emissions on a 1.5 degrees Celsius aligned timeframe, all evidence is that they will not do so. Sophisticated anti-climate lobbying and extensive greenwashing will continue, and emissions will continue to rise. By way of an overview on the bill's existing compliance and enforcement provisions, these are wholly inadequate to achieve the bill's stated objects, which include to protect and preserve the planet for the benefit of present and future generations. The bill provides for only a single criminal offense and contains very limited... Sorry, would everyone mind muting? And contains very limited provision to hold emitters accountable. Provision must be made for additional violations, both criminal offenses and penalties. Yes, Chair. Sorry, you're muted, Chair.
I suspected it's somebody who was just interjecting with your presentation. Proceed.
Thank you.
Sure.
It provides for only a single offence and contains very limited provision to hold emitters accountable. Provision must be made for additional violations, both criminal offences and administrative penalties, significantly higher fines, and much less leniency and other opportunities to delay compliance. Numerous important provisions in the bill contain no timeframes at all, and/or defer any consequences for non-compliance to potential future regulations. This approach, Honourable Chair, is entirely disconnected from the urgency with which meaningful climate action must be taken to limit the worst impacts of the climate crisis and to adapt to those impacts that are already faced by people in South Africa. These impacts will only get more severe unless emissions are drastically curbed. And they will not be curbed unless and until the costs of emitting exceed the benefits. That is, until the polluters are made to pay for the damage they cause. At present, it is the government and the rest of society that picks up the bill, and the polluters who walk away with the profits. Carbon budgets are a central component of the Act. Section 23 obliges the Minister to publish a list of greenhouse gases and activities likely to cause or exacerbate climate change. The list of activities must determine quantitative GHG emission thresholds that will identify companies to be assigned a carbon budget and that are required to submit GHG mitigation plans to the Minister. Worryingly, given its centrality to assigning carbon budgets in terms of Section 24, there's no time frame provided in the bill for the publication of this list. When allocating carbon budgets, the Minister must, among other things, consider the alignment of the carbon budgets with the national GHG emissions trajectory, which is the quantitative description of the total amount of GHG emissions projected to be emitted during a specified period. Currently, this is still the peak plateau decline trajectory of South Africa's outdated and replaced 2015 nationally determined contribution. There is also no time frame in the bill for the trajectory to be determined in terms of Section 21, despite the importance of this trajectory to the bill's entire mitigation architecture. And that takes us to the only offence in the bill. There is one single offence in terms of Section 24, a person, or in this context, a company, to which a carbon budget has been allocated, must prepare and submit to the Minister for approval a GHG mitigation plan, which must, among other things, describe the mitigation measures that the company proposes to implement in order to remain within its allocated carbon budget. Failing to submit this plan is a criminal offence. On conviction, the company is liable to the penalties set out in Section 49B2 of the National Environmental Management Act. For a first offence, this is a fine not exceeding 5 million rand and/or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 5 years. In the case of a second or subsequent conviction, the maximum fine and/or imprisonment period is doubled. This fine is wholly inadequate to be a proper deterrent, especially when compared with the short-term financial benefits of not having to ensure that a company's emissions comply with a 1.5 degrees Celsius aligned timeframe. I will say more about that later. In other words, the bill no longer contains, as it did in the 2018 version, specific provision for a failure to implement the mitigation plan, which appears to create the unacceptable result that simply submitting the plan is good enough to avoid committing an offence. Nor is there any penalty attached to a failure to report, to monitor, or to effect remedial action if there is non-compliance with the GHG mitigation plan. In addition to monetary fines and possible imprisonment, these failures should attract personal director liability and the potential revocation of licenses. There is also no penalty for failing to ensure compliance with a carbon budget. The company to which a carbon budget has been allocated must, in terms of section 24(6) of the bill, implement the approved GHG mitigation plan, monitor annual implementation of the plan, evaluate progress on the allocated budget, and annually report on this progress to the minister. If that reporting indicates that the company has failed, is failing, or will fail to comply with the allocated carbon budget, the company must provide a description of measures that will be implemented in order to remain within the allocated carbon budget. But problematically, no provision has been made for how to address the situation where the company has failed to comply with the budget. And as I said, no penalty is attached to this failure. Another way in which the 2018 version of the bill was watered down is that the provision stating that it was an offence to exceed a carbon budget was removed in later versions. The 2021 version of the bill, which was approved by Cabinet, provided that the exceedance of a carbon budget would be subjected to a higher carbon tax rate on emissions above the carbon budget provided for in the Carbon Tax Act, which would be outlined in carbon budget regulations. The Minister of Finance in the February 2022 budget speech referenced a higher carbon tax rate on emissions exceeding the carbon budget. But this provision is not contained in the current version of the bill. No public explanation has been provided for this omission. It is also not contained in the current proposed amendments to the Carbon Tax Act. In fact, the current bill contains no reference to any penalty for failing to ensure compliance with or exceeding a carbon budget, nor for such exceedance to attract a higher carbon tax rate. Instead, the bill provides that the minister may make regulations, inter alia, in relation to the determination, review, revision, compliance with, and enforcement of an allocated carbon budget, amendment and cancellation of a carbon budget allocation, content, implementation, and operation of a GHG mitigation plan, and all related matters. Such regulations may provide that any person who contravenes them commits an offence and will be liable upon conviction to the penalties contemplated in section 49(b)(2) of NEMA. In other words, such regulations and their content are discretionary. Honourable Chair, failure to ensure compliance with a carbon budget is an egregious contravention with significant consequences for climate action. Despite this, and I want to emphasize this again, currently there is no penalty whatsoever attached to this failure, and the bill, as currently drafted, does not oblige the minister to make regulations to provide any penalty for this failure. It is unacceptable to defer consequences of violating carbon budgets to potential future regulations that might be made by the minister at an undetermined point in the future. This should be made an offence, significantly penalised, and clearly linked to the requirement to pay additional carbon tax on excess emissions. But this cannot be the only penalty provision for non-compliance with carbon budgets. Provision should also clearly be made for personal director liability and for authorizations to be revoked when there is non-compliance with the carbon budget. Unless significant penalties are attached to this failure, companies to which carbon budgets have been allocated will simply build in financial provision for any excess tax rate or other fine and proceed to exceed their carbon budgets with minimal consequences. The costs of non-compliance have to exceed the benefits to avoid the bill being toothless. This problem is exacerbated by the provision made in the bill for an emitter to apply for the carbon budget to be cancelled or revised under prescribed circumstances, especially since such circumstances are not prescribed in the bill. Given that the implementation of a more effective carbon tax has been deferred until at least 2026, or even later if SA business gets its way, it is even more important that violations relating to GHG mitigation plans and carbon budgets be severely penalized. In this regard, it is also unacceptable that the failure to implement a GHG mitigation plan is no longer an offense, nor does it attract any other penalty. It is clearly meaningless to penalize the failure to submit such plan, but not the failure to implement it. Penalties should also be introduced in the bill, for example, for providing false and/or misleading information, for failing to comply with a sectoral emissions target, and for failing to comply with plans to phase out or phase down synthetic GHGs. These contraventions should also be listed as offences and/or be subject to administrative penalties, and the consequences of non-compliance must be significant. As the bill currently stands, substantial benefits can accrue to an offender who contravenes its provisions. Such benefits can and have indeed already accrued to corporate entities which have never to date been penalized for their GHG emissions. For example, in the first quarter of this year, the world's largest energy companies made almost $100 billion in profit. This committee has already seen this slide from another presentation on the bill. On the 22nd of August, it was reported in the press that Sasol regarded the proposed increases in the carbon tax, which, by the way, still fall far short of what experts say is required to achieve adequate GHG emissions reduction, as posing a, quote, significant risk to its business, and warned that these could cause it to curtail operations and green initiatives. On the very next day, it posted a 147% jump in full-year core profit. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres referred to the enormous profits made by energy companies as, quote, grotesque greed, stating that, quote, it is immoral for oil and gas companies to be making record profits from this energy crisis on the backs of the poorest people and communities. He called for taxation of these excessive profits to support the most vulnerable. In short, not only should the number of violations in the bill be increased, but in order to serve as a sufficient deterrent, penalties should be much higher than the only penalty currently contemplated in the bill. For instance, penalties could be linked to a meaningful percentage of the activity's commercial value, such as a percentage of annual turnover or exports. In addition, enabling legislation for administrative penalties should be prioritized and expedited. As I said up front, honorable members, the bill's purpose is to protect and preserve the planet for the benefit of present and future generations. Section 24 of the Constitution, of course, guarantees everyone the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and the right to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations. The bill, as currently drafted, clearly does not go far enough to ensure accountability for those who contribute significantly to and/or exacerbate the impacts of the climate crisis. As the committee is aware, failing to take more significant steps to reduce emissions in the short and medium term will require steeper and deeper emission reduction cuts in future, with more severe consequences for our economy and the majority of people in South Africa. We call upon the committee to introduce meaningful penalties and other compliance and enforcement provisions to ensure that the bill is not only effective, but constitutional, and to ensure that an appropriately amended bill is finalized as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hugo. I'm sure you saw my picture on your screen and you knew what it meant. Thank you very much. Sama?
Hi, Comrade Chairperson, and hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you clearly. You are too dark.
Yeah, let me try and move around. I'm in the hospital. It's not that the light is it better now?
Almost. I think it's light. If you can move a bit back, much better, much better.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us here. Let me load up my slides while I introduce myself. My name is Wanda Maki. Can the host please allow me to share my slide, please? I've been disabled. I can't share my slides. My name is Wanda Maki. I'm the climate lead at the South African Medical Association and also the head of delegation for the World Medical Association for Climate Change. And I'll be presenting comments related to the bill. Thank you. Now it seems I can be able to share. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic. So today I will be focusing mainly just on the bill. Anything related to the COP will engage the department directly later on next week, as I will be attending COP also as the head of delegation for the World Medical Association, and will be representing 16 million doctors worldwide at COP. I'll be just switching off my camera because the network in the hospital is not that great. And I apologize for anyone who may feel a bit of offense. Thank you. So today's presentation, in terms of the outline, we'll be looking at just a brief introduction and overview. Thereafter that, we'll be looking at the health impacts of climate change, where our medical will be looking directly at the health impacts with recognition that it has intersectoral impacts of climate change exists, as alluded to by previous speakers. And also, some of our suggested solutions will touch on the intersectoral and interministerial and inter-regional collaboration on that, and we'll be giving broad comments and specific comments. Just a brief overview, the South African Medical Association is a professional association looking after medical practitioners, both in public and private sector. We're a nonprofit and we're independent. We're a member of the World Medical Association, which represents 16 million doctors worldwide. Basically, in terms of in the motivation to address climate change is that it's an existential threat and social determinant of health. And as that was shown in the 2018 Lancet report, and essentially speaking, if we don't address climate, it affects our patients' health, and that's why we're in the populations that we treat, and that's why we care so much about it. Also, at the same time, it also impacts development and progress, and therefore will also directly impact the economy and also achievement of universal health coverage. And also, we want to also clearly state that we do support a decarbonized economy with due regard to the imperative of a just transition, because we do recognize that social determinants of health, employment, and climate change activities should also allow for people to still be able to provide for their families. In terms of climate change as a priority and agenda, this is just a list of the things we've been involved in. We're a member of the WHO Civil Society Working Group on Climate Change, which I sit on, the National Climate Change and Health Steering Committee, Public Health Association of South Africa is one of our collaborators, and also we have our own climate change policy structure, and also we've been contributing throughout the process in terms of this bill itself, and also we've been participants at the COP, and also now this year the Oslo COP. We also contribute to some of the declarations or policies that affect all medical associations globally at the World Medical Association, and listed some of them below. So in terms of it, in the lead up to COP, we've also been signing some treaties in terms of that were or public policies which were listed at the World Medical Association, such as the International Call for a Healthy Recovery for COVID-19 and the Healthy Climate Prescription Letter. And we collaborate, as I said, with Public Health Association of South Africa and Global Climate Health Alliance and the World Health Organization. In terms of now, we can start to chat about how climate impacts health. I think quite a number of speakers have touched on it. But just looking at specifics, all of this is inter-collaboration in terms of all the impacts from rising temperatures, and also to increasing of the CO2 levels, also to having more extreme weather events, and which cause also rising temperatures. And we can look at it in terms of this diagram. I mean, air pollution directly relates to the respiratory system in terms of cardiovascular disease. Also in terms of the vector, in terms of having higher rainfalls, allows for increase in waterborne related disease, and also vectors which carry disease such as malaria, dengue, and so forth listed there. Also in terms of climate change, increase the allergens, which again relate to the respiratory systems and having asthma, allergies. We also have issue in the quality of water, which can lead to people having diarrheal disease such as cholera. And we also understand that with climate, we also have water and food supply impacts, which relate to malnutrition and diarrheal disease, which also impact on health. And also there's mass movement of people due to climate change events at times, due to areas that are not habitable anymore, or having further shortages of security and also food security itself, which can lead to forced migration. And that has mental health impacts, which the evidence is quite clear is evident. And also extreme heat is related to a lot of cardiovascular disease. But it also shows in terms of the inhalation of the particles via respiratory do increase inflammation that can also directly impact to cardiovascular disease. As you can see, that wheel is turning continuously, is to emphasize that each feeds to each other. It's not an independent thing, and you should always look at it in that way. Now to the bill itself. As I said, we'll only focus on the bill, and anything else we can always comment directly with the department or engage some of you honorable members in Parliament on. So we're just going to focus on the bill. In terms of the preamble of the bill itself, we do see some positives, challenges, and also at the bottom, someone is noting a recommendation. This will be the consistent pattern with my presentation in terms of highlighting positives to applaud. I think we're all working together to try to do the same thing, and we need to recognize when some things are clearly stated, and we also want to highlight those challenging points which might have been neglected or not addressed. And then also after that, we'll also be looking at in terms of noting any recommendations. So in the preamble, we also want to note that it's good to see that the Constitution of South Africa is also quoted, and also the National Climate Change Response related also to the Paris Agreement, and also South Africa's nationally determined contribution. And also the recognition of the constitutional right to an environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being, and highlighting of the need for commitment to both mitigation and adaptation measures at a local and in the international level, the inclusion of both mitigation and adaptation in South Africa's updated nationally determined contributions, and it acknowledges the special vulnerability of South Africa to the impacts of climate change, which you do have to applaud for being there. Some of the challenges that it must not be the neglecting of rights-based approach to health, and the lack of emphasis of the state's obligation to create an environment to not harmful to people, an environment that's not harmful to people's health. So that's the challenge we think that just needs to be clarified and addressed. As some we note with concern, our countries are in pursuit of climate harming economic initiatives, including new coal-powered stations and mines, emissions-intense economic projects, and continued exploration of fossil fuel deposits, which have to be a balance. There has to be a balance between economic development and also climate activities. Now we're going to the specific comments in the climate change bill also. In terms of it, challenge that we notice in section 1, the definition of person, and inclusion of a definition for person, which is quoted in several key definitions provided in the bill, such as carbon budget, direct greenhouse gas emissions, indirect gas emissions, and also in sections 20.1, 23.3, 23B and 24. The use of undetermined person, especially with respect to carbon budget implications, can be quite confusing to the general public. We just want to note that this definition should be clear where a person is meant to refer to a juristic person and not a natural person, which is most presumably the case in this bill. Section 3, in the section on integrated management, we're happy that the principles of integrated management were clearly stated and are there or mentioned. We also want to note that SAMA recognizes the interdependence of climate change in many sectors, including health sector, and recognize the environmental factors environmental factors as key social determinants of health. And as I said earlier on in my introduction, that different sectors do allude to have to work together to be able to address social determinants of health. And one of them is climate change itself. And climate change and its impacts on health can only be addressed through integrated and multi-sectorial approach. And that's very true, as some previous speakers have mentioned, different departments such as education and others. It's multi-sectorial approach, and it has to be unified, coordinated, and not a siloed approach to addressing climate change. And we want a whole of government and a whole of society approach where we're all working towards the same goal. The next section is section 3, vulnerable groups. We're happy that it's the highlighting of vulnerable groups was there. We identify, and then it's identified in the bill as women, especially poor, rural women, and also children, especially infants and child-headed families, the aged, the poor, the sick, and the physically challenged. Some will recognize the importance of climate justice, as vulnerable groups are often the most affected the most. And so to have them there, it's a good indication that we are addressing and recognize that we come from different levels of social, economic income, education, and also social determinants of health is important to look at when you address these vulnerable groups in the climate change response. In section 3, G and H, the cautious approach, it's possible, the positive we noted is that the inclusion of the cautious approach and the precautionary principle, basically it looks at, it relates to which takes into account the limits of current knowledge about cause and effects of climate change and consequences of decisions and actions in relation thereto. The challenge with having the cautious approach at times is that it should not be used to postpone action and measures to address climate crisis. So we have to make sure that we have a balanced approach and not let it to be used to be a hinder to us making progress. As SAMA, in terms of noting recommendation, we argue that there's already sufficient evidence of the loss and damages due to climate change to inspire an adequate response and action by government. Public awareness, section 3, in terms of positives, the inclusion of public awareness. We do reckon there are low levels of awareness and attentiveness to climate change, even among professionals. Us, we found that even with our own members, we're still driving and creating awareness, and it's an ongoing issue. Also, public awareness is a critical element for society's adequate response to climate crisis. As I said, it's intersectoral and everyone's involved in this effort to address climate change. And if not, everyone's aware of what we're trying to do and what we're trying to achieve and why we're doing things. We'll never be able to achieve it or achieve it the way we want it to be. And some are in keeping with the World Medical Association policy positions on climate change. It conforms to climate change. Public awareness levels should also be targeted at doctors and other health professionals. And with that being noted, even us, we're also trying to do it, as I alluded to. Section 7, alignment of policies. The positives is the inclusion of the mandate to review if necessary, revise, amend, coordinate, and harmonize their policies and measures, programs and decisions. That's a positive we noted in the bill. The challenge is that this mandate does not clearly emphasize the role of the Minister of Health and the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment in aligning all inter and intra-ministerial policies to accommodate climate change. And we can also expand it to other ministerial groups, but those are the two ones which we think were quite key, especially to address the impact of climate change on health. In section 7, Some are noted is that a recommendation, we didn't identify any negatives with this one. It's just noting recommendation is that to build on to the one of the Minister of Education, of Health, and the Minister of Forestry, is that the harmonization of policy should not be confined within ministries in a silo approach, but cut across different ministries and sectors, and also across state and non-state actors, which is the essence of a whole government, whole society approach in health and all policies approach, which is one of the mainstays of addressing social determinants of health. And also want to note that a clear emphasis of the role of Minister and the Forestry, Minister of Forestry, in aligning these policies is essential to accommodate climate change. And then in terms of section 7.2, in the advisory role, positives we saw was the inclusion of the clause that allows organized labor, civil society, business to advise on the Republic's climate change response, which is very essential because it's intersectoral and everyone's involved. I've seen some of the speakers are representing some of those areas, but we should always make sure it's core in this role throughout this whole climate change bill. And also, we want to ensure that that the bill also is carrying on with collaborating and also allowing these type of informed or consulting of non-state actors and NPOs, and some as organizations committed to participating actively, and also avails itself to working collaboratively with government to try to achieve addressing climate change, and also making sure that this bill is acted upon in the right way and manner. In section 8, prevention and support forums, I think the positive is inclusion of prevention and support forums is massive. I think it's massive, and it was nice to see it there. And I mean, we believe in some of that. The foundation of any structure should always be at the grassroots, and especially since the grassroots are the most impacted by climate themselves. And someone's noting recommendation in this part is to support and the engagement and planning of action of communities. And communities are the front line of the climate assault and most affected. And we treat those community members who are also affected by climate themselves. So it's very important to have this section, and we congratulate by having it there. In terms of the Presidential Climate Commission, we're really happy in terms of a positive that there's the existence of one and it's active. And the other one is to note that someone is definitely available and requests participation in this Presidential Climate Commission. In terms of section 15, wide stakeholder engagement, the positive is the highlighting of the needs assessment and formulation of plans for implementation. The challenge is that these needs assessment and plans should not be the sole assignment of government structures, but should also entail wide community consultation and participation at the local level. Summer's recommendation and noting is that urges government to enable the active participation of the health sector representatives in needs assessment, as well as in the creation and implementation of climate change response plans at the local and national levels. And we also recognize that government must thoroughly engage residents of municipalities or geographical regions. Section 18, positives in terms of based available evidence. The clear expression of the use of evidence-based approach is a massive positive. And also that our recommendations that we support the ICCC's assertion that evidence of climate change is a threat to human well-being and planetary health is unequivocal. In terms of community inclusion, we're happy as a positive that it's highlighted that communities' engagement will be present. Also, the challenges of that inclusion of local communities engagement should not be a matter of where it's relevant, but it must always be present. It mustn't be where relevant, engage the community, it must always engage the community. And we argue that the inclusion of the community's engagement should always be present, persistent, and continuous. Chapter 5, in terms of greenhouse gas emission and removals, positive is government being a signatory to various international climate change instruments and obligations. challenges is our codependence on South African for the South African economy, and also South Africa's greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise. Our recommendation is that the country's emission reduction targets remain to meet greenhouse gas emissions trajectories should be stringent. And with that being said, when the camera being put by the chairperson, I am finished on time, chairperson. Just for a few seconds, eh? So I'm open to questions. And then the last ending comment, if I may, chairperson, is to say that, you know, whenever we engage with these type of documents, which are not straightforward in terms of doctors developing it, is that we always look at the patients we treat, and that's from a rural citizen in one of our rural parts in South Africa all the way to the urban areas. And from a person who's a professional to not, we're all affected. Health is one thing that affects everyone. And we want to make sure that we protect that health of our patients. And we will always be active as doctors to be there, and we'll continue to advocate for health in this climate discussion. Also at COP, when I'm there representing the 16 million doctors worldwide. Thank you, Chairperson. Your mic's off, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Doc. I'm happy that you take instructions very serious. Without waste of time, honorable members, I want to tap into your wisdom and request that we take the Chemicals and Allied Industries Association, and then we take questions and then break for lunch. The CAIA.
Chair, thank you very much. Glenn Malava from CAIA, the Chemical Allied Industries Association, will present to the Portfolio Committee. I'm the Executive Director and I am online as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair. If I could be given sharing rights, please. I have been given. Thank you. You see my screen here?
No, we don't even see you.
We can see the screen.
Now we see the
screen. Is on.
Let me try again. Can you see me now, Chair?
You're much better. Proceed, Mr. Maleva.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honourable members and Chairperson. Thank you very much for this opportunity that we've been given to present to you this afternoon at this very important hearing. My name is Glenn Malherba. I'm here with analysis at the Chemical and Allied Industries Association, and we'd like to start the presentation this afternoon by giving a little bit of perspective about the chemical industry in South Africa. CAIA is a member of Business Unity South Africa, and as such we are aligned quite strongly to their positions and presentation today. So we thank Mr. Kambuli for his views that he shared with the committee this morning. CAIA is also a very important member of the international chemical industry. As such, we are a member of the International Council of Chemical Associations, where we do contribute to policy development in a number of areas, including chemicals management and, of course, climate change and sustainable development. We feed into the domestic economy, just like other chemical sectors in South Africa, around the world. We contribute quite greatly to gross domestic product in South Africa. There's around a 4.7 multiplier there through direct, indirect, and induced impacts. We are an integral part of the economy and a critical enabler of technologies, research and development, healthcare, and so forth. And there are very few, if any, sectors that we don't contribute to both upstream and downstream in the economy. Chair, chemicals are everywhere. We are a major enabler of progress in the environmental, social, economic aspects of sustainable development, and these are reflected in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and implemented in the chemical industry through the implementation of the Global Voluntary Responsible Care Initiative that commits signatories of the chemical industry to continual safety, health, environment, and security performance through external third-party audits, Chair. In South Africa, we contribute around 5% to GDP and about 22% to manufacturing. And we have about a 12 times multiplier effect on employment. So clearly we're a very important sector to the economy. In May 2022, Chair, we'd like to share some of the important principles with you this afternoon and to the honourable members. KAI has been involved in engagements throughout the development over these years and has supported the development of this framework legislation, but we must be quite clear that this presentation will highlight the need for there to be sufficient detail in the framework legislation to assure those who are going to be regulated and investors of the obligations. And we feel that this is where the bill can be strengthened in a number of areas. You'll also note, Chair, that the presentation is very focused on the mitigation areas of the bill. That's not to say that we don't support and find all other thematic areas of the climate change bill just as important, but at the end of the day, mitigation is the requirements and the investments that are going to be required are going to impact business sustainability, which in turn will impact economic development and employment. KAI therefore acknowledges the importance of such legislation to future investment, that in turn fed the certainty, and at the moment we feel that we're not quite there yet. We support a climate change bill, Chair, that will allow for maximised effective mitigation at the lowest cost to the economy, coordinated planning for the needs of adaptation and economic growth and the benefit it in turn brings to the country. While KAI continues to engage on the development of policy and legislation, we feel that there's still not a coming together of these mitigation instruments that are being developed across the economy, both from a National Treasury perspective and from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Speaking also, Chair, to what said earlier about the need for increased certainty, especially in hard to abate sectors or in sectors where further mitigation actions are even possible, it speaks further to the need for climate change responses to be integrated at a national level, Chair. We're really calling for a single holistic mitigation system to be put on the table for consideration, whether that consists of many proposals or just a few. We would really like to see one system being proposed, and we've been calling for that along with others for a number of years. In that way, we can really determine what needs to be accomplished and how best to achieve that with the lowest economic and employment impacts in terms of business sustainability and the socio-economics for the country. As an example, Chair, we've had a few scope changes over the years, and we sit with these examples where companies haven't really been involved technical policy discussion debates in a few cases been largely outside of the scope of the legislation, whether it be that of the National Treasury or the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And now suddenly after all these years find themselves in the scope and they don't understand their liabilities. There's still no finalization of how the carbon budget and carbon tax will be annualized. And this is just an example of how there seems to be this lack of integration. Also, a lack of product choices in the market needs to be taken into account, where taxes and penalties are being placed often at the consumer level, where the consumer can't actually make the choice to choose a different product or move in a different direction over a number of years to ensure a sustainable transition. In many cases, especially in the chemical industry, as well as others, there's a lack of options to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, and that could be for a number of reasons, Chair. One reason could be pure theoretical stoichiometry, where it's a chemical reaction and it just generates a certain amount of greenhouse gas emissions. Others can be because there's an absolute lack of available technology. The other could be that technology is still not at a place where it can result in competitive products being manufactured, for example, and exported to the global market. There can also be cases, and this is really quite generally representative of our members, is that mitigation has already been voluntarily undertaken, usually as a part of their commitments to the Responsible Care Initiative. So we are sitting with a number of companies who find themselves in the scope of climate change mitigation legislation anyway, who don't have a lot of movement, having even implemented as much energy efficiency interventions as possible to even start reducing their scope 2 emissions. We really feel that this needs to be recognized very clearly and explicitly in the climate change bill, so that there is a provision, and we'll speak to it a little bit later, for a certain amount of flexibility being provided, while it must remain clear that we are supportive of further mitigation in the least cost manner. I think just the last point on the slide here is about alignment of timelines. Just a very technical note, we do speak in the bill about 5-year phases and cycles that align with our international commitments. It may be the case for at least the first phase that won't be a full 5-year period. So we just need to make sure that the bill provides at least for the first period that may not be 5 years. We wouldn't want to be locked into a 5-year cycle and it doesn't align internationally. Speaking about policy matters for further integration, it's noted that a number of years ago there was a joint parliamentary sitting of this committee as well as the Standing Committee of Finance from the National Treasury, and we haven't seen that joint sitting since, when the carbon tax was being considered from a policy perspective, and we wonder if now is not the time for Honourable Chair and members to consider a joint sitting again to be able to drive the alignment that's so necessary for the country to consider in terms of mitigation and adaptation, and in terms of local government capacity that we'll speak to shortly. Just for some perspective to break the presentation a bit, it's recognized that South Africa's greenhouse gas emissions are one of the highest in the world, but from the latest greenhouse gas inventory as well, it also seems that they have peaked. The national inventory also lists where emissions are most prevalent, including electricity generation. And in terms of chemical industry, industrial process and product use, which excludes combustion, just to be clear, our industry's emissions don't feature much coming down to about 1.1% of national emissions. So what we really think here is, if my slide would change, that needs to be differential implementation as far as differential pressures applied as far as possible, with as much flexibility as possible to achieve the emission reductions wherever and however possible. So we're really looking, as we've also presented quite recently to the Standing Committee on Finance in the National Assembly, that, for example, carbon offsetting really needs to be as flexible as possible, so that where there remains carbon tax liability for the implementation of the polluter pays principle, companies themselves can drive least cost mitigation through finding where there can be emissions saved, no matter where they are, as long as they are trackable and auditable. So across the board, just as we're calling for further integration, we are proposing it as well in terms of there being much more flexibility applied in the mitigation space, obviously in a controlled manner, and that can be where the development of the regulations come in, but it needs to be explicitly provided for in the bill, Chair. While my slide's not changing. There we go. So we've gone through these points. We were a strong proponent.
Are you cautious of time, Mr. Malebe?
I am, Chair. I'm just under halfway, according to time.
No, I will tell you. I will tell you, Mr. Malebe. Don't worry. Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. We have been a strong proponent in terms of providing a specific proposal to the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment regarding our position on the use of least cost mitigation and support for the mitigation potential analysis study update that has quite a history of trying to determine where least cost mitigation is in South Africa, and we await for further developments on the proposed way forward for how carbon budgets are going to be assigned in the economy. Let me see if I can, there we go. As we already said, there needs to be explicit provision for where there can be no feasible mitigation and to recognize where there has been voluntary mitigation already. In terms of provisions regarding the Presidential Climate Commission, Chair, we as Kaya feel uncertain in terms of its representation. Although the commissioners are appointed as experts in their personal capacities, it's made clear that positions are not informed by business, labor and civil society constituencies. However, we note in the media and in the new version of the bill that there's a little bit of mixed messaging about this, and we'd really like to have further discussions to clarify this very important messaging going forward. Focusing again on mitigation here to highlight some important elements. There's confusion amongst members in terms of who is to be regulated, how thresholds for carbon budget regulations were determined, given policy by the National Treasury, that only big emitters are going to be targeted for the carbon tax, and that's definitely not being seen in how the tax is being implemented. So we need further integration there. Where there is certainty of inclusion, the regulatory and financial instruments remain unclear. So again, companies can't actually determine what their full spread of liability is going to be to determine how they can actually contribute to the policy development in the most effective manner. These kind of principles we're calling for to be explicitly provided in the framework legislation and not in the regulations. The regulations should really deal with what the bill provides for. Then, Chair, the few members with direct non-combustion related emissions already implement voluntary mitigation, cannot implement any more mitigation, or there is no feasible mitigation remaining or no mitigation technology available. These cases, we call again, must be provided for in the primary legislation. And then lastly, Chair, given all the pressures on business sustainability and the voluntary actions that have been undertaken by a largely responsible sector, there must be recognition in the bill that in some cases more time is going to be required for transitioning. As has been said, not so much today, Chair, but in the previous round of hearings, those presentations called a lot for there to be further consideration of local government capacity and accountability. I won't spend a lot of time on that, but we feel exactly the same way. We are worried about how local government is going to implement climate change related actions, not only from an adaptation perspective, but also they also have or they should have responsibilities in terms of reducing their greenhouse gas emissions. In terms of sustainable development, we just feel that the principle under 16.1 just needs a bit of tweaking in terms of how that sentence is structured, because it can have the interpretation that the climate change bill is trying to regulate the whole of sustainable development, which I'm sure is not the intention, but rather to contextualize that climate change action is an integral part of sustainable development. In terms of the just transition, just 2 points on that. CAI supports the need for a just transition, as we said earlier. Pathways and scenarios need to be developed and engaged on to determine the best approach for South Africa to ensure the most beneficial outcomes socially, environmentally, and economically. The bill needs to take this into account. Kaya, as a member of Business Unity South Africa, has contributed to the development of the BUSA Just Transition Vision 2050, which has its various aspirations included and has taken the National Business Initiatives Pathways Scenarios work to net zero by 2050 into account during its development, which is still being finalized. Although the Act will only govern South Africa's affairs and contributions to its international positioning, and that will feed back, South Africa should always support and drive positioning related to fair contributions and common but differentiated responsibilities. And this principle, we feel, Chair, should also be implemented in the domestic legislation. As a second last slide, just in terms of carbon budgets and sectoral emission targets, we feel that the scope must be aligned to IPCC activities, which are generally accepted internationally. This, we believe, is currently not the case. Thresholds for carbon budgets must be justified and rationally developed and integrated with the carbon tax policy of targeting big emitters, and it's a kind of chicken or egg scenario where we really can't determine what our full liability or responsibilities are going to be without a integrated proposal on the table. We feel that where there has already been substantive voluntary mitigation and companies find it difficult to find feasible mitigation opportunities, there should be obviously provision made for that in the bill. There should also be explicit reference to the need for least cost mitigation and how growth is going to be handled in the economy, for which we desperately need. There has been discussions over the years that companies who have carbon budgets allocated won't have sectoral emission targets applied, and we need to see this also explicitly referenced in the bill. Just more about growth and the country's emission space, very importantly, also in terms of the need for kind of integrated policy, Chair. The emission space obviously is predicted to be increasingly constrained as we need to up our ambition as far as possible going forward. but we still don't know how the allocation of carbon budgets to different sectors or different companies within single sectors will be prioritized. And this is key provisions that need to be provided in the bill. We need to be able to show how our government is going to be doing this. It's critical for investment. We believe that the focus should be on incentives and disincentives, resulting in these cost mitigation opportunities being available for those who are regulated to make use of, as well as driving new growth areas. Keeping in mind that there are those key challenges that the chemical sector faces in terms of stoichiometry, which is purely a chemical matter. If there's not a different feedstock or a different choice in the market, you're really forced to use what you have, and just as a pure result of a chemical reaction, there can really be no options available. There can be no technology available to abate emissions that are generated. And for a lot of the companies within the sector, voluntary and mandatory mitigation has already been implemented, and there seems to be very little feasible alternatives available. With that, I'd like to close, Chair, and thank the Chair and honourable members for their attention. Thank you.
Honourable members, there's now an opportunity to engage the presentations by show of hands. I invite honourable members of the Portfolio Committee to engage the presentations, the three presentations. Immediately after that, we'll break for lunch. I would prefer that we do a 15 minutes or 30 minutes break, and then we come back. Honourable Weber, you'll be the first.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colleagues, I think the presentations is very well prepared and we understand everything. The one thing I did bring up the last time when we had the climate change bill meeting was the enforcement. And I really would like to reiterate what Robin Hugo said about the enforcement. We are where we are at this stage currently because we do not enforce the current laws. And if there's no enforcement or punishment, even as little as the 5 million rand, we are really running into trouble. So I do think we need to take that extremely serious. The enforcement of the climate change bill is the only reason why it will be successful. We can have the best laws. If enforcement doesn't take place, it's not happening, and that has to be written into the climate change bill. So I just want to reiterate that we can do what we want. If that's not added and not in, we have trouble. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to everyone else for this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Weber. Honourable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I've got just a question for Dr. Maki, Lwando Maki. I'm happy that they are doing public awareness, which is very important for behavioral change, although it takes time. But I want to know their public awareness. Is it according to health promotion strategies where it's bottom-up approach so that the community can buy in and easily change their behavior? Is that public awareness also covers those who cannot read and write and those who can't those who can't read and write because they didn't go to school, and those who can't see, the blind ones, so that it covers everyone. And I see the Summer Association. Are you also affiliated with the Health Professional Council of South Africa? But the work that you are doing is very good. I can see here on your, what is it? It's an impact on climate change. It shows that this thing, it cuts across all the departments, everything, because the way you've put it, the air pollution, allergies, water pollution, and so forth. It shows that it needs an integrated multi-sectoral approach or intergovernmental approach. Then when it comes to the CAIA, Mr. Glenn, I'm happy that there's an association that deals with a chemical industry, because it's one of the industries that has a major impact, negative impact on our climate change and on our environment. I just want to know whether in all these things, how do you intend or contribute to decrease the GHG emission in South Africa as an association? And also, are your affiliates working or registered? Is it part of them that they must register their storage with the National Department of Health as hazardous storage, and also the Department of, I think it's Agriculture, so that they comply on the, and we have the material safety data sheet on the chemicals they keep on their storages. And also, there was a case in KZN when during the riots, there was a chemical spillage that affected the whole area, the vegetation, the natural water supply, the air and everything. And it took so much time to correct that. I forgot the name of the company. What is your intake on that? Because I know, according to the Act, the polluter pays and they must rehabilitate. But when they do that, already there's a very large, huge impact, negative impact to the community and the animals, including the ones that stay in water, the water animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Honorable Faith Mutambi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mudisa. I'll start by welcoming the presentation by Dr. Maki. And then what excites me a great deal is the slide there that talks about the impact of climate change on human health. And then you mentioned a lot of severe diseases there that are caused by the rising temperatures, increased on carbon dioxide levels, including extreme weather. There's a slide that you deal with that. Then with regard to air pollution, asthma, cardiovascular diseases are some of them. I'm just trying to mention this. I just wanted to understand the extent of this in terms of, I will start maybe with the issue of the mining, as we discussed earlier, in the sense that once the dumping of waste or mining waste after the mining areas is done, that include liquid waste, then it can have an impact on the people. There can be an increase of dust in the air, bad smell or smoke, in between dirty water that will be flowing directly into our rivers, streams, and dams. In line with this, I just want to hear your opinion in that, to say, in terms of pollution. Let's say, for instance, the classical example, those people, we've seen a lot of people, I think around Limpopo, who were affected by this thing of breathing asbestos in those asbestos mining areas. Or if you go to Mpumalanga area where are these big mining companies, you check the files of the clients that are there in those hospitals. Normally they've got this is called a lung, whatever diseases that are related to that. And then now with this climate change that is coming, I'm glad that you are supporting the bill as it is. But I should think at some point, time permitting, we could have asked you maybe to zoom in on the impact on the current state of pollution. It's either it's waste, if it's not storage running on the streets. Of late, there are pampasses that are all over in the country. And in essence, this will result in inborn diseases. And then maybe, as and when you were appreciating this, I should have thought that maybe your presentation should also touch on these matters of climate related, environment related diseases that come out of that. So this is the issue that one wanted to then share and understand from your side. And then with regard to the Just Share presentation, I think one will need to welcome your input to this one, to this in particular, because you seem to be worried about the penalties for non-compliance. And then also the main issue there is that it's about exceeding the carbon budget that then faces a higher carbon tax as stipulated in the Carbon Tax Act. Then I think this idea of you saying that it must then attract personal liability and also the revocation of licenses and higher carbon tax serving as a deterrent. I would like you to comment on that, to say how best can we infuse that? Because in terms of the penalty, yes, I will agree with you now, as it is, there's so much leniency. I would like you to comment further on that one so that we can then hear your issues correctly, to say what is it actually that you said in terms of the penalty, how should it look like? And then Sama as well, we want to also appreciate you for noting that maybe to understand clearly, why do you need a representation in the Presidential Climate Commission? Is it about the number basis, or what are the rationale of you that as Sama you need to be included into the Presidential Climate Commission? Because I don't get it clearly. It's safe to say, like I've indicated, you focus much on the definitions and then not at the consequences of these climate related and environment related occurrences or offenses that are happening, of which I know definitely it contributes directly into the hospitalization of most of the patients, and the trend of the diseases that are happening now, they are related to how we protect our environment. So those are the issues that, Chairperson, I wanted to raise and comment on, but otherwise I should then welcome the presentations as they are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutambi. Just Share, Sama, CAIA in that order.
Thank you, members. To answer the question in relation to penalties, so the National Environmental Management Act already provides for personal director liability and for licenses to be revoked in certain circumstances. So there's a provision in NEMA that says if an offence falls within the schedule, then those are the kind of penalties that would apply. So that would require penalizing exceedance of a carbon budget and referring to that so that the cross-referencing in NEMA applies there as well. So we already know the Climate Change Act will be a specific Environmental Management Act. So it's about making that link. Thank you.
Hi, I think that's Summer now. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead, Summer.
Thank you so much for the questions from the honorable speakers. I do, and thank you again for feeding back on the presentation and how you enjoyed it. And I do, am open for any of for further presentations on specific matters. Just maybe this one first answer will cover in terms of why the focus and maybe omission of some matters. I mean, the brief regard to this meeting was to specifically comment on the bill itself, but that's what we try to do. And in terms of having an expansion on the health-related impacts of climate that Honorable Tommy had mentioned, we can definitely do that presentation. In actual fact, I think the chairperson might have their camera on for even 30 minutes after putting it on at the end of my time allocation, because there's so much to cover. And we definitely can do that for this committee and expand further, or any of the individuals who belong to any of the parties to present at their forum. We're really open to it. Let's maybe start with the first question. The one was related to, do we have activities that relate to public awareness with our membership? Yes, we do. With that also, and also we work in the whole trickle down grassroots level, whereby we try to educate the leadership within the structure of SAMA, having presentations there at the chairperson's forum. Also then there we lead back to the branches themselves. And then after that, the doctors who attend those branches themselves, which is our grassroots in our organization, have those discussions, one, to all the policies related from all the way from our partners of the World Health Organization, which remember their working group, all the way to our partners as Public Health Association of South Africa, and also to the policies that come from the World Medical Association, and also such as this bill itself, which we do circulate around our members and they input directly, where at times they might not have gotten exposure to climate stuff. And then that also trickles back to our members belong to the education sector in terms of specialist training, undergraduate and postgraduate and undergraduate training. And after that, they also treat patients in all over South Africa, from rural to urban communities, where they can also share some of the impacts of climate change in which they practice. And we do have members that do practice in Durban who were experiencing climate change, who knew, luckily to some of our stunts, what climate change can cause, and they felt it themselves and explained it to our members. We also have members who also stay near the border at Mozambique when they had their cyclone, and were educating the community about the water-related diseases, which was caused by that cyclone at that time a few years back. And we also do have members in the drought areas of South Africa who treat patients there also, as I alluded to the others, who do educate the communities within it. And also there are community leaders within it. In terms of the messages, we do advocate, one, it's evidence-based in terms of the scientific research and also the pathophysiology, but also it's based on the health promotion in terms of the Ottawa Charter and its principles of having Ottawa Charter principles, and also the ASATA declaration, as you know now, that's recently been gone, that's driving primary health care and those principles. So we do cover it. In terms of addressing the needs of those who cannot read or write, at times, whenever we have in-person events, people do RSVP, and then we ask them if there's any extra needs or support we can do to make sure their interaction with the event is the best. So when that does occur, we do meet it in terms of carrying forward with our plans. In terms of the events, or what are we doing next in terms of it, One is that I'll be heading the delegation for the World Medical Association and representing 16 million doctors at Egypt now at the COP, which is in Africa. And also at that time, I will also be having a panel discussion actually speaking on the impact of climate and health. And I'd like to invite the chairperson, the minister, and also Mr. Babakrissi, and also Mr. Pashla, and also any other portfolio members or anyone who has time on the 16th of November to maybe log on, or if you're present, to come share and hear some of the activities in terms of the impact of climate and health. In terms of the question related to women and health, related to climate, it's very important. And I mean, I agree with Honorable Mutambi that it's, I mean, as we highlighted that within the mentioning of the vulnerable groups, we're happy to have seen that as emphasis. Women are quite impacted, and that's clear evidence in terms of climate and health. And also with that comes with also the social dynamics of society, in terms of sometimes having them to be dealing with dynamics of not having access to education at times, also leading to also that allows them not to be aware of some of the stuff that's related to the climate change health in terms of some of the media, also in terms of having rights over their reproductive management, reproductive health, which is a challenging in terms of society's constraints, and also the issue of gender-based violence, and it is there. In terms of the other question related to pollution and how it's related to the mining industry, and also related to other mining industry, and also related to sewage and sewage and other parts that can cause illness themselves that I didn't allude to. As I said, we're available to have extensive presentation with the forum. But I can tell you that, I mean, you know, in terms of the mining space, there's issues of climate. They're related directly in terms of air quality. As you might know, I mean, from one of the stats has shown that air quality was responsible in terms of quite a large number of deaths, in terms of causing illnesses such as pneumococcus, and I love that you mentioned asbestosis, and also silicosis that also comes hand in hand with it. And that also relates to even the mining industry, which in terms of the soil itself, also the building of the construction related to the mining industry, and also related to the blasting and drilling, which is in part, it's part of the mining industry itself. I mean, globally speaking, air pollution is responsible for about 25% of lung cancer deaths, and also 43% causing of COPD deaths, and 25% of ischemic heart disease, and 24% of stroke deaths. And that's quite a large number. And we also, a recent study in the Lancet has shown that 62% of deaths of deaths attributed to climate change itself were related also to cardiovascular events. I mean, in terms of how that may happen, and maybe you're alluding to how is the pathophysiology about it. I said it's quite a lecture by itself, but I mean, just in a nutshell summary, essentially in terms of air pollution wise, you inhale pollutant matters which can cause direct damage and also cause inflammation and stress within the respiratory, and also causing a cardiometabolic syndrome. I mean, some of the ones in terms of what is a cardiometabolic syndrome, that's like hypertension, high cholesterol, diabetes. I can expand further to some members who might not know as much about them. And that causes increased rate of people having at times cardiovascular events related to climate change itself. In terms of those related to sewage and overflowing, I mean, the prime example is whenever you have floods. I mean, that's one of the way that can happen in terms of all the sanitation systems can fall out a bit of the window due to the flood itself. And by the way, floods are actually the most common natural disaster that occurs, and is direct health stuff in terms of injuries caused, which actually overflow the health system, and drownings. And then now to the part you mentioned, which is the waterborne diseases, there's also the injuries and drownings, which have managed to, I mean, drownings themselves are quite high, and also the floods themselves lead to landslides. And globally, I think the last time I checked, the floods cause about challenges affect more than 74 million people in terms of in 2016 from a study. And also the other parts of climate that we need to also recognize in health is related to social determinants of health. If you don't have food due to extreme heat and crops not growing, you're going to have malnutrition. And I think from a study from WHO, 2030 to 2015, climate change is expected to cause about 250 deaths per year. From 2030 to 2015 due to malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress, which all further need health. And the other one that I think we need to also highlight is that the costs. I mean, you know, as you're having challenges in the economy itself in terms of driving growth, you have unnecessary expenditures due to climate change itself, which could have been diverted to other places of spend. I mean, you're looking at I think the direct damage cost that WHO recently done that there's a direct damage cost to health, meaning that is related to about estimated 2 to 4 billion per year by 2030 in terms of countries getting affected globally. So that's a lot of money, and that's US dollars, and that's a lot of money that could have been used on other stuff. I mean, even with the floods that happened recently, a lot of money had to be diverted to these things and were not planned, and it sets back some of the plans that I mean that we want as a country, and that also affects health itself. And that, with that being said, is that it leads to delaying some of the goals, and that's quite a big issue. The last question related to presidential commission inclusion. I mean, we represent quite a unique, very specialized grouping, and very can come with certain skills and understanding that some people might have liked in this presentation, and also we can show in terms of others, in terms of when we're in the commission to impact on the statistics that the latest level in terms of health, how is it impacted by climate itself. We are part of the WHO Civil Working Group, Society Group, that feeds directly to Tedros, who's the director of the WHO. We also are part of global organizations that are actually doing the latest research, and we can actually share it in terms of trying to be more prepared, as you've said, in terms of adaptation. And also within it, a lot of us were members, and also those who will be in the committee or will be feeding back will be those who are also at the front lines of the impacts of health due to climate change, in terms of us being more prepared as a nation, one. Two, also in terms of making sure that some of these awareness programs can also have a good and a greater scope. As we said, also at the same time, is that with the inclusion of Samad there, one, you'll be able to have expertise. Two, you'll also get the latest evidence based from a health and a point of view. We're the only South African organization to ever be part of that WHO Climate Civil Society Work Group. And we also work with, as I said, I'm being head of delegation of World Medical Association at COP, meaning that I'm working with over 60 million different doctors globally, who might even have a problem that we don't have. And to put those statistics in mind, I mean, South Africa's overall contribution, if you look over the whole industries in terms of industrialization and so forth, Africa hasn't really been hitting it in terms of having a lot compared to some of the other countries. And we're still developing. And even when we did present ourselves, we struck a balance between understanding that we want to reach and prevent no other further person losing a father, brother, mother, and sister due to climate change. But we also understand there's also economy to develop. And also we have to understand that we also have to grow as a continent. And that's, I think, some of the different things that we add value to. I'm open to more questions. I see the chairperson has his camera on. So let me cut it there. Thank you so much.
I really must appreciate your observations. You're a true doctor, Dr. Mike. I'm very cautious. I'm very cautious.
Sorry, Chair, there was one question on the Health Forestry Council that I remember now. We do have members of the Health Forestry Council, members of SAMA who are in the Health Forestry Council. The Health Forestry Council is appointed by the minister. And so it's not like a thing we join. It's appointments. And then, but we do have members who are part of it. I used to be part of the postgrad committee and accreditation, and we work with the College of Medicine and other structures related to health and specialist education and accountability of the fraternity itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Magisi. AIA.
Thank you, Chair. As the Executive Director, Glenn will provide some of the answers, but just in terms of some of the questions that have been raised, and I am happy to overlap with Sama from our awareness raising. We are very prominent in Africa. It's very visual. So
can this prominence be also portrayed on camera?
Unfortunately, Chair, I have a difficulty. I've just got back from overseas and I have an issue with the camera. So the IT department from our section is dealing with that. So my apologies, but I think most of those on the call will know who I am. I head up the Chemical and Allied Industries Association as the Executive Director. So I apologize for not having a screenshot. I would have thought that, you know, what I had provided previously was available, but we do have an issue from I landed earlier to, you know, and therefore we have some difficulties from an IT perspective. I just want to, Chair, if you're happy with that, and Glenn, who is my head of policy, will answer to many of the questions. But I think, you know, from our side, and I look forward to Minister Creasy's presentation this afternoon on COP27. We did have an engagement last night from an NBI perspective, and we had an engagement on Monday. But from an air quality point of view, I hear what the association previous to our engagement provided. I think there are a number of issues which we did discuss with the department yesterday afternoon and of DFFE, and I think we need to look at it. So from a business point of view, there are a number of issues. I think government also needs to come to the party on that. As regards the education, as I've said previously, we do rely heavily on what Kaya presents, and it's very much visual as opposed to a written a view, just because of who we are in Africa. So to the point, we do promote ourselves from an African perspective, as we are the association to the honorable member that requested who we are, what we are. We actually represent probably 95% of the chemical industry in South Africa. I think our concern is very much that a lot of the investment is out of South Africa due to a number of reasons from an investment point of view, which I think have been articulated this morning. So I think, Glenn, Chair, if I may ask Glenn from my association to deal with the specific questions. I know it's lunchtime, it's way past lunchtime, because 2:28 is not in my diary for lunch, but we were the last association or presentation to be provided. So I would appreciate if you could just recognize us and we can continue. Maybe we need to have a brunch versus I don't know, evening event. But can we just be accommodated in terms of our comments, Chair? I'd really appreciate that. And if we can I ask Glenn from my office to actually deal with the specific questions? Chair, is that in order?
It is in order. Glenn, you're the last speaker.
Yeah, but Chair, just realized the lunch is pending, hey? I don't know what's on your table, but it's quite a nice lunch on a Friday. Glenn, go ahead. Thank you, Chair.
You're actually consuming from Glenn's time now.
That was like a second or two, Chair. Sorry.
So you consume 2 seconds of Glenn's time.
Glenn, go for it. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon again, honourable members and Chair. Sorry, I see Honourable Mutambi's hand. Can I go ahead?
Please proceed. It's a legacy hand.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the question, Ms. Mbata, Honourable Member Mbata. Just to respond to your question on how the association and the chemical industry contributes to a decrease in greenhouse gas emissions in South Africa. As an association, we are obviously tasked with the responsibility to engage with our members and consolidate those inputs and then engage with local, provincial and national government, as well as honourable members in the National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly on various matters of policy, legislation and regulation. So from an association point of view, even although we don't have a factory, we don't have trucks that emit greenhouse gas emissions, we do obviously contribute where we can to energy efficiency, and we contribute further through policy engagements with government. In terms of our membership, we operate along the entire value chain. So we have manufacturers, logistics service providers, waste managers, and so forth. As members, we feel it's very important to have that integrated approach so that we can look at all the different views of the subsectors within the chemical value chain. And all of those members do recognize their role in greenhouse gas emissions mitigation. As the presentation that we delivered earlier suggested, and it's verifiable, for example, through clean development mechanism greenhouse gas emissions interventions that have already over the last decade, last decade or more been implemented. There are very many voluntary greenhouse gas emission mitigation projects that have been and are continuously being implemented by members. So I hope that covers that question. Then regarding storage and registrations, Kaya places a strong focus on the need for legal compliance within its membership, and that's also driven by the implementation of the Responsible Care Initiative, which is the global voluntary on top of initiative, and there's 10 codes of management practice that are independently audited against, and these are all responsible care, sustainable development linked actions that members contribute to over and above being legally compliant. We are fully aware of our legal responsibilities, and in many of those we are required to do risk assessments and environmental impact assessments before we even break ground, Chair. So there are a lot of provisions to allow development under environmental authorizations, whether that be in the waste management, air quality, and pure environmental authorization space, as well as in the water space. And we do try and be absolutely compliant as a sector, as a minimum. Further to that, in terms of safety data sheets, the Department of Employment and Labour has, a year ago or so, promulgated the hazardous chemical agents regulations, which makes it mandatory in the workplace to have those safety data sheets. And that's obviously because it's already being required in the workplace as of September, actually, this year. There will be a drive down naturally through that lead department's implementation of the globally harmonized system of classification and labeling of chemicals to be driven down outside of just being required in the workplace. I think that's covered most of Ms. Mbata's questions. Perhaps Ms. Penfold would like to respond to the matter of the chemical incident in KwaZulu-Natal.
Who's that? Who must respond?
Ms. Penfold, the Executive Director.
Okay. The incident in KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. Penfield.
She may have lost connectivity, Chair. Perhaps I can just respond briefly on that one. That company wasn't a member of Kaya, so wasn't signed up to the Responsible Care Initiative. And as such, we can't really comment on that company's activities or lack thereof. But certainly it is very regrettable situation in terms of the socio-economic and environmental impacts that have been faced. I believe there are reports still being developed and investigations still underway in terms of various areas of compliance. But also, Chair, my last point, it's not only about compliance, it's about compliance monitoring and enforcement by government too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maleva. Thank you, Sama. Thank you, CAIA, and Just Share, and all the presenters. It has been a very lengthy process. It has been a fruitful morning of engagements, critical and in-depth, very informative. We really appreciate it as a committee. We are sure that you will continue playing your respective roles in your responsibilities wherever you are. It is now 14:36. I would request that we take a 15 minutes break, to make it 14:35. We come back here at 14:55. And I will officially hand over to the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Mutambi. Thank you very much. Your guidance, your wisdom, your advices, all the recommendations that you have been made have been noted. We'll see you at 14:55 when Honorable Mutambi takes over. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chair.
Gillette, you're not going for lunch. Still saying thank you, Chair. at around 11. Yeah, then let's proceed with and welcome and thank those who are still here since morning. I see majority of you have been here. You are still here in the morning. Others presented and go, but there are some of you who didn't go. Want to appreciate it. It's a sign that you are all committed to make sure that this bill become a reality. DM, can I welcome you and thank you for your patience and indulgence. This presentation was supposed to have been done at 14 hours. We are now at 5 minutes to 3. Can I have the apology of the minister and the DG who's on leave, and I think she deserved that leave. She has been hard at work. Yes. Okay. Can we welcome you and hand over to you so that you handle item 3 on the agenda item? Over to you, DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to yourself and to the honorable members. Yes, our DG is on leave, but we do have acting DG, which is Mamukhala Mashala, one of our DGs in the department. As I have said, Chair, I missed the beginning of the meeting because unfortunately I had to attend to another commitment that I could not change. But I believe and hope that the team, which was here from the start of the meeting, did note some of the
Recording in
comments
progress.
and the push that came from the stakeholders. It was very interesting to listen to the stakeholders and very valuable inputs and comments that were said this morning. So without a waste of your time, Chairperson, can I then give it back to you so that the leader of the department, which is the acting DPG, Mamukhala Mashala, can then assist with regard to the person who's going to take us through as per agenda item. Thank you very much, Chairperson and the team.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. DDG, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable DM. Good afternoon. My name is Mamukhala Mashala. I really appreciate the time that which the Portfolio Committee has allowed us to come and present the preparations for the COP27. I am together with the management from the department, and for this particular presentation, we are going to be assisted by Mr. Joe Ramara, who is the acting DDG Climate Change and Air Quality Management. So please continue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting DG, and good afternoon, Chair, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Members. Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Minister. I also have Mr. Steleki Mkutasi, who is the Director International, who are some of the leaders for the negotiations, and Mr. John Kiwiti, who will be projecting on his side. And Honorable Chair, this is just a presentation on the preparation of COP27. If we can move to the next slide, Jongi. Chair, in terms of the arrangement, COP27 will be held in Egypt, Sharm el-Sheikh, from the 6th to the 18th of November 2022. And the conference will comprise of 3 governing bodies, one being the 27th Conference of the Parties to the UNFCCC, and the 17th Conference of the Parties serving the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, CMP 17, and the 4th Conference of the Parties serving the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement, which is CMA 4 session. And the session, Chair, are also preceded by preparatory work, which is done by the subsidiary bodies. These are technical bodies that do some technical preps, the SBIs, and the subsidiary body on the scientific and the technological advice, which these meetings took place in Bonn during June. Next slide, Jonke. Chair, in terms of the organization of the COP will open with a high-level summit of the heads of states and will be organized into thematic days, meaning these will be some of the key themes that will run during the course of the COP. And from the 7th to the 8th November, there will be a high-level summit by national statement by heads of state. And there will be 6 parallel roundtables covering quite a number of thematic areas. And on the 9th of November, Chair, there would be it will be a finance day, which will address the aspect of climate finance ecosystem, but will not be limited to, among other things, innovative and blended finance and the financial instruments and tools that will enable support for developing countries to implement their commitments to the Paris Agreement. On the 10th of November, there is a Science Day, and this will be comprised of discussions and events where the outcomes of the IPCC reports of Working Group 2 and Working Group 3 will be shared, and recommendation and further enhance the community, enhance the engagement on the climate community, as we know that the IPCC do undertake some scientific work and produce quite a number of literature that guides some of the interventions on climate change. On the 11th of November, it's going to be a decarbonization day, which will provide an opportunity to discuss the various approaches and policies to showcase technologies that are aimed to encourage, of course, facilitate the much needed transition and paradigm shift towards a low carbon economy. Next slide. Next slide, Jongi. I don't think the slide is moving. Chair, just to confirm if the slide is moving on my side, the slide is not moving.
Yeah,
Honorable.
I am on the next slide, so I'm not sure what's happening.
No, it's not moving on my side.
We are here. We have this next slide that starts with the 12th of November.
Yes, that's the one. Okay, on the 12th of November, Chair, there will be Adaptation and Agricultural Day. This is the Adaptation Day that will provide an opportunity to discuss the full scope of adaptation-related issues that include agriculture, nutrition, coastal area livelihoods and protection, the loss and damage, the disaster risk reduction, solution to build resilience of agriculture and systems to the adverse impacts of climate change. So this will be a full day of discussion on the adaptation and agriculture. On the 14th November, it will be a gender day, and the focus will be the role of women in dealing with all aspects of climate change, and of course, gender being very crucial and central, and the role of women being indispensable towards addressing the issues of climate change. On the 15th of November, it will be an Energy Day. Chair and honorable member, the focus will be on all aspects of energy and climate change, which include, among other things, the renewable energy transformation, with specific focus on the just transition in the energy sector. And on the 16th of November, it will be a Biodiversity Day. And this day will deal with the nature and ecosystem-based solution. And the 17th, there will be, of course, a Solution Day, and Solution Day will bring together government representatives and business and innovators to share their experience and their ideas in terms of spreading, among other things, awareness, sharing of experiences and best practices. And of course, it will definitely be catalytic towards unleashing the future alliance, collaboration, and partnerships. The next slide. Chair, we also at COP, South Africa have secured a pavilion and a pavilion resulting from the partnership between the department and the National Business Institute and of course the business sectors. And the event in the main is structured around the various thematic days at COP. And the pavilion would host different events led by society representative. The Presidential Climate Commission will also have a series of events, the business sector and the international organization. And it is at the pavilion that where all stakeholders in the country come together to showcase some of the actions that we are undertaking and the partnership that we are undertaking as a country to reinforce our messaging to the global community of the efforts that the country is undertaking in addressing climate change. Next slide. The 5 key messages for the pavilion share range from, among other things, the implementation of a just transition to the net zero emissions, the need for mobilize financial resources and also financial resources for adaptation and resilience, implementation of both adaptation and just transition, which will require, of course, credible partnership. And of course, the issue around partnership, transparent leadership, business and government stakeholders demonstrating progress against the commitment towards addressing climate change would be some of the key messaging that would be coming out during the pavilion. And this in the main is just to encourage participants to tell their story, showcasing their actions and opportunity and demonstrate the partnership that we have in the country around the implementation of climate change, addressing climate change impacts in the country. Next slide. In terms of the country's expectation, Honorable Chair, South Africa will negotiate, of course, as part of the African group. And we have noted that as a country, we are providing thematic lead on a number of areas for the African group. And as COP is taking place in Africa, African issues are expected to be very strong and be emphasized, which from the country's perspective, there are key issues that would really be more emphasized. One is to emphasize the need for more mitigation action by developing countries as opposed to backtracking, as it has been witnessed that there seems to be backtracking on the commitment. And the other area of emphasis is going to be the just transition for Africa, starting with the energy transition and the finance for Africa becoming one of the critical areas that would be emphasized. And the significant increase, Honorable Chair, on the funding for adaptation under the global goal on adaptation, pushing for really achieving parity between funding for mitigation and adaptation within the international system, ensuring that adaptation is also getting adequate support. And the other issue would be around resolving the multiple options for addressing the loss and damage. It has been one of the key issues, Chair, that has been on the agenda to say, how do we then address the issue of loss and damage and ensure that the countries that are suffering the loss and damage associated with climate change are able to be supported adequately, as the case in point where we have noted the challenges that we have in our own yard here in Durban around the flooding. And the other issue would be advancing the negotiation on the post-2025 financial goal, noticing that the $100 billion the annual US dollar target that is not being achieved. So there will be more emphasis on support to advance the negotiations on the 2025 finance goal. The next slide. In conclusion, Chair, COP27 outcome should be seen as an implementation And as indicated, we need to narrow the gap between the pledges and the actual implementation on ground. We find that there are a number of pledges, but there's follow through in terms of implementation. And it's something that would need to be emphasized. And we need to build trust between developed and developing countries by, of course, developed countries have to fulfill some of their commitment that they've made. And I think if, during COP, that will be the message to really try to narrow the trust deficit and rebuild trust, and a clear commitment to supporting the just transition, particularly for developing countries. And we need to build momentum for economic reform, and this includes the multilateral development banks to ensure that significant debt restricting and reform to reduce the heavy debt on developing countries. And I think in the main here is to ensure that the multilateral development banks are able to use instruments that will not put or further put the countries into debt when they are addressing the climate change challenges. So instruments such as grants, I think, would be emphasized to say most developing countries will be looking for grants to address the climate change related matters. And of course, as the country, we are ready to play a constructive role in the negotiations during COP. And I think this is the last slide. The next slide, Jongi, I think this is the last slide. Chair, I will be handing over back to you. Thank you, Chair, and I hand back over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for such an extensive brief. It's much appreciated. If you can remove the presentation from the screen, it will assist a great deal. Yeah. Okay, colleagues, this is the update. It's work in progress. But if there are issues that you want to raise, you are more than welcome to raise your hand, then I will shoot. Yeah, then we'll take it from there. Can I get the show of hands? Like majority of them attended the stakeholder meeting on the 24th. They are already advanced. That could be the other reason. And the slides were shared then. I don't see any other hand. Honorable Mudisa, you covered? It's unprecedented, eh? That you make a presentation, no one asks you a question. Mr. Amar, what have you done?
Chair, I think maybe is the result of an extensive engagement that have been happening in preparation.
The head has appeared. It has appeared before you say that. Honorable Bright.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a very quick one, and thank you so much for all of the hard work that's been going on behind the scenes on the presentation itself. I have been advised by some of the officials that programs have been drawn up as per the different days, and members who are attending have been allocated certain responsibilities on different days. Maybe it's just me personally. I haven't received that information. I'm not sure if that has been sent out yet or if that's generally accessible. I'm not suggesting we have to share it all in today's meeting, but just to check if that is going to be available as soon as possible, so that we can all just make sure we know where we've got to be on which day. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Can I hand over to you, DDG, to respond?
Thank you, Chair. I will follow up with the advanced team and will definitely revert to that and ensure that that information becomes available in advance, Chair. if you may indulge me, Chair, to follow up with our advanced team who have already are on their way to COP, and we'll revert to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had the privilege of attending the stakeholder meeting. That's why I don't have questions now. Thank you. Then you have disposed of your task. Yes, you can then stay over for the other agenda item if that's in line of your duty. I don't know. The DDG, the acting DGs, yes, right? Okay. We can,
thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that precise. I wish you could do that time and again. Just presentation that are clear. I don't know, but it's fine. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, DM. Any other thing to say, DM, or you covered your parting shot?
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I think, as you have correctly said, that the presentation was clear because it was a follow-up. So I don't have issues, but I will also sit until the adjournment of the meeting so that I can get some information from especially from the Department of Economic Development. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DM. Thank you, DM. It's much appreciated. Then that brings us to, thank you, officials, for the update. We can then move to section 3, item number 4. We are now continuing with the climate change bill oral submissions. Is BioWatch ready? Ms. Black, are you ready?
Hi, good afternoon.
Oh, okay. Welcome, all of you.
Thank you very much. I'm Rose Williams, and I'm Director of BioWatch, and I'm with Vanessa Black, who is our Advocacy and Policy Coordinator, who will be doing the presentation to the Portfolio Committee. And it's a thank you to the Portfolio Committee, the honourable members and colleagues for this opportunity to present. Thank you, and over to Vanessa.
Sorry, honourable members, I just need to be able to share my screen. So I'm going to just try and switch to that.
Yes,
I don't know if someone can in.
We can see.
Can you? Okay, great.
But it's like it started in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to go to the beginning.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, you can see it. You can proceed, Vanessa.
All right. Okay, thank you. Our presentation is going to have 3 parts, just a little bit of background on who we are as an organization, and then some discussion on the critical intersection between food systems and climate change and the right to food, which is one of the main reasons that we asked to please present to the committee, and then some key comments on the bill. So the first part is that we are a civil society organization based in KwaZulu-Natal. We work to support smallholder farmers in the province, but we also do national and regional and international advocacy, learning from the experiences of the farmers on the ground and looking at biodiversity, food sovereignty, agroecology, and social justice. We're also the project holders for a partnership called the Seed and Knowledge Initiative that's based in 4 countries in the region with 15 partners who are involved in different aspects of supporting smallholders, research, nutrition and food, some of farmers' movements in the region. So the reason we asked
to present is because of this critical intersection between the food system, climate change, and the right to food. And for a very long time, the aspect of the food system's impact has been not fully acknowledged in the climate change debate. And for South Africa, there's some very important intersecting impacts. So it looks like at the moment we may well be headed to a 1.5 degree global temperature change, which in Southern Africa actually means an impact of a 3 degree change. And for us, that means a generally much drier country, except for the East Coast, critical water shortages, more opportunities for fire. But what's really an impact of that increasing temperature and lower access to or lower water is that it's going to impact our maize production and our livestock production. And then also, as we've seen in KwaZulu-Natal recently, is these weather events, unusual weather events. So we swing from drought to extreme rain events or extreme wind. So we're really concerned about that changing impact on our food system in the country and what that means for the food insecurity that people are already experiencing. Then in terms of the food system as a whole, as I said, there's been a lot more acknowledgement around the impact of agriculture, but the IPCCC even has only really been looking at agriculture quite recently. And it's only in the past few years that we've really gotten statistics on the impacts of the whole global food system. And shockingly, it's as much as 1/3 of global emissions because of the different components. So whether it's land use change to make way for particularly monoculture, agriculture, the farming itself at 14%, food processing and packaging, the retail component, the transport, consumption, and waste. So the reason that impact is so high is because, sorry, and I just to come back to that picture, just to say that some of the main impacts are in the food system in terms of the agriculture component is the intensive livestock production, particularly because we're increasingly feeding animals in feedlots, and that's using 40% of crops produced in the world. So there's like a double impact. But then also the biggest growth in emissions is in this food retail and that whole section relating to how we get food from the farm gate to people. So that's really been growing very much since 1990. It's tripled, and now equals 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So just to understand how we get to that, it's because increasingly food has become a product. And so it's been subjected to this industrialized value chain. And we often hear talk of value chains and entering global value chains. But it's from the land clearing to make way for crop production, the crops also going into animal production, but also clearing for animal production. And then the initial processing, the manufacturing of increasingly processed food products, the retail until it gets to us as consumers. And then in that, we have a whole input production sector that's very much based on fossil fuel impacts, inputs. So like fertilizer, for example, pesticides. It's also all of that value chain, which is becoming increasingly globalized. And so we might be importing soya from Latin America for animal feed and then exporting the animal products and then importing processed products. So that whole global value chain has a whole logistics sector and transport through every step. And then also waste. So the waste component isn't just at the consumption side that we often think about, but all along that value chain. And 1/3 of all food produced is wasted globally. And then there's also increasingly digitalization along that value chain. And just to note that
often we don't think about that aspect of it. And it's kind of a hidden aspect in terms of climate change impact. But global computing and the big data that's going into this value chain and into live feed from very large commercial production systems is now contributing between 2.1 to 3.9% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And that's equivalent to even greater than air travel. In South Africa, we have a slightly smaller impact as a proportion of our greenhouse gas emissions, possibly because of the very heavy emissions in our energy production. So percentage-wise, it's smaller. But it's made up of farming and then post-production processes equaling 18%. And on the farming side, it's 70% from intensive livestock and 11% from field crops, of which the maize, wheat, and sugarcane industries are the biggest producers of emissions because of the large areas that they are produced in, while vegetable production is the most intensive, carbon intensive. So that's the impact of this increasingly globalized industrial food system. But climate is not the only impact that it has. And it was very interesting listening to the previous presenters, particularly speaking about the UPL chemical disaster that happened in KZN. And that's not only impacted the river and the air pollution in neighboring communities and the closure of beaches impacting the tourism industry, but also a large number of subsistence fishers who fished that section of the coast. So the industrialized food system has a lot of far-reaching impacts and intersecting impacts. Another big one is the intersection of climate change, the food system, and biodiversity loss. So we're losing biodiversity because of the climate change, but also because of making way for industrialized production systems and then temperature change, and then the agrochemicals in that are used as well that are impacting on diversity. Also, obviously, we have the contested land, water, and seed in the country that people still don't have access to sufficient production, and then growing health problems, especially non-communicable diseases and nutrition impacts and food insecurity. So we really wanted to bring this to the attention of the committee. I know that one normally thinks about food in terms of the agriculture department's responsibility, but we really wanted to be highlighted and surfaced for this committee to consider so that one can look at the food system impact as a whole, because it's not just about looking at agriculture alone in terms of just trying to reduce emissions by slightly changing production systems. What we really are needing is a complete system overhaul in the food system. And there's a growing call internationally to relook at our food systems and the way that they're organized, and not just at the very narrow production part of it. So we really, first of all, want to say we very much support the climate change bill, but we would like to address the urgency of a coherent response, and then to consider building climate resilience in the food system through systemic change to enable that just transition that we're looking for. And we'd really like to advance agroecology as something to look at in that just transition in the food system, not only in the production. And the agroecological transition looks at that whole food system and how one can localize the food system, how one can look at power in the food system, especially in that global value chain. We're seeing that it's increasingly dominated by multinationals who are controlling that value chain, and very little benefit is coming to the ground, to producers in particular, but even in the local economy. Also, very importantly, relating to what the department presented in terms of the COP coming up, agroecology is really an opportunity to address adaptation and to build climate resilience in our food system because it looks at building healthy soils, it reduces waste, it very much strengthens local livelihoods and rural economies. It builds nutrition, it produces very nutritious food, and yeah, so it builds resilience in many ways on the ground. And also valuing biodiversity is a key element of agroecology. We're particularly stressing this, of course, because of the organization that we are working with smallholder farmers in KwaZulu-Natal. And it's a really important issue. And I know we often think a lot of the discussion in the country has been around upscaling small producers into the global commodity value chains. And everyone talks about the commercial agriculture sector really supplying food in the country, but we'd like to actually disagree a bit with that. And I think we've really learned that lesson in the past 2-3 years with the pandemic lockdown, just the importance of small-scale producers and small-scale food distributors in feeding people. And when they weren't able to do that, the extreme jump in food insecurity that happened during that period. So we'd really like to make a call for the committee to consider the very vast number of households in this country that rely on agriculture. 350,000 households rely directly on agriculture, and many more use agriculture as part of a livelihood strategy. And we really believe and would like to invite the committee, if you'd like to come and see our work on the ground with smallholders, just to see the kind of resilience that can be achieved through agroecology, through achieving food security at household level and having surplus that can be circulated in the local economy. And we've just been doing a research project that hopefully will be published early in the new year, looking at stories from the ground, from farmers around their experience during the COVID lockdown, also the looting that we experienced and the extreme weather from drought to flooding, and how they were able to be food secure and resilient. And then a very big part of that we'd also like to be built in more is support for that system, and very crucially looking at things like traditional crops, the small grains that are much more climate resilient and more nutritious, and a whole array of support to these smallholder systems, to agroecology, and building, localizing seed and localizing appropriate crops that can withstand these weather variations. So we're really making a plea. I know it's not really usually the Department of Environment's ambit, but to surface that in looking at the climate change bill. Yeah, so looking at comments on the bill, due to the scenario that we've just explained, and the deepening hunger and water crises in the country, and just to comment on the hunger crisis, and I'm sure you're all aware that we have 27% of children stunted, extreme increase in food insecurity, particularly during the pandemic and 2021. And that was because of the intersection between the pandemic affecting jobs and affecting the economy, but linked to also the drought that we had been seeing, and then rising food prices. And now we're seeing also the impact of the war in Ukraine on the petrol price and food prices and access to food. So we can anticipate with climate change more of these intersecting crises impacting food and nutrition security in the country. And the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group track the food basket, the price of the food basket in the country every month. And in September last year, the price of an adequate basic food basket for a family was 4,805 Rand. And I'm sure you're aware that that's way over what your average family is affording in terms of a worker's wage. And they calculate that people are underspending on food by 47%. So we'd like to suggest the addition of a guiding principle in terms of the interpretation of the Climate Act, along the lines of the need for an intersectoral approach to transform our food and agriculture systems using agroecological approaches to mitigate and be more resilient to climate change, while ensuring the right of all South Africans to adequate, healthy and nutritious food and safe drinking water as guaranteed as a right in our Constitution. The second, the second principle that we'd also like to put forward is a principle around balancing interests and rights. And one of the concerns that we had was how the framework in the bill, or the provisions in the bill, were going to review contested resources and different interests in the economy. And I know it's a really difficult balancing act to ensure development in the country, but also we need to balance the human rights of the majority of people in our country. So we also want to highlight the need for a healthy environment to be able to ensure the just transition. And so we'd like to suggest a principle of ensuring climate mitigation and adaptation plans contribute to the regeneration of our natural resource base and the well-being of all communities, and to avoid investments, public programs and subsidies that create path dependencies that lock our society and economy into development that continues to be based on extractivism and that causes harm to ecosystems and society. And in that regard, in our province where we work, we're seeing a huge increase in mining, but also extractivism in the form of plantation timber, which is, and also in Mpumalanga in our water, the sort of key catchments of our water reserves that are seriously impacting the quality of water, the availability of water, and a healthy land in order to be able to continue producing. And that's really the wealth of our country. We'd also, in that regard, like to suggest that as an objective, that there needs to be some mechanisms to balance these conflicts that might arise around how we use our resources and whose development is taken as the priority. So as an objective, it should outline conflict resolution mechanisms to ensure that objectives and principles of this act are realized in support of a just transition that enables a good life for all South Africans in the context of climate resilience and zero emissions development. Then some of the other issues, I think this is probably have been raised by many other stakeholders, is the urgency to respond through the bill and the urgency to get this bill enacted, but then also a number of instances in the bill that relate to sort of time periods for developing various things. So for example, after the enactment, there's 2 years to develop the National Adaptation Strategy and Plan. There's another 2 years after that for the sector adaptation strategies. There's 3 years from the National Adaptation Strategy and Plan to develop climate change response implementation plans. So if you look at that we're looking at least to 5 years from the publishing of this as an act. And if one looks at, and if the act is passed next year, that means that we're only really getting to implementation in 2028. But we've already said that we've committed in our NDC to start decreasing our emissions from 2026 onwards. So there's a bit of a mismatch in terms of what we really need to do very quickly in order to meet our commitments, but also the urgency of climate change. We'd also like to see public access to climate change information. And we were a little concerned around the emphasis on, obviously we do have to respect people's data and their personal information. But we've seen in other spaces where industries have withheld important information from the public under the ambit of confidential business information. So we really feel that the plans for mitigation, the progress in mitigation needs to be publicly accessed, and that shouldn't be withheld under CBD, confidential business information, CBI. And that it would be really great if we could have a one-stop public information access portal on the web where all departments could feed progress in and one could all engage with it in the public. We also need public participation in the climate response. And while the bill mentions that the public may be consulted, there's not really mechanisms in the bill that outline how that can happen. So there's representation in the Presidential Climate Commission, but that's also a representation that's, it's not like a democratic process, it's by appointment by the minister. So one aspect of it is also how the Presidential Climate Commission interfaces with the provisions in the bill, and how our representatives on that can be accountable, and how the recommendations of the Presidential Climate Commission come into the plans. But also, very importantly, it suggests in the bill, which is really good in terms of where it is that that there are districts, that the current Premier's Intergovernmental Fora and the district intergovernmental fora become designated as provincial and municipal forums for climate change. But if one looks at those two mechanisms as they are currently, there's no provision for civil society participation. And it's really key that civil society participates, especially at those levels, because as we've seen in KZN, it's really the municipality that deals with the impacts of climate change when we have these weather events, that's dealing with the consequences of food insecurity at local level. So, and we've also seen during the pandemic how civil society really rallied to support, and one needs some kind of mechanism for us all to work together in coming up with plans and also supporting adaptation. Then on the national greenhouse gas emissions trajectory, we're really concerned, and I'm not sure if it was just because of the timing, but that's table 3, that's at the back of the bill, which is put down as being that is supposed to become our national greenhouse gas emissions trajectory, that is actually the nationally determined contribution, but the one that's in the table is from 2015. And we've already submitted a 2021 nationally determined contribution that we've committed to. So at the very least, that table should be updated to that. But we're also concerned that even the 2021 nationally determined contribution is really only going to achieve a 2%, keep us to 2% climate change if that was applied. And so we need to be even more ambitious. So we're really concerned that that needs to be updated very soon. And then we're also concerned about the penalties for non-compliance with the mechanisms in the bill. There's a mention of penalties for non-compliance for submitting your plan for mitigation, but there's no penalties for if you don't implement your plan, or if you don't keep within your carbon budget. And the inference is that then penalties would be according to the penalties that the penalties will be set up in regulations, but according to NEMA. And in NEMA, the penalties are sort of fixed penalties. So we were thinking that really, if you're a huge company with a lot of profit, that kind of penalty might just be small change in a way, and you could just pay it and then not really worry about committing to your your compliance. And so we suggest that it's rather a sliding scale dependent on the size of the entity that is needing to be within a carbon budget. And then the other concern that we had was that a lot of the plans for response and for adaptation and mitigation will be built on the 2011 Climate Change Response White Paper. And we're worried that that's already very outdated, and that some of the response strategies are really end of pipe solutions, or sort of just trying to mitigate at the end of the pipe. And in the agriculture section, for example, it's promoting commercial forestry in terms of plantation.
Miss Black?
And it's also...
Can you hear me, Miss Black?
Yes.
You have exhausted your 30 minutes. You must wrap up now.
Okay. It also talks about climate smart agriculture. And so we just want the committee to think really about not looking just at techno fixes at the end of the pipe, but to really think about how we can redesign the food system and rethink processes and not just rely on techno fixes. And yeah, then lastly, just to say that if the committee would like more information, that we have a website with a lot of information on it. Also a fact sheet on climate change and the industrial food system. So thank you very much. That was all I wanted to say.
Okay, if you can help us remove it's removed already. Thank you so much for your submission. Is KZN Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs ready?
Yes, Chair, we are ready.
Okay. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, it's fine.
I was going to request, Chair, through you, that Chilega can fly it for me on that side, if can you do that for me?
Chilega, you're being requested to assist. You were not given sharing rights yourself. There you go. Unmute your microphone, Nolo Yuso. Want to hear you. Nolo Yuso?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, unmute your microphone.
Chair, oh, sorry about that. My screen is also playing games with me now. Good afternoon, Chairperson. I greet you this afternoon. I greet the entire portfolio committee. My name is Nolo Yuso. I'm from the Department of Environmental Affairs. I'm sorry, Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal. Mine is going to be very short, Chairperson. We appreciate the opportunity and also the opportunity that is given to us by the National Department to make comments. So my submission will be short, Chairperson, because we have submitted before. So I'm just going to summarize. Our purpose is just to make this oral presentation today as granted the opportunity. And we've also been granted the opportunity to listen out to the department as they were making presentations in the past. So I am going to just take a few, it's just a few slides actually. And the first thing that we wanted to talk about was the nature of Chapter 3. I think for us, Chair, is mostly just to make sure that the institutional arrangements that we are being granted are strengthened to ensure that the bill can actually work for us as provincial and local government. Yes, the adaptation is the largest part of what we need, as we know. But what we are saying then is also that proactively the mitigation needs and assessments must be specified already. I think if we do that almost equally as we have done with adaptation in that chapter and in that section, then we can be proactive in terms of mitigation. While we understand that the focus is on adaptation and we also need to be large in that area. So that is our first submission, Chair. The second part is that the inclusion of the mitigation measures into the provincial implementation plan in line with the constitutional mandates of the departments or of government seem to us that they were brought in the bill, and this opens to interpretations. In some provinces or some departments, there may be some non-existence of these. Therefore, it may also hamper our way in terms of making sure that we can make our contribution, especially for the large sectors that seem to be making trends in terms of the emissions, like we're making an example of the energy sector. So we're also making a recommendation as well that clarity must be given in terms of the sectors that are making large contributions so that we can proactively work on those. Although the mitigation mandate may be limited to the national government, but we would like to be proactive in that. In the subsection 4 of section 15, we're talking about the climate change implementation plan for the province, which is said must form a component of the province's IEP. Oh no, I think that's a repeat. I've already said that. Now I will go to the next subsection, or actually same subsection on section 15. We are saying that the guidance on the process of approval and endorsement of a provincial climate implementation plan, once developed, is necessary. This will assist to avoid delays in having such a document accepted and acknowledged by all relevant spheres within the province. So we are also making a recommendation as well to the effect of the multi-stakeholder and intergovernmental suitable structure that will endorse such a plan, that is to also make our life easy in terms of the buy-in from sectors that we are coordinating for climate change. This is also becoming very difficult for us than it was in Natal for obvious reasons and for the most recent history that we are coming from. And now, in terms of section 15, subsection 1, the bill has nicely placed emphasis on the requirements of district and metros, and will not necessarily make that same emphasis to the local municipalities. We don't want a situation whereby local municipalities will be in a space where they are almost excluded, yet they also have mandates, by the way, like for instance, the energy management. So would like to have clarity on this and to make sure that this sphere of this subsphere of government is also somehow considered in a way so that they can also manage the potential conflict and reshifting of responsibilities between these two spheres of local government. So we would like to have a role of local government being specified in that regard. Second last, Chair, we are making reference to chapter 4, sections 16 and 17, whereby we are sensing that the bill may not be placing the emphasis or good reflection on the agents to respond to the climate change crisis that is already being experienced as the most important adaptation measures that government is required to undertake only have to be implemented after the promulgation. I understand each law must do this, but we are saying the bill needs to provide for the kind of agency, because we are on an agency mode. Maybe at a low level, maybe this may not sound or look important, but you are making a recommendation that the bill must provide some sense of or kind of agency in terms of a response that government needs to be gearing up for by giving clear timeframes by which various plans need to be implemented. We feel strongly that that must come nicely, clearly on the bill. Now, chapter 5, we have looked at the entire chapter with regards to the role of provinces and municipalities, which is not clarified with regards to the greenhouse gases, greenhouse gas emissions, which we know things do happen at that level. We understand the strategic nature of the national government, but we do think that there is also a provincial level and the local level whereby these can be, the data can be obtained in a way that could make things clear if you include these tiers of government. Therefore, we are recommending that the role of provinces and municipalities must be clarified in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and removal, even though the provinces and municipalities may not play a major role in terms of international reporting of GHG emissions. However, there is that domestic responsibility, and we are saying there is a need for guidance in terms of the role that these tiers of government must play. This will assist in terms of avoidance of confusion and to set boundaries upfront in the form of the law. I believe, Chairperson, that can also make life easy for the sector emissions targets that we are busy discussing with the National Department at this point in time. Chairperson, my oral presentation will end there. I would like to thank you for the opportunity. I do recommend that this be noted. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Noloyiso, if you can remove the presentation from the screen. Thank you so much for that input. I'm still waiting for you to remove it.
Actually, Chair, I have removed. I have actually removed, Chair. I don't know why. Okay, let me just continue trying to, otherwise I've removed it already.
Is it? Okay. Finally.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Is the Institute for Economic Justice here? Chileka, no, ne?
No, Chair, they sent an apology.
Then
the City of
the
Cape
Human
Town.
Society International. Human Society International.
Hi there. Yes, we are here. I just heard Chileka ask if the City of Cape Town was going to present now, or otherwise we're happy to go ahead now.
Do I have the City of Cape Town in my agenda? No. Like, where is it coming from?
There is, Chair.
Where?
I think I must say I must have sent you the old version. Apologies for that, Chair.
The City of Cape Town and which other institution?
The city will be the last, Chair. After this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then it's fine.
Okay, then I'm happy to proceed.
You still want to proceed? Oh, you already
up to you, Chair, up to you. Either way.
Proceed. Welcome.
Okay, thanks so much. Thanks so much, honorable members, for having us to present. We're very pleased to be able to just summarize our main points. I had the opportunity to listen into Vanessa Black's presentation earlier, and so I think she actually covered a lot of our sort of base points, and it's not necessary for me to go over some of those again. I won't use a presentation. We can just I guess keep it a little bit more chatty. So I think I'd like to reiterate a lot of what I've heard others say, in that the bill doesn't, we definitely support the need for the climate change bill, and
we're pleased to see that it's going ahead with a lot of what seems to be a lot of responsiveness and participation. But we agree that there is not sufficient urgency in the current bill. And in general, there is insufficient timeframes or specificities given in the bill. For instance, regarding the setting of carbon budgets, setting of sectoral emissions targets, setting where the minister sets the emissions trajectory. All of those don't have timeframes attached to them. And then in terms of the adaptation plans, these are too far away, given the fact that we're already seeing the effects of climate change. As said previously, I think the current timeframes are 4 or 5 years away for provincial or ministerial and then provincial implementation of the plans. And so generally, yeah, we'd like to see a lot more urgency and a lot more specificity in the Act. We would like to see a goal of net zero emissions by 2050, to have a transition away from intensive greenhouse gases, and for this to be explicitly stated in the Act. We also find that there's insufficient enforcement provisions, as was said in the previous presentation. And we believe that there needs to be greater incentives for enforcement or for compliance. For instance, there should be tax breaks or subsidies attached to transitions away from intensive greenhouse gas emissions, and that there should be fines or taxes put in place above what already is in place for emitters, for high carbon emitters. We believe that carbon budgets need only be made in terms of a notice in the Government Gazette. Currently, it seems like notice would have to be made directly to emitters that they need to reduce or abate their emissions. And we believe that's not necessary and is probably unworkable for the department. And a simple notice in the Government Gazette would suffice. So that's I guess about the broader working of the bill. HSI is a animal welfare organization, and so our specific outlook is in this regard on agriculture. And we believe that the problem with agriculture in this bill sits within a broader problem where the bill doesn't set out which sectors exactly it will affect. It places too much discretion at the feet of the minister, or in the hands of the minister, and the legislature in general, it seems in this Act, is sort of self-abdicating its role and its power in its constitutional mandate of setting out specific laws that can be followed and that can be enforced, and can be enforced against the minister herself. So, for instance, the legislature can at least outline the types of greenhouse gases that will be affected. This is established science, and we don't need the minister or the whole department to go into this. It's all that need happen really is a listing of all known greenhouse gases, and that if more need to be added, this can be the list can be amended by the minister in a notice in the Government Gazette, for instance. And then a list of activities or at least types of activities that the bill will regulate. These, for instance, high emitting industries should be listed. And then for more specific activities, for instance, the size or the manner of the emitting, the conditions for setting those more specific activities should be laid out in the Act. Otherwise, the Minister has complete discretion, and that's not a healthy place to be in. Otherwise, we reiterate the submissions made by the Centre for Environmental Rights and as laid out in our submission. We also make the following submissions in terms of the Act. In terms of the bill. We believe that the bill needs to set clear agricultural sectoral emissions targets with associated timelines, make recommendations on standardized methods for reporting greenhouse gas emissions within the agricultural sector, needs to align climate change and agricultural policies, recognizing the impact of food systems on greenhouse gas emissions and climate change linked extreme weather events. It needs to identify the shift towards plant-rich food production and consumption as a valid and effective climate change mitigation solution included in climate change communication, education, and awareness to drive behavioral change by reducing meat consumption. We need to continue fostering and supporting sustainable food innovations by including cellular agriculture as a smart agricultural practice. The IPCC AR6 report points out that clean meat, also known as cultivated or cultured meat, should mitigate significant emissions in the future. Such technology could lead to a substantial reduction in land use for pastures and crop-based animal feeds. And we need to ensure a just transition in the livestock sector by acknowledging that the shift from industrial animal farming must be underpinned by appropriate policy and regulation, especially directing a shift in funding and subsidies to help farmers transition. Vanessa Black for BioWatch really outlined why regulating emissions from agriculture is so important. The really outsized role that it plays in emissions currently in the world and in South Africa. I think I'd like to just add to that by outlining some positive externalities and negative externalities that I think should be considered by the committee as well, in terms of phasing out or phasing down of intensive animal agriculture. I think it should be clear that we aren't calling for a complete end to animal agriculture, but we're calling for a transition away from intensive animal agriculture. First and foremost, well, perhaps not foremost, but first, I'd just like to point out that intensive animal agriculture includes a lot of mechanization. It's called factory farming for a reason, and so with the increase in mechanization that comes with intensive animal agriculture, there's actually a reduction of jobs. And so if you do the opposite, if you de-intensify agriculture, you then increase the number of jobs that form part of agriculture, or that are taken up by animal agriculture. You will then also improve rural livelihoods, because in general, rural farmers are not intensive in their manner or in their type of industry. And so, yeah, they will, if you incentivize de-intensification of animal agriculture, you'll incentivize rural farming and give a bit of a rebirth or re-energizing of rural livelihoods. You will improve food security. This is because 50% of our staple foods, such as maize and oats and rice and wheat, are all fed, and soy are all fed to animals instead of being fed to humans. And this drives up the cost by artificially increasing the demand for these staples. You'll also then be able to decrease the costs of such staples. There's also, animal agriculture is responsible for a massive amount of space and land use, and a massive amount of water use. So abating this would allow us to become more sustainable more generally. then along that line as well, animal agriculture is responsible not just for emissions in terms of climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, but also in terms of other types of pollution such as waste and such as air particles, which have been shown to significantly affect surrounding communities, often which are the poorest of the poor. Along that line as well, in terms of health, we are still dealing with COVID-19 pandemic, and that's really shown how and thrown into the has really highlighted how most of our diseases that we grapple with, I think it's 70% of our diseases all have come from animals. They're all zoonotic in origin. There's clear evidence to show that the more intensive your agriculture, your animal agriculture, the more diseases you have. And then also in terms of health, intensive animal agriculture and creating extremely cheap, low quality meat and having a society based around meat consumption has a number of diet-related health problems, including diabetes and heart diseases. And then, yes, I think concludes the externalities section of my presentation. And I think, yeah, way ahead of time. So if there are any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. And again, thank you for allowing us to present. And I hope you'll take on our suggestions and our reasoning forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Mr. Joe Mason.
Well, thank you so much.
I will then take the last presentation from the city of Cape Town so that we rather interact with all the presentation from BioWatch, KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development, yourself, Human Society International, and the city of Cape Town. Councillor Lee Goff, T. Goff, over to you.
Greetings, colleagues. I'm Councillor Travis Goff of the City of Cape Town. I sit on the Portfolio Committee for Energy and also the Portfolio Committee for Future Planning and Resilience, which has jurisdiction over climate change and our climate unit within the city. We made extensive submissions on the bill, and the majority of our perspective is largely predicated on the perspective of local government within the context of the climate change bill. The reality is that, reading the present reading of the bill, we don't really see that recognized in the text very strongly. And I think it just needs to be said that there's an outsized impact that needs to be acknowledged, in the sense that municipalities and especially local governments are going to bear the brunt of climate impact the most. So there have to be mechanisms within the bill, we feel, that would be able to address our unique kind of circumstances, because they are going to be somewhat financial in nature. And we also are going to need significant support from national government to be able to do a lot of the hard work that is required to take our municipalities and then obviously decarbonize them and make them resilient to the impacts of climate change. The other thing that's also quite important is obviously within the context of South Africa's broader municipal kind of environment. There's a Ratings Africa report released in June, is that a number of municipalities are in critical states of either collapse or financially unsustainable. And there is a concern that City of Cape Town has expressed, in that a lot of these projects, and especially with regards to adaptation and mitigation, they are going to require capable governments that can actually deliver on the promises that they make. So I think, from the perspective of the City of Cape Town, the expectation is that the bill should seek to somehow, within its architecture, acknowledge that there needs to be capabilities and capacity provided by national government for municipalities that are not capable to do it themselves, or alternatively, there needs to be some kind of way of taking administration or ownership over those municipalities in the context of their climate response. And I also think in terms of the City of Cape Town, we've got a very well developed climate change strategy document, as well as an action plan. And, I'm not sure, ideally, if all of the municipalities, every single one in South Africa, have done so and developed these plans. But I'm pretty certain that they're going to need a lot of support in configuring these types of documents and plans and putting them to effect. And it's going to need a lot of support from national government to do that, because a lot of them don't have the capacity. The City of Cape Town is very lucky in the sense that we have a very good climate unit in our city, and they've done the hard work of kind of fully internalizing these matters within our architecture of our city government. And what the expectation would be is that, in some manner of speaking, the bill must be able to bring that to effect nationally, because that is obviously the overriding impetus behind some of this bill, is to obviously address the local needs of local municipalities. The other thing that needs to be said, and I think it's often lost. I mean, I've been sitting on this presentation the entire day, and I think it's important to just contextualize what we are specifically trying to achieve by this bill. And obviously in the broader COP and United Nations process. I mean, fundamentally, we are trying to ensure that humanity and planet Earth will continue to be hospitable to our species. And I think we need to just bear that in mind, as we postulate over our
Is muted.
See, that one is muted. Councillor, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you need to repeat the last sentence. You were muted.
No problem. So okay. I just wanted to say, there is one hard monolith in all of this that cannot be negotiated with, and that is simply that the science is showing us what needs to be done. Those representative concentration pathways are quite stern. You can't negotiate with the science behind it. There is obviously some climate variability and various different trajectories or pathways we can take. But 1.5 degrees is absolutely where we want to land. I mean, preferably we would not want to we'd want to be on 0 degrees, because you wouldn't want to have be in 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. But the reality is, the scientists have told us, and they've done, exhaustive work to quantify this and put it into real terms. And that is simply that we do need to respect that boundary, and bringing that to effect is not really negotiable if we hope to have life endure on planet Earth. Saying that, the submission of the City of Cape Town is, we largely do, in the reading of the bill, we feel that the text could be tightened up. There are definitely a lot of sentences that don't necessarily really have explicit meaning, and they can be read in different ways. And it's important, I think, in the framing of that, to make sure that the text is tight, because there can't be any room for interpretation, because those ultimately will create significant legal conflicts going down the line. The other thing I'd just like to say on, in the perspective of the city is simply, I know there is maybe some hope to get this bill passed fast. And, sometimes they talk about it's better to have a bad bill than no bill. But the reality is that this bill is really going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation that pass in our parliament, probably since the dawn of our democracy. I mean, it's going to fundamentally change the makeup of our economy, our society in some ways. And we really need to be very, very mindful of, we need to make this bill in imagining that we're going to have it endure for 30 years, maybe even 100 years. And it's going to still have to maintain its relevance and set out, broad architecture that is going to be fair and that is going to really speak to the science basis of this problem. And obviously the interface of politics and our sociological makeup of our country is very important in realizing this, because there are many national security implications. There are obviously very real human costs too. I think we can all agree that the people that are going to be most impacted by climate change are going to be our most economically disadvantaged in all of our metros and cities across the country. And a lot of this needs to be geared to finding ways to creatively address some of our urgent problems, which have existed actually long before we acknowledge this one. But we do need to find ways that are able to, fix some of those issues, because there is not going to be much leniency shown when disasters strike. And I'll give you a good example. I mean, like in Khayelitsha here in Cape Town, we broadly acknowledge that, high heat days here are going to in time become far more severe. Now, if you're living in a shack in Khayelitsha, which it automatically is a very good insulator and it traps heat, and you got a go-go there that's been there, that's 68 years old. When the temperature goes above 38 degrees, I mean, like nobody can really survive that over a prolonged period. So these are the things that we really need to look at and fully compute, because these are going to be very real biophysical impacts on our lives. And it's important that we are able to give this bill impetus to the point that it kind of safeguards our constitutional order, because that's really what this will do. At least that should be the point of it. In terms of the city's comments, I think you will recall in June in Parliament there was a joint steering committee on climate change that was established. It hasn't met yet for the duration of the 6th Parliament. So, in our climate unit, and we've also we're very lucky to have many good lawyers that consult for the city. And, we did read the bill and just, read it in the context of our constitutional architecture and what it seeks to bring to effect. And we are of the view that joint steering committee on climate change that will be effectively potentially dissolved at the end of the 6th Parliament should maybe rather be established by this or made permanent by this bill as an organ of its structure. And it's actually, I mean, given the transversality of that committee, I think it would really kind of be the core kind of oversight mechanism for Parliament to ensure that this bill is able to deliver on what it promises, or at least seeks to try to achieve. So I really would hope that all the members of this committee would please consider that, because there has to be also some policy certainty over how we're going to deal with this, and part of that also is the architecture, the actual committees that we use to provide oversight, and Parliament fundamentally needs to be capacitated to deal with this problem, which I don't fully believe that it is. I think there's a lot of technical considerations. We've given extensive comments, and I'm not going to go through all of them. But the other thing was that, we enjoined our comments with the Centre for Environmental Rights' submission. After studying that document, we fully supported it. And one of the proposals made was to establish an independent scientific advisory panel that could provide technical science-basis inputs to, for instance, the Joint Standing Committee on Climate Change that we proposed. And that would also allow our public representatives, especially our MPs on the various different committees, to understand these things and for a mechanism to exist to do that. And then the other thing is just also in terms of the Presidential Climate Commission. One of the things that is quite concerning is just the fact that it is a discretionary body that's established by the president, which also means that he could choose not to establish it or could dissolve it at some time. Given the very serious nature of what we're facing, would it be wise to have that as a discretionary power? I think one of the things that also is worth noting and maybe taking cognizance of is just if you look at the United States' problem in their climate response, they actually withdrew from the Paris Agreement for a time. And this was largely personality driven. It had nothing to do with the science basis or really the facts as they stand, and was really ideological in its nature. And the great worry we have is, the bill in its present reading is very much predicated and dependent on an environmental minister that cares about the environment, a president that cares about climate change and wants to do the right thing. But, because these are discretionary powers, they also have the power to not do that. And I just think, when you're thinking about, 60 million South Africans' lives that are at stake and very much dependent on whether this bill succeeds or fails, and that these bodies are allowed to do their work, should those be subject to the whims of any particular one individual? I don't think that would be a wise move, and the city has expressed that as well. Much like the many other submissions that have come before you today, we also believe that the bill must place human rights centrally within its framework. And it's vital that it does that, because climate change is going to have very, very many human rights implications. And, because we are really still at the start of this, in some manner of speaking, the impacts have not fully started to filter in through the system, or the Earth system, as it were. We do have to consider, externalities and disasters and other things that are going to be coming our way. And it's important that human rights, and our constitution especially, is respected in this bill, and emphasis is placed on that, because one of the things that I think is quite pertinent is the fact that if we place human rights central to the conception of this bill, then we will get a good bill, because it will take, the needs of all of our people into consideration, and not only rely on maybe like clinical text that doesn't really appreciate the human cost, which is important. And I don't think that the present reading of the bill does that. The other thing is just, generally one of the comments from our climate unit was that the bill is pretty weak. We don't see it firming up on the important things. For instance, the reporting on data that's collected by science agencies, on all manner of telemetry from different organizations, and especially on the the national carbon budgets and the different sectoral budgets. Those need to be open and transparent. And to give you an example, the city of Cape Town's just undergone a process where we've established a water committee, and we have now fully democratized access to our water data. Any citizen scientist or member of the public really can access that data. And this is what we need actually here, especially if we are an open society and we want to give effect to our constitution. We should have data that is open and shared often, and we shouldn't have the need for prior requests to get this information out of government, and government shouldn't be allowed to hide it. We are talking about our very futures here, and it is important that that data is shared freely and openly, and that people are able to hold government to account. And I don't think I can really emphasize this. The reality is that South African citizens will not be able to hold government accountable on this matter if they do not have access to that data, and we aren't able to see what exactly is going on, and who the worst transgressors are, who's not abiding by their carbon budgets, and such. The other thing is also there is a distinct failure in this bill, which is extremely odd. It just actually is bizarre that the bill does not enshrine a 2050 deadline in law of reaching net zero emissions. It doesn't do this. This should be the fundamental benchmark for what this bill seeks to achieve. It's not mentioned once in this bill, and that is a critical deficiency, because really I mean, it doesn't actually bring or coalesce into text in the legal text, which is the most important, because if it's not down on a piece of paper in the reading that's going to, obviously give, a legal effect to this, then it will eventually erode and not mean much. The other thing is just also, there is a concern that, the minister has awesome powers granted to her or him in this bill to set, emissions trajectories and pathways. Now, that again is not really a negotiable characteristic that we should allow. And the reason for this is simply because the science really informs that, not the minister. What that does allow, however, is for politics and for internal, whichever party to start busy interfering with our climate response fundamentally. And for it to be fair also for all South Africans, there should be some impartiality to how we set those targets. Because if the minister is selectively allowed to show discretion, they were always actually, given the way human beings operate, to err on the lowest kind of range of ambition. So we do need to maybe really look at that particular aspect of it critically. If we're not going to have the targets informed by science rather than a minister and what they think, then I'm not sure that the bill itself is fit or proper or good for purpose. The other thing is just, I know it's been mentioned many times, but we do feel like the penalties just don't seem to add up. And I mean, with all things being equal, yes, NEMA does certainly, after what I've heard today, seem to be able to deliver on a lot of the practical kind of enforcement mechanisms that are needed to bring effect to this bill. But the bill itself should actually at least reference them then and make sense of it, because also I think it is distinct. I mean, these are not just ordinary environmental issues. These are very large sectoral carbon budgets and other matters, and I think it needs to be coalesced in the text to bring it to effect. Otherwise, it's not necessarily going to actually make much sense. And also, I mean, NEMA was supposed to be one bill that brought together all the many different kinds of environmental legislation, but its powers are vested in all sorts of different entities. I mean, a provincial government, local governments, is issued with directives and we have to comply with that. But the reality is that, there is an opportunity here to make this simple and to maybe have some clarity over what those penalties are. And it is important for the public. I mean, everybody, if we're going to, this is effectively a social contract in a sense, people must know what the consequences are and also what's at stake. And that brings me to another matter, and that is we don't feel that enough is being done to educate the public on this matter. And there is a very important critical role that Parliament can play in doing this. We have public representatives, 400 MPs in the National Assembly, all which come from various different parts of the country. And every single one of them have agency to connect with the communities, they engage with NGOs and all sorts of people. And every single one of them can ensure that that this is well understood by our people. A lot of things, I mean, we deal with this within the city every single day, but a lot of people don't understand why we need to take action on climate change. And it's very difficult to tell somebody who literally can't feed themselves most days why climate change is going to affect them. But it is, and it's actually going to affect them the worst. And I don't think we're doing our country much service if we continue to allow ignorance to pervade on this matter. I know there probably still MPs that don't necessarily think climate change is real or that it's something that's an important consideration. But that's a failure of Parliament to actually educate our MPs. And there should be some form of mandatory educational module or something provided by Parliament to ensure that there's some minimum understanding within our MPs about what this matter is. And saying that, there are serious problems that I don't think are necessarily addressed in the bill in terms of biodiversity and nature loss. It doesn't really seem to compute that issue specifically. And it's quite clinical in the text in terms of how it perceives those issues. The reality is that climate change and especially biodiversity loss are interrelated. Climate change is obviously a driver of biodiversity loss, but not necessarily the primary one. But what is important, Chair, is we need to recognize within the architecture of this bill that our environment and nature fundamentally is what needs to be allowed to function, because the climate system is an eminent from that, and such as the Earth system. Sorry, let me just make sure that I've not missed anything. One of the things that has been suggested is perhaps that the national educational curriculum should be adjusted to incorporate climate education in every grade, and also to ensure that our youngsters especially are able to get a grip on the world that they're set to inherit. And that being said, as I was referring to biodiversity loss and the city of Cape Town is the reason why this is so important. I mean, Table Mountain National Park falls within our city. It's one of the few places in the world where we're blessed to have a national park in the middle of an urban environment on the urban fringe. And this is going to have a very outsized impact on places like Cape Town. But saying that, we need to recognize that there are some serious problems that are not being addressed presently in terms of biodiversity loss. And the reason why I say that, I mean, if you look at the WWF Living Planet Report 2022, an average decline of 69% of all species on planet Earth in terms of their numerousness. The natural world is in steady decline, and this is a serious concern. And it doesn't seem to be recognized in the text of this bill. And I think, much like the polluter pays principle, we need to, fundamentally recognize that's a lot of the time what the problem is with the economics surrounding climate change is just that the costs of, the environmental extraction and the use of nature is not fully internalized. People get to live rent-free, like if you take, for instance, a bottled water company, they normally get their water a little bit, sometimes free from the source, but it degrades the natural environment, and that constant extraction is like rent-free, and they get to sell it at a profit. But if they had to pay the cost of, for instance, a lake or a spring, and what it would mean to all of us if it had to dry up or it weren't to be, able to be refilled, that is, a loss of public goods that we cannot replace. So I just think, there needs to be foresight shown in this bill. It really needs to take, concise understanding of that particular matter and bring it to sharp focus. And then I also just think, there's some missed opportunities in terms of the bill, and this has also been expressed by the city. There's been no effort for the government, which is a significant carbon emitter, our military, our fleets of vehicles. There's no, this bill doesn't bring anything to the table that really details or asks or place a requirement, at least, on how how the government plans to decarbonize its own operations. Parliament should lead on this. I mean, Parliament should have a sustainability officer. They should, you should decarbonize your operations. And this is how you lead by example. The city of Cape Town is doing these things. We're hoping to have the majority of our buses within the next 10 years will largely be electric, our city bus system. And that's, we're installing solar panels on all of our city buildings. And to the extent that we can, we are quickly trying to become resilient and adapt to all of these requirements that are going to become increasingly needed. And then the other thing is also, I think, just in terms of the text and everything that has been submitted to date, I just would like to say that it's very concerning that I think there were 13,500 submissions made on this bill. But not all of them were very usable, in my opinion, and some of my science-based colleagues in the city. And the reason for that is, not many of them are based on the science basis or have a strict understanding of what we're dealing with here. And a lot of it is driven by misinformation. And the reason why that is being permitted and why we've got this pervading in our society is really because our leadership is not doing enough to inform the public. And we've created a space for this type of misinformation. And I'm sure that the presiding officers and the various officials in Parliament that had to go through all of those comments must have had a really interesting time, because some of them were pretty wild. I mean, I read some of them, and I must say, it really is a tale of caution of what we could expect as this problem starts to cut deeply into our national psyche. And you know, if more issues should arise, like for instance, like earlier this year with Durban, it's a sad indictment of our government if we cannot actually address this problem of misinformation. We should have a baseline understanding within our society that this is a serious issue, that we do need to take action. And if we don't have that exists, I can tell you it's going to be a very difficult sell to the majority of South Africans to tell them why they need to suddenly pay carbon tax. Okay. Thank you very much to the committee.
I'm not cutting you. You see, had you submitted your presentation, because the presentation that we get is only have pictures, not your actual document. It's either it was sent to your phone, not the computer, then it was only able to produce pictures alone. And then it's difficult to follow you, though you are raising pertinent issues without following your presentation.
It's very broadly thematic, ma'am. So it's not necessary.
Can we then email formally so that every member can have a fair share? In essence, I was saying I'm giving you 2 minutes to wrap up.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Saying that, it would be really helpful if, above all things, that the committee, the portfolio committee, just considered how it plans to address the understanding and the sale of this to our society. It's not going to be easy. There are very, very ambitious things that we're trying to achieve to it with this legislation. But if you don't take society along, it's going to be very difficult to achieve these things. Thank you very much for hearing what we had to say. And you've got the full text of what we submitted, and I hope that you will especially take into cognizance the 5 million residents of the city of Cape Town and their lives, which are very much within your hands. Thank you.
Indeed, the beauty about it, you've tried to analyze some of the submissions. And then, like you're saying, some of them indeed are just being brought to us because in other instances, some are just repeated, but under one same thing. The misinformation could be a problem. You have raised pertinent issues that I would like, that's why the reason why I would like you to submit such text to us so that we can consider that, because the issues that you are raising, and the beauty about it, you've managed to read some, like what others this, most of the submissions. So you're talking about. Thank you so much, Councillor, for taking your time. I wish other cities could have followed. I wish other cities are going to also follow suit to what you're doing, but you've just set the trend. It's much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, then can I see a show of hands of colleagues who want to interact with the various presentations? We have dealt with a City of Cape Town, Human Society International, KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development and Tourism, and BioWatch. Colleagues, I'm waiting for hands. I know the difficulty with the KZN presentation as well. We got it today, as and when we're busy with the meeting. It could have made members to, but you were listening, there are issues that you can raise. I'm saying that so that we can continue to, or there's been a long day. Let's hear you, colleagues. So as long as you have the presentation with you, and then you're going to also consider them. I think Honorable Mbata's phone hand is up. Over to you, Honorable Mbata. And Honorable Weber will follow in that order. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I've changed my gadget. We had a
load shedding.
Load shedding. So I'm using the phone now. But I wanted the others. I was disturbed, but I will only deal with the BioWatch one. The that was done by Miss Vanessa. You know, I want to say something that when he's talking about the smaller farmers holdings, recently the Zebediela citrus fruit, they destroy a lot of their oranges because of some problems. I think it might be associated with climate change. If not climate change, it's the issue of after food processing, where those fruits were supposed to be transported to outside the country. So which was a serious blow to the Zebediela citrus farm, which is a huge loss. I'll share the photos with you. And then again, there's the issue of the hullets in KZN. Also, it's been affected, I think, since the issue of the climate change, and also the issue of COVID-19. They were struggling to pick up, but at least the Minister of Agriculture has officially announced that they are funders that are assisting them in order to pick up. Remember, once the hullet is being affected, then there's a lot of smaller sugarcane farmers, up and coming one, that were going to be affected. But we applaud the Minister of Agriculture for being proactive and assisting the hullets sugar. Then there's the issue where I want to talk about, because when you're as BioWatch, there's a lot of pesticides that you are using during your planting, whether it's vegetables or it's fruits, but there's a lot of pesticides which end up being having a negative impact to our environment, and which can cause a lot of problems. So I don't know, how do you prepare or plan or have a strategy in cases like that? I know also the issue of the livestock, where during climate change, most of the farmers, especially not only the small farmers, even the bigger farmers, where their livestock, they die because of drought. We find that they lose a lot of stock, livestock, and also it becomes a problem to the farmers. I don't know whether it's only the Department of Agriculture that assists them, or you have some plans as a BioWatch on how to assist such people, such farmers. And then also recently we've seen the Groblersdal farm vandalization, which was done by the thugs, where I'll show you, I'll send those pictures to the committee. Well, they'll find that lots of their fruits or their crops have been vandalized, where they cut and take whatever they want to take, and it's totally destroyed. They can't they cannot harvest or do anything. They have to start afresh, which is a blow to the farmers. I'm raising these things because I know that some of the things that firstly, when we have climate change, it first affects the farmers, especially our Black farmers, or let me say the up and coming farmers. Those are the ones that gets affected. I know last year we had a lot of rain that was that we were blessed with, but unfortunately it destroyed some of the vegetable in our garden. I know even in my own yard, my daughter's small garden was destroyed, totally destroyed. So those are some of the things that I don't know how best can we deal with it, especially to the farmers, when we're during the climate change. How best can they be assisted? And the other thing that I want to raise is that sometimes, I don't know whether it's part of climate change, but I'll just raise it. When after harvesting, then the crops or the fruits or vegetables, they take a long time, some time at the port of entry in order to be transported to other countries. Then you find that it has a negative impact to the farmers. I wanted to say that also. And coming to the disaster in KZN also, I know there were things that some farmers couldn't, because of the transport, couldn't transport some of their the milk, the flour and so forth in order to make bread. But I know where the Minister of Agriculture had to assist that he organized some assistance where some of these things had to use a helicopter to take it from point 1 to point 2, because due to climate change, the road infrastructures were damaged and people needed some assistance to get food, at least bread, in order for them to have something on their tummy. I just wanted to say something on that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Brian, followed by Honorable Weber.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think in the first three presentations, I think the points were very well made. I don't really have any specific questions. Needless to say, thank you to all the groups involved for the work that they are doing along with their submissions. It really is very valued. My only question would actually be on the final presentation from Councillor Le Goff. I just want to establish, if possible, the submission, if this is on behalf of the Portfolio Committee or on behalf of the City of Cape Town in general, and if possible, because also I did look at the slides that weren't very substantive. If we'll get the full submission that the councillor was referring to during his submission, if we can get a full copy of that, and if we can get sent that today, that would really be quite helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Weber.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I also don't have a precise question. I'm in full agreement with Honorable Mbata as well, in the sense of agriculture, the farmers and everything. But Chair, I think everyone that presented today is doing a lot of work and incredible work and have a lot of inputs. But if there's not a way, and I know people say it either must come from Parliament or we hear the local municipalities, but they need to be capacitated. And that needs to start now. It's fine, City of Cape Town sounds within, I don't know, you see 10 years they're going to be, they're working on solar and they're working on the water and everything. That must be done in every municipality. And I think in all three spheres, we need in every portfolio committee, every portfolio, we need to start to work. Our farmers, although they say they understand the impact of climate change, some of them don't. And I think in short, to me, if we don't have water, none of us live. We can have electricity if there's not water or anything, but we will not survive without water. And basically everything we do, our power stations, our farmers, our mines, everything we have use water, and that day by day gets poisoned and gets less because of the heat, of many reasons actually. So I do think that there's a lot of people to choose to have a input in this, but I do think we really need to go to, for instance, Doctor, with our municipalities. They need to buy in, and there need to be laws with the climate change bill that will go to them, and they need to be capacitated to be able to assist with climate change. If you look at KZN, what happened there, I don't foresee them, even after all of that has happened, that there is even money and capacitation for them to deal with the next disaster, because it's one after the other. And I do think we need to become more serious about this, but not only talking to one another, but really going out there and start fighting that this is happening, and that we are serious about it, and that we need to preempt and make sure that these disasters doesn't happen. And if they do, that we protect our poor people, because it's normally them that is in the middle of all of this. Thanks, Chair. That's only my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Honorable Gancho.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to honorable members and colleagues. Mine is just a comment, Chair, just to emphasize on what my colleague has already alluded on, Honorable Weber. All the presenters, Chairperson, they did a very good presentations, and I could see that all they emphasize on us as implementers that we should work with speed when it comes to this climate change bill. And also, Chair, in terms of the awareness part of it, and quoting what the latter speaker has mentioned, that some form of mandatory education on climate change needs to be done. He only just mentioned to the MPs, but I don't think we should only focus on MPs only. As Honorable Weber has mentioned, that all the three spheres of government should be aware of the impacts and climate change, and also the society at large. We should not only confine it to the government only, but society, because even them, some of them, they do not understand the impacts of climate change, and also climate change as in general. So otherwise, I am quite impressed and with a lot of information that we have gathered today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Gancho. Is there anyone whom I have omitted? No, it's all of you. Yes, I think the input that BioWatch submitted to us as the other colleagues is very crucial and critical. And I think that's the method that we need to also filter in, especially with regard to the timelines for the determination of the national greenhouse gas emissions trajectory. They also included the sectoral emission targets in the carbon budget. And then also this issue that then we need to close the gaps of possible abuse especially then you seated with ESCOM and Sasol, who are the greatest emitters, especially when it comes to the Equality Act. And then I should think that recommendation then stands. Earlier, I think I asked section 27 on the IGR and the DDM. Then I should think then now that assertion is coming strongly now. If you check what Nolo Yuso is presented from KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development and Tourism, because then it's very clear that there is no clarity on the role of provinces in the greenhouse gas emissions and removals. In terms of removals, the role of the provinces, the same thing, the roles of municipalities. When it comes to the issue for mitigation, I think there has to be a development of a provincial climate change response and implementation plan. And then the same thing when it goes to municipalities. I think that's the lack of roles to say we leave it like this, or we will allow the minister to determine the I'm load shedding. Can you hear me?
You're back, Chair, you're back.
Okay, I was not shedded. Sorry, apologies for that. That's the issue I was talking about, to say the roles of various spheres of government. It's not catch-up, so I think that's the matter that we need to also consider. And then the presentation by the colleague, Mr. Joe Mason from Human Society International. He was talking on the issues. I was told there's no presentation, but we've heard the issues. But if then you will check, because definitely you made submissions, we'll have to look at that. And Honorable Dave has already dealt with the issue of the Cape Town presentation, that we also deal with that. But nevertheless, as the colleague said, and let me allow you to comment if there are issues that you want to comment, because also the issue around climate change and agriculture. I think something has to be done. Honorable Mbata, you serve in that committee of agriculture, because it's mostly the poor of the poorest that get affected. Should the sun come and destroy the crops or destroy the livestock, the poor then suffer. But you know, these are things that are happening because of the heat and the storms that are affecting our communities time and again, such that it has got a serious impact on agriculture, if you've said it, Honorable Mbata. And I think that's why that recommendation to say BioWatch has indicated that there has to be a structure that will coordinate everything. It's very critical that we need to put there to say we need to put in a coordinating structure to avoid the silos mentality. That's why at the end, you need to call all the affected department to come also to make their presentation to say how are they going to input in making sure that this act doesn't become another act that is not implementable. Who wants to comment from the team? Let me show the hand. It's either Councillor Luglov wants to comment, anyone from BioWatch to comment, and then the rest of you will just raise and start. Councillor Goff, whoever wants to comment out of the presenters. Vanessa, you will come second.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
I just wanted to comment regarding the submission of the City of Cape Town's submission on the climate change bill. It was not submitted by myself. Although I do have the copies of the documents that were submitted. I believe it was submitted, if I'm not mistaken, by Alderman JP Smith. But my worry is just it's gone through a parliamentary process. So I would prefer that the committee provided the documents that were submitted versus me re-providing them. I just feel like I would be interfering with your internal processes. You've got the documents, and I also feel like, just for the sake of reassurance, that what was submitted still remains that. I don't want to give you a document and then somebody can say, it was altered or something other. The document was submitted by our senior officials in the city, and it was approved by our climate unit and the leadership, and I believe our mayor. So if I may, you do have it on record, I'm assuming. I'm happy to provide it if you want it, but you should have it on record.
May I go ahead?
Yes, proceed, Vanessa.
Thank you very much. I think the questions, particularly from Honourable Member Simpiwe, are what we should respond to. So the one is around fruits that were stopped in Europe, I think around the pesticide content that they had. Also problems with exports when the supply chain is disrupted from climate change impacts. I think also there's been some other impacts around getting things out of the harbor, etc. And I think that's part of the reason that we really needing to localize the food system more. And a lot of the policy has been focused on trying to upscale people into export markets. And we're saying, let's look at food sovereignty, really, or food security first, how we can ensure that so many hungry people really have food and they have good, nutritious food and diverse food. So to do that, we need to rethink those globalized value chains or these long value chains and see how to support localizing. So there's many things that could be done, from supporting local markets, ensuring that there's facilities for local traders, for, appropriate technology for smallholders to get produce to their local market, not long value chains where they need refrigeration, local level processing equipment. We don't have a whole industry in South Africa around appropriate scale, small scale equipment for smallholders. So people can't even mill their own maize that they grow. They have to take it to a big central mill. It requires transport. It's difficult. So there's a whole area of work one can do there. And also just how to facilitate it without too much red tape to protect people who buy food, but also not to block the entry into that local market. Then Honourable Member mentioned pesticides, and I think there's so many issues around pesticides in South Africa. The first is that pesticide regulation is very outdated. The legislation predates, I think it's coming from the 1940s, and it's in urgent need of review. It allows all sorts of pesticides that are banned in Europe, for example, to continue being exported into our market. Often people are using things without being able to read the labels. There's issues around spray drift in big commercial agriculture and how that affects local communities, their water, workers in the fruit industry, for example. Yeah, so there's many issues. There's also sort of capture of the regulation in some way that all needs to be looked into. But in agroecology, the work that we're doing, the way that the farmers don't actually need pesticides because of the way that they farm. So agroecology is about increasing diversity and creating a balanced ecosystem. So you might have small pest damage, but it doesn't get to be a big problem because you've also got predators. The whole environment is balanced. So those pests don't get out of control and eat your entire crop. They also, you have very diverse cropping systems. So you don't have one huge monoculture of one thing that attracts those pests. And you always have something that your production is, you know, if something gets attacked, like your maize gets attacked by borer, you've still got legumes, you've still got a variety of squashes, you've got sorghum, you've got vegetables, you've got fruits, you've got many things that can feed your family and produce income. So diversity is really crucial to that. And then soil health. And the important thing around healthy soil is that it's also ensures that it's a low carbon production system. And linked to that then is also that whole system in agroecology with the emphasis on soil health is that you have porous, spongy soil that's holding water. A lot of the problems with flooding that we saw is because people weren't managing water properly, they weren't sinking it in locally, and there's too many hard surfaces. So in Durban, there's been big rain events before, but they haven't created the flooding that we experienced in April and May. And the reason is increasingly removal of vegetation and hard surfaces. And hard surfaces are also agricultural soil that's been over-plowed, applied with fertilizer, and it becomes hard and you get runoff and then you lose the topsoil. So a lot of the farmers or people that were worst affected were where there were those hard surfaces then that washed away, whereas many of the farmers we work with, they had some impact, but nothing like neighbors that weren't managing water and didn't have that spongy, healthy soil and also cover, you know, permanent cover with mulching or crops. Then just yeah, I mean, it's difficult to comment on those big systemic issues like farm vandalization, but I think it's also issues around people being left out in society, left out from access to land, access to being able to be productive, and hunger. We have a hunger crisis, and that's why we're really asking the committee to include the issue of the food system in the climate bill, because hunger is, you know, if you don't have food, especially young children in the first 1,000 days of life, if you don't have adequate food, your ability to be active adults is seriously compromised. So if we're not addressing hunger, especially in children and mothers, pregnant mothers, then we're compromising our society into the future. So yeah, I think that's what I can say at the moment. I don't know if Rose, if you want to add anything.
Yes, I'd just like to add one thing to what Vanessa said, and that is just that the work that we've been doing with smallholder farmers has a low carbon footprint. And there's been so much learning that's come from the smallholders, from looking after the soil to which crops are climate resilient. And so I think that there's a lot of hope if we look to them for future direction. Thank you.
Okay. There's not anyone who wants to say any other thing. Indeed, the City of Cape Town submission, the text one was submitted. Colleagues, can you hear me?
We can hear.
Okay, I wanted to be sure. Indeed, the City of Cape Town submission was submitted in writing, Councillor Goff, don't worry. It's the text one. What we were talking about was the presentation, because you submitted the presentation there. That's the one that we wanted to to have with ourselves to show that this is a summarized version of what you're talking about. But nevertheless, the text is there. We have it. Our issue was around the pictures that we get with nothing. But it's okay then, under the circumstances, we can still use the text. And then I should think I need to, I should think that is, I need to thank all the presenters and all your organization, especially majority of you who are still here with us for enriching this public hearing process. We also want to thank you both for your written and oral presentation that you've just made today. And then we also want to appreciate the complementary and diverging views. All views, we are going to consider them and we are going to respect them. And through this bill, we just need to reach a balance of views. And then the other issue around this, if you'll recall, we started on the 7th of September. That was our first oral submission hearing. And then we did the second one on the 28th of September. Today it is the third one that we are holding. And then if it was not for COP27, my apology, I think we're going to hold 2 more before we go on recess as Parliament. But like I'm indicating, we are so appreciative of your coming and especially spending the whole day on a Friday because we all know the reason why we're all here. We know that climate change mitigation and adaptation are beyond the capacity of government. That's why it requires all of us as organized formations, business and all members of society to play an active role in moving this country to a greener and more inclusive economy and society. And then for some of the things that I've heard today, listening to you, you are all saying to us that, especially Section 27 said that we should not have women, people living with disability and other socio-economic classes left behind. And similarly, we also need to deal with their vulnerability levels, which should be collectively reduced and ultimately eliminated. So we appreciate the inputs in today's presentation and more are all for economic development and social justice, and a reference to the Paris Agreement, stiffer penalties, public awareness, clear timelines, realistic costing and funding in the bill. And then the other issue that was raised that was very critical is around climate education and the more provision or mechanism to improve transparency. We need to disclose, to do disclosure and make provision for access to information. So to us, where we are seated, we all know that there's a need for further engagement and consultation on the bill to ensure the clear role of the Climate Change Commission. And then I think based on what you were submitting, we also need to look at the issue of budgets to enable the revised transition through education, awareness and training of people involved in the value chain. And then I think also what you have said, all of you, was that there has to be a need for capacity building at municipal levels, which needs to be coupled with the funding of the additional mandates. Then I should think, having tried to summarize what you have said, I want to thank all of you for your input today and appreciate your passion for building a sustainable, secure, prosperous and a just South Africa. We are still going to have more of these discussions to get clear and realistic answers. Once again, I want to thank all of you, especially the colleagues also who have worked. We don't get paid overtime here, but you can imagine the colleagues have been here since 9. It's a Friday. There are so many pressing matters, but they're still seated here. It's an indication that we are both committed that at the end of the day, we take these inputs that are available, and then they can become part of our ongoing discussion on the bill. Like I've indicated, we are still going to hold more public hearings, either online or in person. We are still also going to visit provinces to get public inputs as required by the Constitution. As we have said earlier, at the early stage of the processes, it's a matter that we have received over 13,200 submissions. So it's an indication that South Africans want to express their views, but as and when we do that, there will be time wherein even all these oral submissions, we're going to keep them. Because at some point, we need to take a decision as a committee, and then we'll, when we reconvene next year, that's the decision that we are going to take. But colleagues, all our presenters, all our guests, I want to thank all of you for making time to be with us up to this time. Thank you so much, and the meeting gets adjourned.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and all presenters and DM.
Thank you.
Recording stopped. Department, thank you so much, the UN team.
Thank you, Chair.
Good night.